Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and I haven't been here for a few days. As you guys know, I had a wake and a funeral, and it's been a rough couple days, that's for sure. You know, it's obviously even more rough for my friend whose, son's father that it was that passed. But anybody who knew Louis knows that that was probably the best send-off anybody could ask for. And people showed up for him. And, I can only hope that the same happens for anybody else's loved ones, where people get together and decide, like, hey, we're going to do this beautiful send off. So, my friend Louis' best friend was amazing to put together in a video of the procession and of what, not only what it looked like, but you sort of capture the essence of what was him, right? His casket was not carried in a hearse, y'all. His casket was carried on the back of his flatbed tow truck in a way that made my heart smile, but my eyes cry, because it was on the back of his own truck. You know what I mean? The way that he would have wanted it, nonetheless, but it was still sad. His brother had passed last year. And they sort of did this last year, so it's kind of sad that, like, this time he's not in the procession, he is the procession. And I want to share with you guys what was the procession, realistically. I think his best friend Alec put together this amazing video of the entire procession. And, processions are normally like, 3-4 minutes of cars, maybe. This is almost 9 minutes of cars, but they put amazing tributes along the procession. And I'm going to share it with you guys, because it's inspiring to show what others can do when you come together, even when someone's no longer here on this earth. So I'm going to get a copyright strike because it plays music that I don't own, but it's fair use. So obviously fight the copyright strike later on, but it's worth it. To just sort of show the kind of love that I felt yesterday, even though it was sad, that I know that he felt up there watching over everyone. All right. So just heads up, if anybody donates on YouTube, just know that your donation will be held by YouTube until I fight the copyright strike, which could take up to 30 days. So the whole Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, that's fine. None of that goes, but I'm going to share this with you guys because I think it's extremely powerful. And I hope that when y'all have someone who passes, that y'all think about this and think about what an amazing thing you can do to show your last love and support for someone you care about. And so I'm going to share Louis' last ride with y'all. And it's sad, but the support is amazing. And, again, he was a tow truck driver. He owned and operated Blackwater Towing. So for anybody in Massachusetts who's ever used Blackwater, his nephew will now be running Blackwater, and he's a young kid. He's only 20, so it's on the shoulders of him. He's been doing an amazing job this last week and a half since Louis been gone, and I know he would be proud. So without further ado, I give you the funeral procession that I was in. I can't make it bigger. I wish I could, because it's a Facebook video. It's not horizontal, it's vertical.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn, who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. Those were the days, hard work forever pays. Now I see you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side. And now you gon' be with me for the last ride.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way, from where we began.
You know, we started.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Tell you.
When I see you again.
First you both go out your way and the vibe is feeling strong. And what's small turn to a friendship turn to a bond. And that bond will never be broken, the love will never get lost. And when brotherhood come first, then the line will never be crossed. Established it on our own when that line had to be drawn. And that line is what we reach, so remember me when I'm gone. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side. And now you gon' be with me for the last one.
Let the light guide your way. Yeah. Hold every memory as you go. And every road you take will always lead you home. Oh, it's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Boom, 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 boom. Now tell me what you gonna do, but it ain't nowhere to run. When judgment comes for you, when judgment comes for you, what you gonna do, but it ain't nowhere to hide. When judgment comes for you, 'cause it's gonna come for you.
Looking at for quality, easy, see something Charlie. Little boo got him, and I'm gonna miss everybody out of roll and flow like I ain't looked at a while. And play to dust, and they play too deep for being sad. Little legs I got to be. Tell me your piece of the seats for them, please. Marry me by my grand, way you can go.
God bless you, working on a plan to heaven. Follow the Lord on 24/7 days. God is who we pray, even though the devil's all up in my face, but he keeping me safe and in my place. Say grace to the gates, race, but I change the face of judge. And I got my soul with buzz. Grudge because there's no mercy for thugs. Ooh, what can I do? It's all about the family and how we grow. Can I get a witness? Let it unfold. We live in our lives, so we turn our soul. Hey, oh, hey.
And we're praying. Every day. And we're praying. Still with lace.
Now follow me, Rosto. Whether it's tolerance, having come, let's go take a visit to the people that's long gone there is. While ladies, they're terrible. Instead of keeping up with their family, exactly how many days we got lasting? While you laughing, we're passing the way. We always got toes, 'cause I know I'ma meet you up at the crossroad. Y'all know if I ever got love with them both those baby. Gone, really wish you could come home. But when it's time to die, gotta go bye-bye. All the little thug could do was cry. Yeah, man, I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all. And he shouldn't be gone in front of his home. When they did, the boo was wrong. Who's so wrong? Gotta hold on, gotta stay strong. When it did come, better believe on. Gotta show that you can lean on. Lean on. And we pray, we pray, we pray, we pray. Every day, every day, every day, every day. And we pray, we pray, and we pray, and we pray. Every day. See you at the crossroads. See you at the crossroads. See you at the crossroads. See you at the crossroads.
And I'm gonna miss everybody. 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 And I'm gonna miss everybody.
Living in a hateful world, sending me straight to hell. We roll. Living in a hateful world, sending me straight to hell. We roll. Living in a hateful world, sending me straight to hell. We roll. And I'm asking a good little YSI. He told me we lived it
What's up with that
down.
money, y'all? See my bigger cousin was home. Somebody really, everybody wanna test the stuff. Getting this sneeze instead of easy to fall. And nobody's sitting there cause they intending on that they didn't win any. Wanna come again, again and again. Tell me what you gonna do. Can somebody, anybody tell me why? Hey. Can somebody, anybody tell me why we die, we die? I don't wanna die. Ooh, so wrong, ooh, wrong. See you at the crossroads, so you won't be lonely. Bum 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 bum. Tell me what you gonna do when it ain't nowhere to run. When judgment comes for you, when judgment comes for you, what you gonna do?
Yeah, it was 8 minutes or almost 9 minutes. We had three police cars to escort us. So so basically we went from the funeral home and sort of went all the way around town past his house, up and around basically. And it was a long ride, but as you see us all going down that corner, I'm going to show you guys what's around that corner. And it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And it must have taken, other people obviously took videos.
To the ones that didn't make it back home, the ones we ain't seen in so long, the hold up a bill. To the ones that
So a lot of people got sort of the essence of what, it was and the love that was shown. I can't, to me, this is his casket in front of the church. It is on the back of his tow truck. This is his truck. There's one really iconic photo that I sent to my friend who is the mother of his children. And she's my oldest daughter. She's the godmother of my oldest daughter. We all grew up together. I have so many memories. It's hard, right? And I sent her this one photo that I thought his son, Chase, would want, because it was a beautiful moment of them taking off. See, this was the back of the truck after they took off his casket, obviously. But there's one photo that I put, and that's at the cemetery. But there's one photo that I put on, this is my Facebook, so this is sideways, I can't flip it. Doobie Brothers, Blackwater. Company Blackwater. So, one from the Church. Obviously it's sideways, so it's not very creepy. I filmed it this way. So, unfortunately. But I'm going to show you guys the one photo that really made my heart go into my chest, I feel like. The owner of this page is a friend of Louis, and I talked to him yesterday via DMs. And he wanted me to put some of the pictures under this post right here on behalf of the staff of the National Toll List. I want to thank each and every one of you who made Louis Urie's final ride a proper one. Our hearts sit with the Urie family, Blackwater Towing family, and all riders and operators who made it possible. And then so he asked me to share some of this was right after we hit that corner. So when you hit the corner, as we were all going down that corner, and the motorcycles did the big burnout to let his casket go through the smoke, this is what was up on the right. Is two giant trucks, all lights going, and a giant, huge tribute to Louis put in between the trucks, sort of hanging. I definitely lost it at that point. It's hard. So I posted that one, and this is the one that made my heart melt. On the right of the picture is son, and to the left in the front of the casket is our friend Eric, who we've all known for a very long time. And so this is when they were taking him off the truck at the cemetery. But it's almost like one of those photos that is like iconic, you know, just taken at the right moment. It was badass. You can only hope that our funerals are just as good, right? He was 37, so he wasn't, you know, older. He didn't pass of, you know, just old age. This is his nephew, Eric. His son is like right behind here, but you can only hope that, you know, our stuff is just as good. No, I turned it. That's the one where I turned it. Turn this one too. This is as we were leaving church. And all the trucks, you know, like going, revving, obviously, as we're leaving the church. That's what you would do. At this point, I'd wished I had my bike. I would have happily hopped in there with the bikes instead of being in a car. Me and my sister were in her car. This was as the tow trucks were to get behind us, and they were supposed to be at the end. As you can see, they were at the end of the procession. That's how it was. So it was the bikes, and then family trucks that were in the front, like family and close friend trucks that were in the front, and then all the cars for us, you know, family, friends, and then all of the other tow trucks. And so all of the other well, not all, but most of the other ones had to wait for us all to pass. Other ones like were around the corner, so they came when the tow truck started pulling out. They came from around the corner because they couldn't park all the way up that street. But this is what I saw, and I filmed out the window, was them waiting to get into the procession as we're driving by. So we're in the procession, and they're just waiting till the end of the cars to get in. And there was so many. It was beautiful. Just as far as the eye can see, you know, trucks. And they didn't care. Some of them had cars on them. Some of them, like, they stopped in the middle of their shifts to add in. The most beautiful thing I probably saw, besides, you know, the casket and all that stuff, was there were people along the procession route, just at their homes, at their houses, that came outside and were standing like in front of their houses. And, you know, it's touching to see it once, but to see it 3, 4, 5 times, older gentlemen came out of their houses or were already outside and took their hats off and held them to their chest as this entire funeral procession went past. And one guy didn't have a hat, he just had his hand here. But I'm just like looking around, and like these are just regular people, you know, in the community that see this procession going by. And they had enough respect to stop whatever they were doing or come out of their houses or whatever, take their hat off and put it to their heart. And I lost it, of course. That's just, it's sad, but the sign of respect was beautiful. And I don't know what, honestly, I would have done without my sister being there, because she definitely helped me not lose my ever loving shit more than I did. I felt like I was trying to, you know, I had my little with me. I mean, it's not so little anymore, but it was tough. The burnout that made its way in. That at the after party, it was such a hard day for a lot of people. And I saw so many people. This is when the casket was coming up to church, funeral home in the morning. So this is how it arrived. We're all waiting at the church, and we didn't know at that point that it was going to be on the back of his truck. We could have guessed, but there's his truck, and there's his casket. Just the way he would have wanted it, for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't think he would have wanted it any other way, for sure. But imagine, you know, you're not in a hearse. You don't want to be in a hearse. You're in the back of your own truck, you know, and they shine that puppy up good for him, you know, the night before. And it makes me sad because his brother died last year, and this sort of same thing happened, and except he was there, you know. Oh God, did this person get me in? Oh yeah, so my sister is over there to the left with my nephew, my niece, and I'm sort of behind this guy here, I think. I think this guy is blocking me. But I knew where I was standing, so I was like, oh wait, did this person get me in that picture? I'm a good picture taker. All the bikes. And there were even more than those bikes. That's just some of them, of course. Actually, CNL got a really good. This was at the cemetery, the last place that we were for the sort of like after party, and that was them taking off his casket and bringing it over to He was a big music person, so we played music for sure. He was a big guy too, so that casket's going to be extremely heavy for these guys. I mean, it was one of those send-offs that you can really only hope. That was the thing that we came around the corner to. That you get, you know, when you pass away, and that people think about what your life is worth. And this is why I say to people, don't be afraid. Don't do things you wouldn't do because of fear. Don't be selfish. Reach your hand out and give a hand up to someone, and that doesn't mean you have to lend them $1,000. It doesn't mean you have to, you know, monetarily do anything, but be there for the people that you care about, and even people that you don't know. You know, because people remember when they're having a tough time and someone's there for them. Just calling and checking on them, just sending a text message, like that means the world. People that called and checked on me the last couple of days, especially you, Jess, like it means the world to me, because more than anything, just checking in to see if I'm all right, like that means a lot. You know what I mean? It doesn't, you don't have to do all of these crazy things to be a good person. And, Louis would drop anything for anyone and help them. Even if he said no originally, he would change his mind and do it anyway, which sounds like something I would totally do too. Change my mind after I say no, because he was like that. And I think about it like, oh, damn, I'm like that too. I have boundaries. He had boundaries, but he would still do it anyway because that's the kind of person that he was. Do a favor for a friend or do a favor for someone, because you can, and it's the right freaking thing to do. You know what I mean? Like that's just be a good person. You know, that someone need. Oh boy. All right, we'll switch. Hold on. I yeeted myself. I apologize because now I've been crying. So give me a second. Mess. Sorry. Hold on. Just for an FYI. This little guy here, in front of the casket, it's Louis' son Jack. He's only 6, so he's in the wake, obviously. Little guy broke my heart. Son Chase spoke at the church and damn near broke my heart. I also said, Chase, you stop growing, buddy. Stop growing. I remember when you were a teeny tiny baby, me and your mom have known each other since we were like children, babies ourselves. One second. Before I switch to the thing where he's testifying, just want to show you guys one other. Not this one. This is willing to truck. That's not the one I want to show you. I hate when people play that song. It makes me want to cry, but it's part of this little 3-piece video here because he has 3 of them. This one makes me cry like a big baby. Yes, he was loved. Family. See his mother, my daughter's godmother, for a split second there when they took him down. And that family knows I will always have their back. You gotta be a strong person to be the godmother of a child that is sick, terminally ill, and be the best godmom you can be. And she is one of those people. She is the best godmom you could ever ask for your kid. Just my Second video is the one I want you guys to see. It's not up to the first one. I'm confused.
If I would have known that you wouldn't be here anymore, I would have made the moments last a little longer. 'Cause now I'm alone, and you're just a memory in my mind. I would have given anything to say goodbye. My big bro, the general. Jay. 21 gun salute, I'll see you soon on the other side.
In the arms
So this is the corner.
of the angel.
Got to the corner, and that is
Fly
the most beautiful
away
thing you could ever see.
from here.
And of course, the cemetery is just up on the left. So I mean, imagine hitting the corner, and that's
In
what
the
you see.
arms
Like you just
of the
turn, and
angel.
it's right there in front of you, which caught me off guard
Fly
for sure.
away from here.
But as you can see, it's being suspended in the air by two giant trucks, you know, with flashers. I know that it picked the saddest songs, but it's appropriate. All right, I'm gonna switch to this because if I don't, I'm gonna keep blubbering like a baby. I'm gonna try to not do that a lot today. I'm gonna try to be better today. Missed you guys, believe me. It's just been a rough couple days. All right.
How did that resolve itself?
I believed that it resolved itself in an agreement and then a payment to her.
What was the agreement on what you were supposed to pay Heather in that resolution?
In that resolution, I was supposed to pay her roughly $1.5 million.
Did you make that payment?
I believed the payment was made on my behalf. I did not actually make the payment, but I saw documentation and I believed at the time.
Oh,
that
where is it now?
It was made. I had no reason not to.
I believe you told the court you had $32 million. Is that correct?
That's what I was told. That's what I had been provided
Missed you
documentation to
guys.
show.
Let's go ahead and get into that.
Yes, sir.
You said things began to get weird. Can you explain that to the jury?
Things
and
began to get
also
weird. He
explain
is
about the
weird,
timeframes for that?
Bro,
Yes.
he is weird.
In 2017, we were discussing my upcoming departure from active duty. We were discussing, you know, starting a family, several things. And Mindy was very actively watching all of our spending because she wanted to make sure that we were in the best position financially. And she started noticing odd deductions from our accounts that weren't tied to anything that we were doing. Sometimes they seemed to be, the ones she showed me were, they didn't even have transaction numbers. It would just say something like payment and, you know, hundreds of dollars would go missing. At the time, we thought it was an error with our bank. We were banking with USAA at the time and thought that this was some sort of a bank error that would be easily resolved.
Did you tell other people about the bank issue outside of Mindy?
At this time, I don't know that we did. We might have, but again, in early 2017, we did not think that this was a serious issue.
Did you take that up with your bank, USAA?
Mindy did. I was, at this time, both working full-time in the Pentagon, looking for jobs, and I was still taking that LLM at night. So I was kind of burning the candle at both ends, but she was taking care of kind of Mindy was not working at this time. So she was.
I'm fully aware.
And again, would you tell, when you say at this time, would you tell the jury the rough time frame of
This
the
is
USA?
early to mid 2017.
Okay. Please let me get my questions out so that the
I'm
court reporter can get it all down. You said 2018?
2017.
2017. Anything else strange begin to happen around that time frame?
Not at that time, though. We had been having kind of some, I'll say, familial arguments. You know, Mindy, it started with Mindy and my brother Chris, and you know, kind of evolved over time to include our parents. It was, you know, at that time I believed it to be kind of normal marital, you know, a new wife, somebody that they didn't know very well, and that, you know, these were kind of growing pains that we were going through.
When you say marital arguments, were those arguments between you and Mindy?
Sometimes, but more often between Mindy and my brother at this time.
Your brother, Chris?
My brother, Chris.
Okay. Any other weirdness begin to happen later?
Yes, sometime in late 2017, we'd seen kind of a brief reprieve where we thought that things had, you know, our bank had fixed the issues, that things were no longer going wrong, and suddenly it kind of restarted with you know, a lot more than it had before, and we also started seeing vandalism at our house. I would sometimes get anonymous emails stating, you know, that I was going to be hurt or killed. Our mail would go missing.
Where are they? Where are the anonymous emails? Let's see them.
Bureau of Investigation.
How did you report it to
The FBI, not your local PD.
On their website somewhere, they had a, you know, report a crime, and I filed a complaint there, and I believe Mindy also filed a complaint there.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at 3805 Adrian Drive in Alexandria, Virginia. That was the house that Heather and I had purchased while we were married, and I continued living there after the dissolution of our marriage. And then later, when I met Mindy and she moved in, we lived in that house.
Did you report it to the Alexandria Police Department?
I did not.
What county is Alexandria in?
Virginia is a little strange, but there is an Alexandria City part of Alexandria, which is, so they are their own county. And then there is a Fairfax County part of Alexandria, which is where I live.
Did you report it to any county law enforcement?
I did not.
What happened after?
I'm sorry, can I say why? The mail, my understanding, was a federal crime, as well as the banking issues. And since they all seemed, I imagine that they were all connected. I did not think going to local law enforcement would accomplish anything except for a police report.
Pardon me, but let me backtrack.
That's the point.
When you were at the Pentagon, was there ever any publicity surrounding your name?
There was.
What was that about?
In summer of 2016, I think about a month before our wedding, a high-profile case regarding a Marine had wound its way past my desk, and it resulted, a memo that I had been the initial author of was quoted in the Washington Post.
Oh yeah, it means my wife got sick of my lies and bullshit
Why
and
did it
left
get
me.
a lot of attention?
I think because of the both some of the underlying facts of the case. I wasn't involved in the underlying facts of the case, but several Marines were killed in Afghanistan by a corrupt Afghan police officer. There were some very salacious,
delusion of your marriage,
awful personal details about him and crimes he committed against children. And it had to do with emailing classified information. That was the case that came to me, was this Marine who had retained and then emailed in unclassified form classified information. And for any of you who remember the 2016 election, that was a big issue about who was putting what on unclassified emails. So I think that kind of the timing, a couple months before that election, you know, it was a perfect storm to get some press attention.
How, if at all, did that press attention affect you at the time?
At the time, I was in the process of applying to jobs. I'd actually had a third or fourth interview at a position I believed I was going to get, and you know, very suddenly was not even being contacted anymore by them.
Okay, let's move back forward to the vandalism that you were experiencing. What type of vandalism was that?
Nails in our tires, a broken window, things of that nature. I mean, you know, we wouldn't even move our cars some days, and it would have a new hole in the tire.
Was there any result of you making this report to the FBI?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
I contacted I tried to contact a former colleague who worked with the Department of Justice. I hoped that it would get us out of the bin of everybody's complaints and a bit more attention. I wasn't sure if I had managed to contact him. just because of his job. He
Stripper cube in the rain.
he keeps a very low profile.
True, Maestro.
But, several days later, I got a call at work. This was when I was working as a civilian at the Board for Correction and Naval Records, and Mindy said that an FBI agent had come to the house.
Oh, so she just said they did, but you don't know if they did?
After learning that an FBI agent had come to the house.
I asked her what they had talked about. She said that he was there in regards to what had been happening to us, that he would be returning in the near future. I don't recall everything. You know, it's been.
Get my charger. Hold on.
I mean, 7 years. I'm not sure exactly what she told me that day versus what I learned shortly thereafter.
What was the name given by the FBI agent?
Jim McIntyre.
What happened next with respect to Jim McIntyre?
He came back a couple days later.
Did you meet with him at that time?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He came to the house. I believe he had called to schedule it to make sure that I was going to be home at the time. He seemed very thorough, very professional. He wanted to know everything that had happened. He wanted copies of the emails that we had received. He wanted specific issues with the banks. I believe we printed out screenshots of the charges that showed what had been going on, and we provided all that to him. And he said that it was something he took seriously, and that he would be investigating it.
So some random individual shows up at your house, says he's with the FBI, and claims to be a man named Jim McIntyre. What did you do to verify that information?
I didn't verify it. Mindy believed that she had seen a badge, or she told me at the time that she'd seen a badge. I had no reason to doubt that he was who he said he was. It didn't cross my mind that somebody else could have shown up at my house at that time.
And what was your education again at this point in time?
At this point, I had my LLM. I had 2 law degrees and my bachelor's. I'd also worked with FBI agents in a number of different fields. I did not see anything that caused me to question that he was who he said he was. In fact, I thought that we were lucky. I had, as this was going on, I read multiple news reports of people who'd undergone cyber stalking and cyber crimes, and often it seemed like their big battle was getting somebody to believe what was going on, getting
someone to actually
take it seriously, getting law enforcement who had jurisdiction over the crimes to take it seriously. And I thought we were lucky. I said many times how lucky we were.
What did Jim McIntyre advise?
Please, guy. I've experienced in this. I don't care about
weeks or months, he advised us that he believed that this Washington Post article had gotten me some attention that I was from a overseas hacking group of some sort that was targeting members of the military. He said that we should relax somewhat because he believed that the local vandalism and things of that nature were likely something they were paying kids to do, or something of that nature. We were not in real danger. It was meant to be
hackers are paying kids in the neighborhood.
That he was continuing to investigate it.
Do you recall the approximate time or date that Jim McIntyre initially
Lies
showed
don't
up
make
and
sense,
had
sir.
this conversation?
This was sometime in late 2017.
Did you eventually leave your civilian job with the Navy?
Yes, I left my civilian job in February of 2018.
What did you do at that point in time for work?
At that point, I believed I was being employed by a software company that he had connected me to, that Jim McIntyre had connected me to.
What software company did you believe you were employed by?
You were employed?
The name changed multiple times over the years that I believe I worked there. The ending name. The bumblebee or honeybee.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre would help you find a job?
Yeah, I believed that he was helping me because of our situation, that he knew people, which is not uncommon. Private sector and the government on criminal, especially cyber investigations, often have to work very hand in hand. And as I had talked to him, and I was hoping to find something that would allow me to work from home, because despite his reassurances that he did not think at that time we were in real danger, I was very uncomfortable leaving Mindy home alone. We had suffered a very serious car accident. She had a lot of health issues following that, and leaving my frail wife at home by herself when we're undergoing this was something that really bothered me.
When you were working for this company,
I mean, I over-explain everything.
Where were you working from?
I was working.
I feel
from
like
home.
it helps people understand where I'm coming
So
from.
this was remote work?
This was remote work.
It's
Where
part
were
of
they
my trauma.
headquartered?
But
I believe
dude,
they were
it's a
headquartered
liar.
in Colorado at the time.
Like the neighbors,
Though I believe they were
kids weren't paid
incorporated
by
in
hackers.
Wyoming. I saw some
Like, that doesn't
incorporation
make
documents, and that's not
any
uncommon.
sense.
Wyoming does not have a corporate income
He killed
tax.
her.
The same way that most large corporations are headquartered in Delaware because of the laws.
What was your role within Apis Limited?
I was an attorney, kind of a general counsel role, though it carried with it a lot of kind of other stuff. Sometimes I would be called on to help look through data records that were being generated by the software.
What was the nature of their business?
The nature of their business was AI software development, basically using artificial intelligence software to analyze data and find connections between it.
Were you doing any coding for them at this time?
Very little. Sometimes I would be asked to look at something. I do have a somewhat of a coding background, but it was not something that I was called on regularly to do because frankly there were other
I'm
people
ready for
who were
cross.
much better at it than me.
So ready.
You know, sometimes there are situations where everybody else knows too much about a problem and somebody who's looking at it with fresh eyes can help, but very rarely was I asked to look at any coding.
Were you still with this company in 2019?
Yes, I was. Sorry.
And that's about the same time that Heather is coming, finally bringing it to a head to collect this divorce obligations that you've failed to perform?
Yes.
So when you agreed to pay her $1.5 million, what made you think that you had $1.5 million?
Mr. Jim McIntyre told me I did. If I could back up just a little,
Please.
because
You know your
that
own
year,
finances?
a lot with the year 2018
Just
into
saying.
early
Even if you have a
2019,
financial
a lot had
person, you
happened. In May,
know
we
your
were
finances.
we were told to leave our house. He said that there were arrests being made and that that there was nobody. It was a holiday weekend, I believe it was Memorial Day weekend, and that we would not. He was worried we would not be safe if we stayed there. That somebody might do something rash, and we were terrified. We kind of grabbed our dog and we went down to Williamsburg, Virginia. There's a naval base right outside Williamsburg, Naval Weapons Station Yorktown, that has little vacation cabins on, and we kind of huddled down there for the weekend and came back thinking that everything was over. It was not over. Obviously, things continued. If anything, it picked up pace. The money disappearing, the issues with our bank accounts, the issues, with emails, mail,
Disappearing instead of you using it. Yeah, got it.
vandalism of our house.
Sure.
So we were in contact with Mr. McIntyre, or man, we knew as Mr. McIntyre again, and he started looking for other suspects. He said at that time it was clear that somebody else was doing this, and he was casting a wider net.
Yeah, an FBI
Why
agent
would
got you a
Jim
job.
McIntyre know how much money you had?
Sure.
Because there was a large sale or licensing agreement that was completed at some point. I wasn't getting paid by this company. I was paid only in stock options, and I was told that this large sum of money.
Who works
was
to
being
only
given
get
to
paid
me.
by stock
I believe
options?
this was late 2018. It honestly,
Stock
it felt
options
kinda
are an
like
add-on.
like a lottery
an only
ticket.
payment.
It was something that I had never expected, but we had real issues with getting a large chunk of money because we couldn't put a couple $100s into our account without it going missing within a matter of minutes, if not hours. So during that time, he said he set up a trust. He showed us extensive documentation where it would be invested and care would be taken of it, and it wouldn't be anything that we could touch or until it was safe to do so. And also it was thankfully something that nobody else could touch because of that same reason.
So eventually you go into court in Virginia because Heather's attempting to get this $1.5 million from you, correct?
Yes, and we were dealing with two loans that were both under $20,000 and a mortgage that was about $550,000, maybe $600,000. So this $1.5 million was something that Jim had suggested to me to make an offer to her, both because in the lead up we were unsure if Heather might be involved in what was going on against us. She was one of many suspects that he discussed with us. He went into really great depth in everybody in our life, and he said this was one of those situations where if she wasn't involved, I would never have to pay her anything. You know, it would all be forfeited when she was arrested. If she was not involved, you know, she had suffered along with us through this. You know, there was you know, an effect on her life. You know, things that she had to deal with in terms of her employment. So,
why would you tell the judge that Mindy was the impediment to you paying the $1.5 million?
At the time, that's what I was told.
And you heard the judge warn you that you better come up with that money in the next week, correct?
Absolutely.
And what did the judge tell you would happen if you didn't come up with that money in the next week?
That I'd be held in contempt and, you know, arrested.
Did you come up with that money in the next week?
I believed I did.
Why did you believe you did?
Because when I returned home, both Mindy and Jim McIntyre were there. I thought I was going to have to go to Atlanta to meet with Mindy. She had been gone for several days, but Jim said that this was, you know, kind of his last investigative step into Heather, into Mrs. Thomas.
Exactly, Smitty.
And he said that she was not involved in what was going on, that he had wired the money. I had a wire confirmation, and I had
I'm waiting for
bank
cross.
documents later.
It'll be great.
showing that money coming out of the trust, and I assumed that everything was settled.
Do you have any of that documentation right now?
I do not anymore.
Why not?
Shocker!
Because we left that house later that year, and I don't know if we left it there or if it has something that we lost over time, but we moved a lot. So
You say, when you say you left that house,
Please.
you're referring to the house in Alexandria?
yes, yeah, the Adrian Drive house in Alexandria, the one that Heather and I had purchased together.
So the court issue was January of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you leave your house in Alexandria?
I left my house in Alexandria in late October of 2019.
And did you leave the state of Virginia at that time?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the Charlottesville, Virginia area. It's roughly 2 hours southwest of Alexandria.
Why did you move to Charlottesville?
We were looking at relocating to Charlottesville. It was an area that we both like. It's more rural. It's very pretty, and we were hoping to live there.
Where did you stay in Charlottesville?
We stayed at a rental property, and I was told that the gym, within a day or two, had rented us a longer term rental that we could use, and that we would be moving into that.
Where were all of your personal and household effects at that time?
So we had 3 groups of stuff. We were told to leave with roughly 2 weeks of stuff because that's what it would take for us, everything else to catch up with us. We had a moving pod at the house that I personally packed up with, 90% of what we owned. And then we had some things that I was worried were too delicate to put in a pod. I called Mr. McIntyre and said, if I put this in here, it's going to be destroyed. Things like photographs, framed pictures, china. And he said to get a local storage unit, put it in there and give him the key. And then he would help, he would have it moved later on.
And was it moved later on?
I have absolutely no idea.
You weren't concerned that all of your goods?
I was very concerned about our things, but I was told it was moved, but I have absolutely no idea if it was actually moved.
And who found your place in Charlottesville?
I found our initial rental in Charlottesville. He had found what he told us was going to be the long-term place that we were.
And where was that long-term place?
I believe it was Nelson County.
Definitely
or
a con,
it's
man.
a little west of
Long
Charlottesville.
con.
I haven't been there in a couple of years, so I forget the exact name of the county.
Now you're still working for Apis Limited at this time?
I am, 12, 15 hours a day at times.
12, 15 hours a day.
Yes.
What were you doing for 12 to 15 hours a day?
Reviewing data, reviewing memos, typing memos.
Anything other than that riveting work?
No. A lot of time staring at a computer screen.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. The night that we arrived there, or possibly the next day, I was assaulted at the house that he had set up as a long-term rental. At that time, he had told me that I was being targeted by members of my family, most specifically my father, Wayne Casotis.
Did you believe that?
I did believe that.
Why would you believe that your own father would travel to Charlottesville and assault you?
At that time, we had been looking at literally everyone in our lives. My ex-wife, Mindy's ex-boyfriend, a former boss of Mindy's best friend who had tried to assault her at one point. Anyone who might have ill will held against us. And he, at some point he had come back to us in mid to late 2019 and said, I have information, that this is being perpetrated by your family for reasons unknown. At the time, he said he assumed it was financial because of this large amount of money that we had received. And things were very bad with my family at this point. We were, we've always been very close, but things were. We weren't speaking. Things had gotten so strained that we were not in contact at all. He and somebody that he had put me on the phone with, to talk about kind of.
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment to ask you to try to not use pronouns where it's unclear who you're referring to.
I'm sorry.
So when you say he, can you continue and use actual names?
Yeah. Jim had set me up to speak with somebody over the phone. I'd been in therapy before, and somebody he said was a therapist who said I showed a lot of signs of repressed abuse at the hands of my family, that we had extremely unhealthy things going on within the family structure, and at the time it kind of unfortunately made sense just because of how bad things were, and it was so strange and frankly so scary at the time. We had been, this is mid 2019. We had been dealing with this now for over 2 years, and it was only getting worse.
What kind of assault did you suffer?
I was attacked from behind. Somebody hit me with something hard. I don't know if it was a board or a baseball bat or something.
So vague. Someone hit me with something hard.
In the face.
I don't know.
Did you seek medical treatment?
I did.
Did you make reports to law enforcement?
I believed I did. I made that night. I called Mr. McIntyre and told him what had happened. He's the one who brought me to a medical clinic the next day, the following morning.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. We were very concerned. He told us at that time that he was taking over, making all of our rental arrangements, and we started doing what we would unfortunately do for some time to come, which was moving fairly regularly. Packing everything up, sometimes on only an hour notice, and going to another house. So we did that for, I guess we got there the beginning of November or the very end of October, and we were there until right before Christmas.
There being Charlottesville?
I'm sorry, we were in Charlottesville or the surrounding areas. I don't know that we were ever in Charlottesville proper, but we were in the surrounding areas for 2 months.
And why did you leave Charlottesville?
He said that he felt like it would be better for us to get out of Virginia for a while. After the assault, Mindy also wanted to spend Christmas with her family. Her family all lived at this point in South Carolina, the Hilton Head area. I'm not sure exactly if her parents were in that immediate area at the time, but her family would all be in Hilton Head for Christmas.
Forgive me, pronouns are the bane of my existence.
Yes,
Could you try to use a name. He is who in this?
He is Jim McIntyre.
Okay. So where did you move to?
At this point, we moved into a rental in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Who found that rental?
He did.
Who paid for that rental?
I came to learn later that Cameron Nelson paid for that rental, though at the time I believed he was paying for it.
Why did you believe Cameron Nelson was paying for that rental?
At the time, I believed Jim McIntyre was paying for the rental.
At the time, you believed.
Yes.
Why would you believe Jim McIntyre, this FBI agent, is paying for the rental of your homes?
I assumed that he was paying for it out of our own money, but because he had access to this trust, I didn't think this was coming out of FBI funds or anything.
Why did he have access to your money?
Because he was keeping it safe for us, was our understanding.
So you moved to the Airbnb in Hilton Head. How long were you there?
I don't know that it was an Airbnb. It was a vacation
sorry.
rental. I never saw any of these rental documents. So we were there for no more than a week. And then we were told to move and go to a different rental, also in Hilton Head.
Who told you to move?
Jim McIntyre.
Why?
Because he said that if we stayed in one place too long, that we might be found, that it was dangerous.
How
Why
were you
not witness
feeling at the
protection?
time?
I was frankly terrified. I mean, even, you know,
Come on, bro.
we had our dog Rusty. You know, bringing Rusty out to the bathroom was kind of a fraught exercise. I was always worried that somebody was going to be driving by and see us. You know, I was still physically suffering the aftermath and mentally suffering the aftermath of the assault. I was absolutely terrified all of the time.
So approximately, when did you move to Hilton Head?
We moved to Hilton Head in roughly late December of 2019. It was either Christmas Eve or we might have arrived the night before that. I believe we arrived the night before, the evening of December 23rd.
And how long did you stay in Hilton Head on this portion?
We stayed in Hilton Head for just over 6 months. We left the second week of June.
And how many places did you live in over that 6-month period?
I would be estimating, but 15 to 25.
You moved 15 to 20 times during that 6-month period.
Yes.
How would you move your things?
We had, at that time, a couple of cardboard boxes. As time went on, those obviously get destroyed. And we had plastic bins that were delivered to us. And when those would get destroyed, we would get new ones. And they would get beat up too.
Did you have a vehicle at this point in time?
At this point in time, we did. Yes, we had my Chevy Silverado.
So of those approximately 15 places that you lived in Hilton Head during this time, early 2020, how were those places procured?
By Mr. Jim McIntyre. We never knew when we would move. We never knew when we would move out. Sometimes we would be in a place for 6 or 7 weeks. You know, those were rare but wonderful. And sometimes it would be every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes with literally an hour to pack. He would say, "You have to be out of the house in an hour. This is where you're going. This is the code to get in. You know, pack your things."
Why did you believe Jim McIntyre was paying for all these places?
I believed that the money was being paid for us. I believed that he was protecting us because of this investigation.
How did Jim McIntyre get Cameron's credit card information?
I have absolutely.
Let me just finish the question,
sorry.
please. In order to have Cameron pay for all of this?
I have absolutely no idea.
Did you provide it to him?
I did not.
But Cameron provided you with her credit card information, correct?
Yes, Cameron provided me with a physical credit card as well as the billing address that I believed we were using for food from time to time, and 2 initial rentals when we had first left our home. One in Alexandria where we stayed while I was packing up the home, and then the first one in Charlottesville where I thought we would be. And I specifically reached out to her about those 2 rentals, and then I did not think that we were putting anything else large on that card, so we did not talk about it for some time.
You gave Jim McIntyre access to your financials?
I gave Jim McIntyre access to literally everything. I believed because of the investigation and that it was necessary. Financial, you know, my bank accounts, my email accounts, my social media accounts, absolutely everything. And so did Mindy.
This dude's literally insane. Like, do you
Okay,
expect
tell me
anybody
the
to believe
full
this
list,
bullshit?
if you will,
Come on, bud.
of everything that you gave Jim McIntyre access to.
He had access to our home. He had a spare key to our home as well as the alarm code while we lived there.
I agree,
he had
Maui. It's
all of our
freaking
bank
insane.
accounts, you know,
Delusional.
USAA,
Delusional
and a
bullshit.
couple others that we had tried to pick up to do that. He had, at this point, our mail. We had initially moved our mail to a post office because of the constant issues we had getting our mail. You know, it would just sometimes for days we would not get any mail, and then we would get things that slipped through that said, well, you haven't paid this bill that we hadn't received. Shortly before we left, we moved our mail to a service down in Florida that would scan it and hold on to it for you, let you know what it was. So he had access to that. All of our social media, both of our social media, you know, anything from Reddit to Twitter to Instagram to Facebook. He also had our Signal. So Signal is a encrypted messaging app. I know we've heard a little talk about it. you can mirror signal from your phone to a computer, so that you could use either the phone or the computer. He had us mirror our signal.
Go signal again.
To personal or not personal. I thought professional computers of his, so that he could monitor those conversations as well.
Okay, I'll ask you to just slow down just a little bit to make sure the court reporter gets everything.
Yes, sir.
So eventually you leave Hilton Head, correct?
Yes, in late.
That lady's
Sorry,
fine.
in late
There.
yes, in
Makes
late
me
May
think she
of
knows this is insane.
2020. Mindy had a large argument with her brother, and then a smaller argument with her parents, and said that she didn't feel like she wanted to stay in the area anymore. And Jim asked us how we felt about Charleston, South Carolina.
When you say not wanting to stay in the area, her family was in that area?
Yes, her family was in the area.
Who lived in that area?
Her brother Frank the Fourth, a lot of Franks. Frank the Fourth, and then his wife Megan at the time. And sorry, they are, to my understanding, still married. I mean, at the time, because they had a child later. And I believe that Mindy's parents and her youngest brother Matthew also lived in the area at the time. Her parents Betsy and Frank the Third, and then Matthew, who is I guess at this point in his early 20s, but back then was still in high school.
So in that first half of 2020 period, how would you describe the relationship that you had with Frank the Fourth and Megan?
I thought it was generally quite good, though when he and Mindy had their large argument, I didn't speak to them. You know, it's kind of, you know, if your wife is fighting with her brother, you don't talk to her brother. You let them deal with it.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry. Would you tell me again where did you move after May of 2020? We
moved very briefly to Charleston, South Carolina.
Why did you move to Charleston?
It was something that Jim had suggested. You know, how we asked how we felt about it. Neither of us had ever been to Charleston, and we said we would try it.
What kind of work, if any, was Mindy doing at this time?
Mindy was not doing any work at this time.
Why not?
She had left her job shortly before we got married. And it was not a healthy office environment. She had briefly run an events company in Virginia, but that wasn't really work she enjoyed. It was just something that she did, I think, to keep busy. And she had launched a podcast, but after the first season of that, because of everything else that was happening, she did not do the work for the second season.
While you're moving 15 times in Hilton Head, who knows how many times after that, you'd mentioned strange things earlier. Were strange things continuing to happen to you?
Not, I mean, we still did not have access to any of our bank accounts.
I'm guessing no, that Jim McIntyre doesn't exist yet. FBI agent that gets you a job,
and, you know, it would say,
knows all your money.
You know, the password doesn't work. If we
hell
reset
outta
the
here.
password, we wouldn't even get the email.
Like that's
but
absurd.
other than that, like physically, we were not still having the, you know, the damage to the houses that we were in, anything like that.
Okay. How long are you in Charleston? We
are in Charleston for only a week.
Why only a week?
A couple things. Mindy had Mindy throughout this stretch had some health issues. She'd been very sick back in February, and then had something that we just didn't understand in June. Was at the hospital for a couple days, but neither one of us really liked Charleston. I'm not a city guy, so it was a little too developed.
He didn't like all the cameras.
Privacy, so we said to
and their
Mr.
surveillance
McIntyre that, you know, it wasn't a place that we thought that we would, you know,
to
see
prove what he was
ourselves
doing
long term, and
couldn't hide in the city.
He said that he would find something else, and a day or two later he came up with Beaufort, South Carolina.
You referenced, we'll get to Beaufort in a moment. You referenced Mindy's health issues. What health issues was she having at this time?
She got very sick in February. You know, over the course of 2020,
exactly
extensive.
Why not go to witness protection then? Why not ask for witness protection then?
Symptoms. She'd had, you know, at the time what appeared to be a very nasty cold.
Guys, clearly.
You know, later I questioned whether it might be COVID. And then in June, the week we spent in Charleston, she had some sort of a I don't know what you would call it, a spell. She started shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were very, very large. Her pupils dilated almost to the edge of her eyes. I was absolutely terrified.
So what kind of treatment, if any?
Did you call
get for
911?
that?
I was told that she went to the.
You were
there's
told?
a large hospital in Charleston. I forget
You don't
what
know?
it's called. I think it's affiliated with a college or university, but I was told she was brought there, that they tested her extensively and couldn't find anything over the period of 2 or 3 days, and she was better and returned.
It's your wife, but you don't know.
This is
You were
all a very
told?
passive voice. You didn't take her to the hospital?
I did not. Mr. McIntyre took her to the hospital. This was a concern of ours throughout, that when she was seeking medical treatment, because of our insurance, because of our last names, that this was going to pop up somewhere that could potentially be used to identify us.
You say because of your insurance. What insurance did you have in 2020?
At this point, I believe we had Medicaid or Medicare. I had not procured it, so I'm not 100% sure. Mr. McIntyre had signed us up, and
Yeah, Mr.
Do you recall
McIntyre.
what
Sure.
state that?
it was in Virginia.
Sure.
We still
sure
had
thing, bud.
Virginia driver's license. We were still registered to vote in Virginia. He told us that we would maintain that until we settled somewhere where we knew we were going to settle. This was kind of a moving target to find out where we were going to end up.
So who decided to leave
I was
Charleston?
going to say just Mr.
We
McIntyre
told
did
Mr.
it.
McIntyre that was not a place we wanted to stay
What he's gonna
long
say.
term, and therefore, if we could, a city, especially if you're very concerned about your safety, there's a lot more people moving around. There's a lot
Your
more
identity.
traffic.
Not
You know,
safety. Identity.
it did not do anything to calm us.
Cameras
So where'd you
everywhere.
go next?
We went to Beaufort, South Carolina. It's a little town, I guess probably 45 minutes to an hour northeast of Savannah.
And how long were you at Beaufort?
We were in Beaufort.
I concur with you,
for
Smitty. It's
8
bullshit.
months until mid to late February of 2021.
Where did you stay in Beaufort?
Again, we moved regularly, probably another 15 to 20 places there.
And how did you procure those places to reside?
Mr. McIntyre procured those places.
Okay.
Now at this time we had learned that Miss Nelson
He
was
wants-
paying for those places.
A jury
How did you learn that?
to actually
In
believe this.
April, so 2020 was the
20
COVID
places
year.
in Beaufort? No, no
uh,
chance.
In April, she had sent
She is who?
Cameron Nelson had sent Mindy and I a message saying that because her husband runs restaurants, and at the time it looked like all restaurants might be shutting down for the foreseeable future, that she would not be able to keep paying for our rentals if things did not change quickly.
Did you learn at that time exactly how much money she had lent you up to this point?
I had not, no. I was livid. It was at this time that we learned that Mr. McIntyre was not a federal agent.
How did you learn that?
I had a conversation with him as to why this was, why he was charging a friend of mine's card. Why wasn't there, either coming from our own money or some sort of official fund. Why this was happening.
Please.
And, I made some reference to wanting to speak to his superior, and he said, Nick, I'm not an FBI agent. Why would you think that?
Come
You
on.
continue to maintain your relationship with him after you found out about this?
We did, after following, probably the worst argument that Mindy and I ever had.
What was that argument about?
He moved us in the days after that to a rental that we were not happy with. At this point, we were living with Mindy's father and mother, Betsy and Frank III, as well as Matthew, the youngest brother. He moved us to a rental that we were not happy with, but for the first time, we actually had a rental agreement that showed how long the rental had been paid for. It was a different company than I think they were normally procured through. So for the first time, we knew that we had, I forget if it was a week or a week and a half, and I said this is, we shouldn't be dealing with this anymore. Like we have a week or a week and a half. We've got to figure out a plan. We've got to, cut ties with Jim. Like I feel like I've been lied to for years.
But you didn't cut ties with Jim, correct?
We did not. No, Mindy felt that Jim was our, our angel. She said, he had made mistakes, but we would be in the position to fix all those mistakes. And if we stopped working together, then who knows, if his resolve to see this end in our favor was going to go away. What would we be doing in the meantime? Actually, she, when I said,
How is he going to resolve it in your favor if he's not an FBI agent? You idiot.
She got out of our truck and walked all the way to her brother's house.
Bad lie. 5
or 6 miles.
Right? Well, will Mr. McIntyre be taking the stand?
Jim McIntyre why he was doing all of this work for you if he was not with the FBI?
Absolutely.
What did you learn?
I learned that he was the majority investor in this company that I was working for.
He is. He just
He
loves
also
the
said
line.
that he had worked extensively with the FBI, and I had many phone calls with people I believed to be, even following that FBI agents.
You mentioned living with Betsy and Frank III, correct?
Yes.
When did you first live with them?
This would have been April, right around the time of the COVID shutdowns, the first COVID shutdown. So late March, early April of 2020, Frank III had a knee surgery, and he was living with Frank IV at the time, but given that entire house is on 3 levels and the living levels are all a full level up in the air from the garage area, then he was not going to be able to get up those stairs following his surgery and was not going to be able to maneuver around the house following the surgery. So we asked Mr. McIntyre to ensure that we had a 1-level rental that had enough bedrooms, and Frank and Betsy came, and Matthew came as well. I think he was a high school kid. I think he kind of enjoyed sleeping somewhere away from home.
So what was the point where you were living with Frank IV, in Frank IV's home?
That was not until the following February.
Okay. So you leave Beaufort, South Carolina, February of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then where do you go?
We go to Frank IV's house in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How long are you at Frank IV's house?
I didn't hear that part. Did he though?
16
months.
months. We leave in June of 2022.
How much were you paying him to stay there?
We were not paying him to stay there.
Did you feel like a freeloader?
I absolutely did.
Why didn't you pay him any money to stay in his home?
We had no money to pay him.
I thought you have a job with Apis Limited.
Yes, that job, I was told was generating money, but we did not have a bank account at this point.
So don't you think you should get one?
We did not have
there,
access
bud?
to any of these funds. We asked multiple times for Jim to send money to Frank.
Maybe I didn't hear that part.
To offset the cost. We understood that there was food, there was dog food, involved in this, but he said he always said he would look into it, and then he would always say, if I do this, it's potential that somebody's going to learn where you are.
Why did you leave Frank IV's home?
He filed to evict us from the home.
Why did he have to take that step?
I didn't think he had to take the step, but there had been a lot of discussions about when we were leaving. We would be given a date, then the date would pass, and I think he got tired. He got tired of waiting.
When did you eventually leave Frank IV's home?
I believe it was June of 2022.
And where did you go after you left Frank IV? Oh, let me go back to Frank IV's home. Who all was living in Frank IV's home at the time you were living there?
Yeah, it was myself and Mindy. Betsy, Mindy's mom, was living there the entire time we were there, as well as Frank IV and his wife Megan and their daughter Harper, who had been born in late 2020. I think September 2020, if memory serves. At some point, Frank the third also moved into the house after we had been there maybe 6 to 9 months. I don't remember the exact date. Matthew never lived there. Matthew had finished high school in Dublin, Georgia. And while he visited, multiple times, he then was going to a junior college somewhere in Georgia.
When you left in June of 2022, where did you? Oh, let me go
Good
back.
question. Nobody has produced a Mr. McIntyre at this point,
you
though.
were living with Frank IV. Again, was there any of this weirdness, strangeness that you described going on then?
No, actually, this was the safest place we had felt in some time, both because of Frank IV's background, the security at the house, and the setup of where the house was located.
And very briefly, what is Frank IV's background?
He's a police officer.
Where did you go when you left in June of 2022?
We went to a La Quinta hotel in, actually, I think this one was a motel in Savannah for 5 days. And then we moved to a La Quinta hotel in Savannah. I believe they're both in what's called the Midtown area, but I don't know Savannah neighborhoods that well, to be sure.
Who found the first La Quinta that you moved into?
Mrs. Betsy Mebane.
Who paid for that?
She paid for that first one for those 5 days. And then I believe she paid for 2 days at the second one.
Why did you move from the first La Quinta to the second?
We were coming up on the weekend, and she told me to go in and book us for the weekend. And when I went in, the price was much more than I anticipated it would be. So I contacted her, and she said, no, that's way too high. And then she contacted the other one and found their prices for the weekends to be significantly lower, and said she would come and pick us up and move us.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre didn't find you a place to live?
We were very angry with Jim at this time.
Why?
Because we felt that he had made this situation with Frank, untenable. Frank IV untenable. Jim had made the situation with Frank IV untenable by promising things
he's
and
lying.
not delivering on them for a long time.
Got 2 law degrees. He's lying.
We were trying to assert some boundaries with him.
Okay. Where did you go after the second La Quinta?
After the second La Quinta, we moved into the house at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
Who found that house?
I found that house.
How did you find it?
On Airbnb.
Who paid for that Airbnb?
I paid for that Airbnb.
You had no income. How did you pay for that Airbnb?
At that point, I did have income. I had sold a short story to Sony Pictures and had made several $100,000, and we had managed to get that money. And one of our boundaries with Jim was we were going to understand where we lived, how long we lived there, and we were going to pay for it.
Was that short story fact or fiction?
That was fiction.
What type of fiction was it?
Horror fiction, dark fiction.
Would you describe
scary stories?
I'm sorry.
I said scary stories.
Yeah. Would you describe what dark fiction is?
Yeah, it's horror, thrillers, things of that nature. Stories that are meant to be scary and exciting.
How did you get involved in that?
I had read it for
scary and exciting.
pretty much my entire life, and then I started writing it as a hobby. I'm not exactly sure. 2016, 2017. Nothing at that point that I anticipated being anything more than a hobby that was shared, anonymously on Reddit.
Yeah. How did you publish those short stories?
Later, I published several, but at the time I would just post them on Reddit, and people would comment on them, and it was just kind of fun and kind of an escape.
Would you describe what Reddit is?
Sure, guy.
Reddit is a largely text-based website that has little sub-communities on basically everything. There was a well-known sub-community on there called No Sleep that is people sharing a specific type of scary stories. One's written basically from the viewpoint of the person that is telling them. Almost all, if not all, entirely fictional.
Almost all, if not
What
all.
was the name of the short story that you licensed to Sony?
My mother-in-law is poisoning me, and then I found out why.
What's the name of the mother-in-law?
Betsy.
How'd you come up with that name?
Betsy was my mother-in-law.
What was your relationship like with Betsy?
Fantastic.
Can you describe the plot of that short story?
Yeah, a young woman is married to somebody, and she feels like she's being poisoned by his mother-in-law every time she visits his in-laws' house, and nobody believes her, and over time it all comes to a head. It turns out that the mother-in-law is giving her something to make her sick because the mother-in-law is concerned that the husband is going to kill her for insurance money. The mother-in-law is the hero of the story. She is keeping her safe and sick and in the house so that the evil husband, who winds up dying at the end of the story, does not bring her out and kill her for money.
Is the evil husband modeled after you?
No.
How much did you sell that to? How much money did you get selling that short story to Sony?
$300,000.
Was that the complete amount that was paid by Sony?
No, the complete amount was $400,000.
What happened to the other $100,000?
Lawyers, managers, agents.
When did you receive the $300,000 from Sony?
Late June of 2022.
And how did you receive that money? In what form?
It was sent to a bank account that Mr. McIntyre had said he was comfortable with their security, that he was going to help keep safe. Renaissance Bank, I believe there's one right across the street from here.
I thought you told
You have to
law
use IDs
enforcement
to sign
that
up.
Jim McIntyre facilitated giving you that money.
He facilitated in that, he made sure that I could get it safely. He also said that he was involved. The original story got picked up by Sony because it went kind of viral. It was featured on a TikTok channel. I don't use TikTok, but it got attention there. And then from there, it spread to Twitter. He said that he was working with some, I don't know what you would call it, web-based companies that are designed to get attention on certain things.
Now, you said that
Drama box,
you had learned
things like
prior
that.
to this that actually Cameron's credit card had been used to pay for a lot of your rentals and expenses, correct?
Yes, that's true.
So when you received that $300,000, how much of that did you give to Cameron?
I did not give any of that to Cameron.
And why not?
Because I believed that there was more money coming shortly thereafter, and that this was the money that we were going to both get ourselves settled with and get Mindy's parents settled with.
You are such a scumbag guy.
When did you move in? Approximately, when did you move into the Airbnb on East 65th Street?
Late June of 2022. I believe it was the 26th or 27th.
Can you describe that Airbnb?
Yeah, it's a small house, one level. You walk up 2 or 3 steps to get in, and then it enters into a small living space. There's a sofa along that front wall. So I'll stop gesturing. I know that the record can pick it up.
Creepy.
Directly across from there is a small hallway. In the center of the hallway, there's a bathroom with a shower, and on either ends of that hallway, there are the two bedrooms of the house. To your right, there's what appears to be a small extension with another bathroom that contains a bathtub and the washer and dryer. If you continue to your left, it kind of makes an L shape, though if you look at the house from above, it is a rectangle because of those bedrooms. You have your kitchen, a small eating area, and then around that corner, you have another living area with the TV and access to the backyard.
Can you describe the backyard?
Backyard, it was nice. It was fairly large. It had a chain link fence all the way around. There was a large tree. There were neighbors fairly close on either side that we could see, but it was a family on one side and a kind of a construction area on the other side, and then back to a lane where they would collect the trash from, and people would sometimes drive down it.
We've seen a lot about a Ford Explorer. When did you purchase that Ford Explorer?
I purchased that Ford Explorer in late July of 2022.
And where did the funds come from to purchase that Ford Explorer?
From Sony, from that picture contract, movie contract.
Who lived in that house, the Airbnb on 65th Street?
Myself and Mindy, and Frank III and Betsy. We all moved in on the same day.
And do you know why Frank III and Betsy were living with you then?
Because they had also been told that they had to leave Frank IV and Megan's house, and they did not have a place to go.
So there's 4 of you living in this house plus Rusty, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't mean to leave off Rusty. How was your relationship?
With Rusty?
Between the 4 of you.
Oh, between the 4 of us?
Among the
For the
4.
most part, it was very good. Mindy sometimes had a difficult relationship with her father. They would have arguments. And these were kind of long-standing things that went back to her youth, her college days, things of that nature. But we all got along very well, and Mindy was exceptionally close with her mother.
What were you doing for work at this time?
I was continuing to work for Apis at this time. At this point, the name had changed to Apis.
And what was Mindy doing at this time?
Mindy was not working at this time. I mean, she would make phone calls or things that Jim told her to do, and that was kind of regular throughout. But I believe those to be about our situation, not about any sort of work she was doing.
Can you describe the average day for you and Mindy while y'all were living there?
Yeah, absolutely. I would wake up generally around 8:30, 8:45. That was generally the time that Frank and Betsy would leave, so that Betsy could go to work. They only had one car, so Frank would bring her to work and then come home, so he would have a car during the day. So I think I would normally hear them leaving and get up. I would bring Rusty outside to the bathroom. I would make coffee and I would start working. I would take a break to take a shower midday, have a bite to eat, and I would continue working until generally 1 or 2 in the morning.
And did you leave the house during that time?
Not
on an average day, would you?
On an average day, I would say no, but as time went on, I did leave the house more. But sometimes I would go out to pick up something that we needed for the house or pick up food. But on an average day, especially when we first got there, we had everything delivered, and I would go out very little.
And what about Mindy? What did you observe about her average day?
On her average day, she would not leave the house at all.
Why not?
She was terrified that she would be killed if she did.
Why was she terrified she would be killed? Do you know why she was terrified she would be killed?
Jim told her that while he felt that I hadn't been killed in Charlottesville when I was assaulted, but he said that they viewed Mindy as an impediment and that they would have killed her had they had the chance.
But you left the house.
I left the house.
Weren't you terrified to leave the house?
I was always terrified to leave the house. But I believed Mindy to be pregnant throughout this, and I don't know. It was my job.
Well, let's talk about that. Why did you believe Mindy to be pregnant?
Mindy told me that she was pregnant.
When did she tell you she was pregnant?
We were still at Frank and Megan's when she said she had taken a pregnancy test and that it was positive.
Did you see the test?
I don't know if I saw that test. I'd seen a test before, but I may have, I may not have. I just don't remember.
Had she ever previously been pregnant?
She had, roughly a year before, July of 2021. We had lost a baby.
Did the two of you, well, let's start with you. What people outside this immediate family unit of 4 folks were you in communication with?
At this point, Cameron Nelson, Angela Wynn. Sometimes we would talk to. We had some other friends that we didn't talk to as much. A couple of friends of mine from law school I would contact once in a while. Mindy's friends, Angela and DJ, her friend Elizabeth. But I would say, most of our real communications, I'll say, talking to people were with those people.
Tell me about your relationship with Cameron Nelson.
Cameron has always been both a friend and a mentor. Cameron as an attorney, as an officer,
This guy
as a
is
human being is somebody
The
I've always
boldest
wanted to know.
liar besides Turtle Boy I've ever seen in my life.
What about your relationship with Angela Wynn?
Angela and I were always friendly. I liked Angela a lot. We didn't know each other as well. By the time I met Mindy, Angela had moved to Tennessee, so I saw her on various visits, our wedding, and then I would talk to her sometimes online. But so we didn't get a chance to know each other quite as well. But I've always thought very highly of Angela.
How did you communicate with Cameron?
Through Signal,
Why Signal?
because we were told that our communications, especially our communications with friends and family, should be through Signal.
Are you aware of any communication that Mindy had with people outside the home?
No, that's not something we would talk about generally. I mean, I knew that Mindy talked to people. I could hear her on the phone. Sometimes she would mention talking to somebody by name, but I mean, the scope of these conversations was not something that we ever discussed.
Did the two of you ever socialize with people from outside the home while you were living at 65th Street?
Never,
Why not?
because we were scared to. I mean, frankly, the only people I thought knew precisely where we were at this time were Frank and Betsy, who literally lived with us, and Jim.
Okay. Let's begin to approach the time of Mindy's murder.
Yes, sir.
You purchased a shovel at Home Depot at the beginning of November, I believe November 4th. Why?
I was trying to do some work in the crawl space of the house just to prevent future issues with the mosquitoes that we had been plagued with when we moved in, and that I was trying to find a permanent solution to before we left.
Please tell the jury about the mosquito issue.
Yeah, when we moved in, there were mosquitoes in the house. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. It's Georgia in the summer. You know, you're gonna have mosquitoes. In August, Frank and Betsy had gone away for 2 or 3 weeks. They went up to Illinois or Wisconsin to see Matthew play baseball in a summer league he was in. And things got exponentially worse with the mosquitoes while they were gone. I had bought one of those little lamps that attract them and put it in the bathroom where we seemed to be having more. I opened the bathroom one night and there were thousands of mosquitoes in the bathroom. It really does attract them, but they were coming up. At that time, we realized that the vanity in the bathroom had, when it was installed, they had cut a large hole in the wall that was open to the crawl space under the house and had not patched it up. So they were coming up literally under the vanity.
And did you attempt to correct that?
I did. I did multiple things in the house to correct it.
How did you attempt to correct it?
Temporarily, I tried to just, I did just duct tape it over. Then we went about trying to seal it in different ways with foam, with spackle, at one point with wood, but that didn't work out at all. We were also concerned at various points that the mosquitoes were getting into the HVAC system, because we would sometimes see them popping out of the little vents up in the ceiling. So I went, one morning I bought a step ladder, and I went around the entire house and I fit window screens with tape over the interior, all of those, so that if they were getting in somewhere, they would not be able to get out into any of the rooms in the house.
Tell me about the time around Thanksgiving. What was going on in your house then?
Mindy was not doing well. Her pregnancy was, what I believe to be her pregnancy was very difficult. She had a lot of health issues. I was helping her take her blood pressure every night. I was helping her get in and out of bed. You know, I thought that she was really physically struggling, and I was trying to help her and trying to ensure that she was okay, that she and the baby were okay.
Okay. Did you travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
No.
Did anyone in the house travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
Yeah, Betsy and Frank traveled out of town.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Do you recall when they left?
They left the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The day before Thanksgiving, that would be.
And when did they return?
They returned the Sunday after Thanksgiving. So 3 days after Thanksgiving.
Do you recall the date?
I do. I could figure it out.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
What were you doing and Mindy? What were you and Mindy doing while your in-laws were in Hilton Head?
Really nothing. I mean, I made some food for Thanksgiving. Mindy, you know, had a very hard time standing upright for any length of time. So we might have watched some TV. You know, sometimes we would do that if we had the house to ourselves, because the TV was out in the room. Y'all have seen some pictures of it. It's got 2 chairs and the futon. that was generally the room that Frank the third and Betsy sat in and watched TV. I worked in the other living room that didn't have a TV; it had the couch. So, but if they weren't home, then we would sometimes sit in there and watch something if she was feeling up to it.
And during that Thanksgiving weekend, were you ever away from your home?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to look at some apartments. We were trying to leave the area, and we were trying to find a place for Frank and Betsy to live when we left the area, because we wanted to make sure that they were taken care of. We didn't want to leave them in the lurch as we thought that they had been left in the lurch before. Where
did you go to look for homes?
I believe I looked at a home in Savannah, and I believe I looked at a home in Hilton Head. But I during this time frame, I looked at multiple homes for them, both online and in person. So I'm not exactly sure if that's where I went.
Okay. Did you ever hear from
for your life, but you go to live with your in-laws?
Yes, I did.
You didn't want to live in the city because you'd
I
be
got
found.
a message from her
living
that
with
she
your in-laws.
was leaving the
wouldn't be found.
home.
Makes
That
sense.
she was concerned, and she was going to get medical attention.
Did you rush home to assist her in getting medical attention?
I did not. I asked her if she thought I should come back, and she said that she didn't need, that she was going to be picked up and that she was all right.
Did she tell you where she was going to get medical attention?
We had discussed it in prior days that she was going to be taken to a birthing center, that a doctor or the man I believe to be a doctor who had been seeing her in the home worked at or was affiliated with in some way. Mr. McIntyre was comfortable with that because we were very scared again about the medical issues, with insurance, with payments, with our location being found.
So you're still in communication with the person you called Jim McIntyre?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and not just about this. I mean, other than Mindy, he was the person I spoke to more than anyone else for years.
Like testifying, he expects everyone to believe this Jim McIntyre
personal things about
all of
me,
this.
Stresses, issues
Signed you up for bank accounts
with
without
Mindy's
knowing.
Mindy's family when
Gotta give IDs.
there were the arguments there.
Come on, man.
I mean, we didn't just talk like, oh, people are trying to kill you. How do you feel about that? It was the kind of conversations you would have with a close friend.
So it went from people vandalizing your property
Mindy's
to
doctors?
people are trying to kill you?
Mindy did, I believe.
Interesting.
Do you know the names of her doctors?
I do not.
Who found the birthing center?
I believe that came from Mindy's doctor.
Okay. What did you find when you returned home during Thanksgiving weekend?
Mindy was gone.
When was the next time you heard from Mindy?
I continued to receive signal messages from Mindy over the next several days.
What was the contents of those messages?
I was told on I believe Sunday that I should be preparing to leave again. This was something that had come up multiple times where we were told to pack, and then a few days later we would unpack. It was a constant hassle and stress. But I was told to pack just the things that we would need just for a couple of days, and that we might be leaving very, very quickly in the future.
And who had told you to prepare to leave?
I believe that came from Mindy, or I believed at the time that came from Mindy.
Why would Mindy direct you to leave the home, if you know?
Because I thought we were leaving the home. Our plan had never been to stay in Savannah. That was a temporary spot, and I believed that we were going to be leaving in the near future. And I believed that based on what she was being told, that that was happening.
Where were you planning on moving to?
At the time, we were planning on moving to Missouri.
What did you plan on doing once you got to Missouri?
Have the baby and settle there and try to put our lives back together to an extent. We get to see family and friends that we hadn't seen, or we had we hadn't seen some of our friends in years.
You already said that. When did you next see Mindy?
I never saw Mindy again.
Why not?
I got messages Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday that I thought were from her. Everything seemed positive. And Thursday said I received a phone call and was told she'll be ready to pick up this afternoon. I'd sent her a few messages that hadn't heard back. I assumed she was either napping or undergoing some sort of test that she didn't have her phone with her. But that evening, Thursday, December 1st, I was told that she had died.
Who told you that she had died?
A man at a medical clinic of some sort that I went to.
Where was the medical clinic you went to?
I believe somewhere in Savannah or the greater
My
Savannah
husband
area.
went with
I don't
me
know
for
Savannah
most
very
of my
well,
pregnancy
so
What was
appointments.
the name of the man that told you that?
I do not recall.
Tell me about what happened when you got to the birthing center and spoke to this man.
I was brought back. He's kind of waiting for me. I was brought to an office, and I assumed I was getting, like I'd gotten before, with various medications or various tools of like the blood pressure cuff that I tested her with, that I was going to get some sort of instruction on aftercare. And he sat me down and said, I'm very sorry to tell you that Mindy passed away very suddenly today.
Did you ask to see her?
I did.
What was the result of that?
He said I could not at that time. My understanding leaving, I don't recall his exact words. I was an absolute wreck. But my understanding was that there was going to be an autopsy, so I assumed that she was being prepped for that, or she had already been transported somewhere for that.
How did you feel when you were told you couldn't see your wife?
I was distraught, but I believed that I was going to see her I believed that I would get a chance to see her.
What did you do next?
He had me sign some forms.
Cut up her
that I
body and
believe
hit
were
it.
for the
Blamed it on
autopsy, some
someone
sort
else.
of a release, and then I drove home.
How were you told she died?
At that time, I was not. He said that she had died very suddenly, that she had been brought back from some testing and had gone to the bathroom.
Come on.
And that the nurse was called away before she was done in the bathroom, and that by
There's
the
no
time they
record
came
of
back
this
to
with any
read her
nurses or
through the
doctor.
machine, she
Come
had
on,
passed
man.
away.
Stop it.
That was why no alarms had been risen at the time, raised, I guess.
Okay, so you said you drove home from there.
Yes.
What happened when you got home?
I spoke to Frank and Betsy immediately. I mean, Betsy, I walked in and Betsy said, "Oh my God, is it the baby?" Like she could just see from my face that something was horribly wrong. And I started sobbing.
And you eventually told them?
Legit, Scorpio.
Yes.
Legitimately. This only exists in his
What
head,
happened
this
after
story.
that conversation? What did you do?
I contacted Jim, I believe, shortly thereafter, and told him what had happened. And he
They have
said
phone
that
records.
he would find out what happened. He said he was
Like
so
fun.
sorry for me. And then I honestly, I think I got drunk.
What did you do next?
Sometime either the following day or the day after, we had started to reach out to friends. I believe I reached out to Cameron and to Angela first. I met with Jim. He said he wanted to give me the results right away. Could I meet him somewhere outside Savannah? And I assumed it was the closest point, and that I would get the news quicker on what had happened. I remember talking to Betsy on my way out because she said, do you think we should be? She worked at Hunter McLean at this time in downtown Savannah. She said, "Do you think we should be looking for a lawyer?" And I said, "Absolutely. Like, I am very unhappy with the care. Like, how do you leave a woman who's who had all these health issues alone for any length of time where she's not being monitored? Like, I absolutely at that point wanted her to start that process.
Did you find a lawyer?
No, we did not, because of my conversation with Mr. McIntyre that day or the next day. It was Friday or Saturday.
At some point, did you travel down to the Liberty County area?
I believe so.
Why?
This was on Tuesday, I believe, Monday or Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday, based on the other things. And I had been told to bring those two the two bins that we had to a house. I assumed it was somebody who worked at this birthing center or somebody Jim was familiar with. And this was something we had done before, where we were going from point A to point B, and some or all of our stuff went to point C. in between. So I brought them down. I met with a gentleman and delivered them to him.
What vehicle were you driving when you came
I was
down?
driving my Ford Explorer. It was a 2022 Forest Green.
Please endeavor to let me get the question out first.
I'm sorry.
You were driving your Ford Explorer and you met with a man.
Yes.
What man did you meet with?
Answer the
I
question
don't know
first
his name.
before the
I
question's
was
asked.
just directed to go to him.
Is your whole
to-
stories
to
prepped?
deliver this.
To
Come on, man.
deliver what again?
To deliver 2 totes full of personal items, things we would need for a couple days, things that I've been asked to, toiletries, some clothes, shoes, some books, things of that nature.
And where did you deliver them to?
I'm not exactly sure. It was a house, I presume somewhere in the greater Liberty County area, but I'm not exactly sure.
How'd you know where to go?
You don't know? You didn't get
I
there?
was given an address of a church that I was told to
You had to punch
We've heard
GPS
testimony that at
coordinates.
some point
in
your phone was
see where
turned
you're
off.
going.
Why was that?
Come on,
I
bro.
was told to turn off my phone.
Yeah, you were told
because
to
of
do
concerns
everything.
that it could be
Please.
tracked.
You never did that before, right?
So how did you get to the location
Come on,
without
bro.
use of your phone?
Mindy and I had a GPS, an older Garmin GPS that had always been kind of our backup. If if you lose cell coverage or something like that, if you're somewhere, then we kept that with us actually for a long time. Third, or it was left at the house on East 65th Street.
We've seen receipts
Everything's
and
gone.
photos of you buying a
Magically
Milwaukee
gone.
knife at Home Depot.
Gone.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Why were you buying that knife?
One of the screens that I had put in place, the one in the living room with the TV where Frank and Betsy spent most of their time, there was something weird about that. It looked like it had been damaged when it was initially installed, but it would hang out quite often. And I was having a very hard time keeping the netting on it and keeping it secured up there. So I was looking for something that kind of long and thin. I thought I could trim back the netting without causing further damage to this and hopefully get it to sit up there. This was one of Mindy's big things, was always like every
This is a
place we live,
terrible
even though these
excuse.
are vacation rentals, we should leave it in a better condition than we found it.
Yeah, you should.
Are you a hunter?
I am not.
Why would you buy a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops?
I received a message from who I believe it was Mindy on Monday, the 28th of November, and said that she'd been thinking about Christmas gifts for her brother Matthew, who is a hunter at this point. That seemed to be everything he did on weekends, and directed me to go to Bass Pro Shops and to buy it. So I did.
Where's that set of knives?
I believe I left that at the property when I departed. I left some things there that were kind of upsetting to see, and some of Mindy's goods, some things that she had picked out, and I believe that Mr. McIntyre was coming to pick them up and store them with the rest of our belongings.
Where's the Milwaukee knife that you purchased?
The Milwaukee knife was either left in my car when it burned, or it was left in my storage unit in.
Everything was
Lancaster,
left or gone. Left or gone.
Do you
Gone
have
or
a storage
left.
unit in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
I do.
Come on.
What's in that unit?
Personal belongings, some excess clothing, some furniture.
Do you eventually leave Savannah?
I do, shortly thereafter. I mean, our plan had been to leave Savannah in the vicinity of this time regardless. It had been for some time. But I left, I believe, the following Tuesday.
What happened to Betsy and Frank III? They were living with you. Where were they supposed to live?
I continued to work on finding them a place to live, and that following Tuesday, I moved them into a condo in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How did you pay for that condo?
I paid for that condo with my debit card.
Weren't you afraid that that would give away your location?
We had not had issues with the banking information. We believed that we had had a leak of some sort with an online company that we were having something delivered to the house with, but Jim pointed out that we had had no issues with the billing addresses of my banking information, which was either in Atlanta or Florida with that mail service that we were using again. So so he said since neither of those had been touched, he thought that was good news that there would not be any danger to them.
What about paying for your Savannah Airbnb with your personal card?
Yeah, likewise, he did not feel that there was he did not feel that there had been any issues with this bank. No money had mysteriously gone missing from it. And given that our billing addresses were in Atlanta and or Florida, he said, and there had been no issues there. He said, this bank is secure and you are not having issues with it. You know, however you were being targeted years ago, you are not being targeted now.
So you left town?
Yes.
And you left Mindy's body behind?
I was told in roughly this time that Mindy's body had been cremated.
How did that make you feel?
Livid, absolutely livid.
Why?
Because I believed that I was going to get to see her before she was cremated.
You know, we saw some banking financial records of yours that make it look like you're ping-ponging back and forth around. Can you describe to the jury where your travels took you next?
Absolutely, yeah. And some of that I think is just that hotels will sometimes bill you a couple days after you check out. But I left Savannah and I drove down to Jacksonville, Florida. We had a mail processing center right outside Jacksonville in a little town called Green Cove Springs. So I spent the night in Jacksonville and then went to pick up some property there in the morning, some mail.
What did you pick up in Florida?
I mean, there were multiple things that we hadn't had shipped, but the thing that we couldn't have shipped was some beer that had been sent there.
Who sent you the beer?
I believe it was a friend. I was part of a beer, kind of a rare beer group on Facebook, and sometimes guys would send each other beer.
Where did you go after Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Orange Park?
I started heading towards St. Louis, Missouri, where we had planned to go at that point. And I spent a night in Alabama. That kind of seemed like a halfway point. And I had a appointment there the following morning. So
what was your appointment in Alabama?
To get Mindy's ashes.
Do you need water? Are you okay? Do you need water? Okay. Why, if you know, are Mindy's ashes in Alabama?
I had no idea where Mindy had been cremated. This was information I had gotten third hand from Mr. McIntyre. Then I received a phone call from a gentleman who said that, you know, I had to arrange to pick them up, and we were discussing where we would both be. And he said that he could meet me in Montgomery, Alabama.
And what did he give you there?
He gave me a bag that he said contained Mindy's ashes. It also contained her engagement ring and her wedding ring.
What, if anything, did you give him?
I gave him $5,000 in cash that I withdrew that morning from the Renaissance Bank in Montgomery.
And where are those now? I don't know. They're gone. I left them.
Paperwork?
He did not.
Did he give you a death certificate?
He did not.
Did you ask for a death certificate?
I asked at one point. I asked Mr. McIntyre if I could get one, but given that we had no life insurance, it wasn't something that I needed for anything. It was just something that I wanted to have, and I failed to follow up on it.
You say you had no life insurance. You both had no life insurance?
We both had no life insurance, yes.
Where'd you go after Alabama?
St. Louis, Missouri. I arrived there the next night.
What, if anything, did you do in St. Louis?
I did work for APIS, and I also filed to change my name.
Why did you file to change your name?
This was what we had been told would be kind of the culmination of our, you know, everything we were going through. That if we changed our names too soon, that our name change would be figured out, and then we would have to go through the whole process again. But
so right after she died,
kind of the last thing we would do would be changing our last name so that we would not be found.
And you saw the paperwork where you changed your name.
I actually physically, well, I went to two courthouses because I went to the
courthouse
first, but I physically
wouldn't have record of that.
Filed the paperwork myself.
Public record.
Are you the one that completed all of that paperwork?
I did.
You could be found.
Paperwork, yes.
You're an attorney. You know better. Stop it. The lies are insane.
Yes, I did.
Here, insane.
Why did you say you were the victim of domestic violence?
Because I believed that everything that had happened to us for years was at the hands of Wayne, my dad.
You mentioned an incident in Charlottesville that you believed was Wayne attacking you, correct?
Yes.
Were there any other encounters between you and Wayne prior to you filling out that form?
Absolutely. He came to Savannah. He found us in Savannah when we were living on East 65th Street, and came one morning and knocked on the door.
He knocked on the door of your home.
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Yes. Yeah. His brother Chet was with him.
Do you see them in the courtroom now?
Yeah. My dad is right there in the blue polo, and my uncle Chet is 3 people down from him.
What did you do when you saw them at your doorway?
His poor dad. Imagine looking at your own son
we
lying
had
through his
a
teeth
near
like
miss
that.
from a
blaming you.
hurricane the night before. So a lot of
That
people,
poor
Betsy
guy.
and Frank included, had left Savannah, but it ended up coming ashore north of Charleston. But I assumed it was the homeowners, the gentleman Matt and his wife who testified, that were coming to check on the house, just make sure there was no damage. So I opened the door. I hadn't had any coffee yet. I assumed that it was them, and I was very shocked when I opened the door.
What did you do when you saw them?
I think I said, why are you here? How did you find me? Or something like that. They said, that they had hired somebody to track me down. They asked if I would come somewhere with them private to talk. I said, absolutely not. And then I shortly thereafter, I slammed the door and locked it.
Was Mindy there when this happened?
Mindy was in the bedroom with the door closed at this time. Her sleep schedule was kind of a mess at this point. She would, sometimes be awake all night because she couldn't sleep. Then she would be asleep all day. But at this point, it was probably 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm not kind of guessing, but she was in the bedroom.
Did she witness any of this?
She did not know.
What did you do after you slammed the door?
I went into the bedroom and told Mindy, Wayne just knocked on the door. I opened the door, like he knows where we are, and we called Jim McIntyre.
And then what did you do?
He asked details about it, and then he told me that since Mindy had not been seen, that he felt like it was better for her to kind of hunker down in the house with Rusty, and that I should meet him. He directed me to a hospital that we'd previously identified as a safe place to meet. We had told Betsy and Frank that if they ever felt that they were being followed on the way home from work, that they should go to this hospital. I believe it's the Chandler, or I don't know. It was about 2 blocks away. There was always a security vehicle sitting in the lot. He said that there were cameras there, and so he told me to meet him there.
Let me go back to something real quick that we heard when Frank III testified. He was required to be out of the house from before lunch to what, 3 or 4 in the afternoon? Is that correct?
Yeah, that was following this incident. So when we first got there, we did not have any rules on what we could do when. But following this, we had a number of changes and basically how we lived that were implemented.
Who implemented those new
Mr.
rules?
McIntyre. I believe he emailed them about them personally. They were sometimes in email contact, Frank and Betsy and him, but I would sometimes see these emails or hear reference to them. Sometimes they were, I thought, unnecessarily mean, but
What email service did you use?
at this time, I used Proton Mail.
Could you describe to the jury any unique features of Proton Mail, if there are any?
Yeah, there are a couple. First is that if both people have Proton Mail accounts, then messages sent from a Proton Mail account to another Proton Mail account are encrypted. So if Mindy and I were emailing notes back and forth to each other, or sending each other things, if we were dealing with other people who used Proton Mail, then those would be encrypted. Even Proton Mail can't read those messages. Only the people on either end of the conversation can. The other thing about it is that they are a company that doesn't sell your information. Most email providers, as the saying goes in kind of the privacy world, if something is free, that means that you're the service. That means that they are selling you in some way, either through advertising or much more commonly, they're selling your personal information to anyone who will buy it.
You seem to go really out of your way to remain private, to communicate privately with Signal and as well as Proton Mail. Why is that?
Because I thought we were being hunted, literally. I was scared to death for years and years.
After you changed your name in St. Louis, and that's where you changed your name to start, correct?
Yes, it is.
Where did you go next?
I went to Pennsylvania.
Why did you go to Pennsylvania?
I had struck up started as a friendship and then had grown somewhat flirtatious with another writer, and I was going to see her.
You were having an internet affair with a woman that was not your wife, correct?
I wouldn't call it an internet affair. I mean, it was mildly flirtatious, but
When did that begin?
we started. She had thought that we had talked on and off years before, and we may have. I had a lot of social media accounts deleted and restarted over the years, but we started talking in earnest in either September or October of 2022.
Can you please tell the court her name?
Samantha Kolyesnik. Trying to pronounce that correctly.
And we saw text messages between you and Samantha, direct messages in Twitter,
Yes,
between you and Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
absolutely.
Do you recall telling Samantha Kolyesnik that your wife had died some years prior to her actual death?
I did.
Why did you tell her that?
This goes back to the fall of 2020. We were in Beaufort and Mindy got sick. And within a day or two, took a COVID test and it was positive. This was pre-vaccine, and we called Mr. McIntyre. He had somebody come and pick her up and take her to the hospital. And I was told within a matter of days that she was not expected to live. It was Rusty and I in Beaufort. And I was told that I was not allowed to talk to any of our close friends or our family about what was going on, because nobody was allowed to see her. She was in a COVID ward. At that point, since none of us had vaccines, nobody was going to be allowed in, and that there, the chances of where I was being identified were extremely high. And I was, using social media to talk to people. I was a wreck. I was not doing well. And I started communicating with an old friend of Mindy's, or maybe an old acquaintance would be the better term, by the name of Joy. And, it came to, it became much more romantic in nature, to the extent that she came and visited me twice in Beaufort, and that we had talked that, after Mindy passed away, we were going to move to be near her family in Minnesota.
But when you told Samantha Kolyesnik that Mindy had died, that was in October of 22, I believe?
Yes. Following this, Mindy recovered in late December 2020. It was very, very unexpected, and Jim was, frankly, he said he had not been reviewing my social media as closely as he had at the beginning, and was frankly extremely livid with me that I had been talking to people that I didn't know well, that I had been saying outside of Signal, I had been saying where I was, what was going on with Mindy. I was frankly trying to survive. So we had almost no social media access for a period of months. He said that we had both in the past said things to people on social media that we didn't know well, that we shouldn't have. And then following that, he said he had some new rules for us that we, he said that since I had told so many people that I was married, that I had to start saying that Mindy had passed away, that she had died of COVID. I told, that was what I told all of my kind of online writing friends in the writing community. And he said that was to keep her safe. I don't recall what exactly she was supposed to say, if she was just supposed to say that she was unmarried or divorced, or if something had happened to me. We didn't talk a lot about our kind of individual chats with other people. Mindy and I did not talk about that with ourselves. So that became a running thing that I was supposed to tell anyone that I befriended, you know, that I talked to more than a handful of times, was that I was widowed, that my wife had passed away. And it started by saying she died of COVID. And then as she would get medical attention for various things, he would change that, because he said if medical records of where she had been ever leaked, it would look consistent.
So you went to Pennsylvania to see Samantha.
Yes, I did.
When did you get to Pennsylvania? Do you recall?
Mid-December, maybe the 16th.
What did you do when you got to Pennsylvania?
I had rented a place in a little
Jim
town in
McIntyre,
Ephrata,
this fake
kind of Lancaster. I think it's Lancaster.
person that doesn't exist, Jim
County.
McIntyre.
And you know, unpacked the things that I still had with me and got Rusty situated, and then Samantha and I went out for dinner.
We saw a driver's license you procured in Delaware.
Yes.
Why did you procure a Delaware driver's license?
After the name change was finalized, which was January 4th, I had filed it in late December, and then on January 4th, I went back to court. I had a hearing before the judge. I explained my situation, and she granted the name change. I had started the process of changing other things. I went to the Social Security office when I was told to in Delaware, and I changed my Social Security number to reflect my new name. I changed my name to reflect my.
It doesn't change your social
No, I
security
guess I
number.
read the first time.
It just changes your name.
So
it does
I
not change your
updated it,
social
just
security
like,
number.
you know, women
You
have to,
liar.
if they change their name after
When
marriage
you get
or
married,
you know, something like
doesn't
that.
change the
you know,
number.
you go to Social Security,
your
that's
name.
your first stop, and you say, this is why my name changed, either the marriage certificate or the name change order. And so what
Doesn't
was
change the number.
once, you know, Nicholas James
Idiot.
Casotis on the Social Security number is now Nicholas Killian James Starr.
And
He
how long
is
did it take Social
such
Security
a
to
liar.
get that
It
information?
takes them apparently about 24 hours. So I didn't realize this at the time. I left the Social Security office and went to the DMV in Delaware.
Right.
And
Then we'd all have excellent.
when I got there that morning, I was told, no, this will take, you know, it might be done today, but more likely it will be sometime.
The fact that he
This
actually
was on a
believes
Friday, I believe. So it'll be
a
sometime.
jury's
after
going to
the-
buy this is amazing to me. Shows your level of
What name is on
narcissism.
your Delaware driver's license?
Nicholas James
Cognitive
Casotis. I
dissociates.
went back that afternoon to a different DMV and
Like, come on, bro.
you know, filled out. I had my name change order. I had a printout from Social Security. I had some documents that Mr.
Doesn't change
McIntyre
your
had
social security
provided.
number.
And then I explained the situation, and the woman said, "Oh yeah, I think this
Holly.
will be fine." At this point, we went through the entire process. She had me pay. She gave me the card. It came off the printer, and I said, "This is the wrong name." And she said, "Oh yeah, you know, this is you know, it hasn't updated in the system yet, so I can't issue you one under your new name. You're gonna have to come back next week. But here's your Delaware driver's license." And I was.
That's not how it works.
I paid for it.
It's not how it works.
Tell us about your
It
time
changes
in
immediately.
Lancaster County.
If you change it.
I started going to Lancaster County, you know, fairly regularly on
Shocker.
weekends to see Samantha.
Dude's such a liar.
And did that relationship continue to grow?
It did, yes. It was romantic. It, you know, very quickly, you know, grew serious. You know, probably unhealthily fast. You know, in both our situations, but yes.
And you eventually got married, correct?
Yes, we did.
When did you get married to Samantha?
April 21st of 2023.
We've seen pictures of your burned up Ford Explorer. What happened?
Sir. On March, believe it was March 20th of 2023, I was driving the Ford Explorer. I had left the rental we were staying at, driven north to run some errands, and also to, I believe, picked up a cashier's check for the purchase of a home. And shortly thereafter, I was making a turn onto another road, and the car was kind of fighting me a little. Like it was taking more force to turn than I thought it would. I continued down the road and was smelling something odd, which in Lancaster County is not necessarily indicative of anything but that you're driving by a farm. And I stopped. At that point, I realized that there was smoke in the interior of the car. I got out. And
So crazy he
crossed
thinks
around to the
people
passenger side to
are
get
gonna
my phone out and
believe these
but
lies.
opened the door, and the fire kind of just came right up at me. It was the car went up extremely fast.
What injuries, if any, did you suffer?
I've had my
I
car
suffered some burns to my
burn.
face. I lost a lot of hair, like an eyebrow, and a lot of hair off the side of my head. I also had a burn to my right eye. It didn't occur to me before this that your eyes could actually get burned, but they can.
What happened to
Really?
the goods that were in your vehicle?
Everything was destroyed.
Everything that was burned in my car
You
destroyed too.
mentioned picking up a cashier's check to purchase a home.
Yes.
Tell me about your home purchase.
But it was a Ford.
Sam and I
Escape.
had been looking for places to live, and we had settled on a house in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
When was the closing date?
Amish
Closing date was
country.
March 20th.
Did you
Amish
put any
country.
deposit on the house?
I put a $50,000 EMD on the house.
Did you ever? Where was the cashier's check from?
I believe it was from Citizens Bank, but I did not physically draw the cashier's check. I looked at it to verify that the name of the closing company was right, that the amount was right, and I believe it was a Citizens Bank cashier's check. Actually, I know it was a Citizens Bank because I called Citizens Bank thereafter to discuss with them.
You say you didn't draw the cashier's check. Who
Yes.
drew the cashier's check?
Somebody that Jim McIntyre worked with, who
So
he had
insane
me
somebody would
make
lend
that
him
point.
$200,000 like that.
The check burned along with.
I don't even have somebody
my
I could lend
car,
$50 from. Never
bits of
mind
me and
$200,000. Like,
What'd you do about
who
the
would
destroyed
give this
check?
man $200,000?
I
feel
talked
so
to
bad for
Mr.
that lady.
McIntyre
Seriously.
within, I don't know the exact time. It was pretty shocking. But I was driven back to the rental by a police officer, and I called him while I was still in the police officer's car to say I need a new cashier's check, and he said, I think that might take a while. I think that's a problem. So while he was calling about the actual account, I was calling the general Citizens Bank customer service, and they confirmed to me that it was a long process to get a cashier's check reissued, because their concern is they have to honor a cashier's check. So they have to wait a certain amount of time after they have issued the kind of stop payment on it to make sure it has not been presented at some other bank.
Was the cashier's check the only way to make the final payment on that home?
Later on, we learned that it was not, that we could wire, and I received wire instructions later.
So you eventually wired and closed on the home?
No, we did not. By that point, we had gone back and forth with the owners of the house via our realtors. We had, it had been a very stressful couple of weeks. I mean, we had utilities on in the home. We had furniture being delivered that was sitting in the driveway that I was having to pick up and move into storage. It was a very stressful time, and I was dealing with physical injuries and didn't have a car at this point. So,
I don't know. We were wondering that this morning, Francesca,
And,
why
Samantha said
YouTube
to me,
changed
that
cat names.
that
No idea.
She felt like the entire process had been so poisoned that she no longer wanted to go through with the purchase of that home. So we informed the buyers that we were not going to close. I forfeited that $50,000 EMD, and we started our home search anew.
Did you ever eventually buy a home with Samantha?
We did not. We were looking. We were actually going. We had four home showings scheduled on the day of March 12th. When
What happened on March the 12th?
I was arrested shortly after leaving our residence or our rental.
Did you kill your wife, Mindy Casotis?
I absolutely did not. I've never put my hands on a woman. I've never hurt a woman. I would never have hurt Mindy.
Did you pay someone to? Because it's the same
Did
thing.
you strike her on the head up to 9 times?
Never, not once.
Yeah, we're not buying it, bub. Sorry.
Did you dispose of her body?
No, never.
Did you dismember her body?
No, absolutely not.
You did.
Frankly, I'm not great with blood. So as anyone who's ever given me a doctor's
It's a great
exam can tell
excuse,
you
bud.
that
Neither am
it's
I,
not
but
something that's even remotely possible for me.
I still go to the doctor and have them extract my blood when I need blood work.
My last question is just, is there
So-
anything else that you would like to say
Come on.
that I haven't asked you about?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for narrative.
The whole thing was a narrative. Come on.
Want to respond?
His life is at stake. I don't want to
So?
make a mistake and not give him the opportunity to say something.
Here, I'm not trying to prevent him from saying anything, but counsel has to actually ask him a question and not allow a witness to simply just.
Correct.
He's testified for a couple of hours. It does call for a narrative. It's an improper question.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question. I have no further questions for Mr. Casotis. Thank you.
Good. Now let's hear what the prosecution's got.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Lunch. Come on.
we've gone for a couple of hours, more than a couple of hours, so we'll go ahead and take a break. So if you would, please step out with the bailiff, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I'm confused here. Yeah, I missed that part because I had the wake and the funeral, so didn't see that part. It's his dad. Can only imagine. I mean, is that his mother next to him? I'm guessing, maybe, or is it just his wife? I don't
The
know.
jury's
But
out. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
this must be Mindy's family side right there. Awful. Absolutely freaking awful. Now, he started this morning being questioned by his lawyer. Has there been any questioning by the prosecution yet? Or, hold on. Let me see here. Sad. It's very sad.
So many online records, address that was provided of us.
On question.
There was a number of them around the.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Agent
And you
Sands.
also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to. Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there.
So no cross yet. Nothing of him, from him yet.
Odd.
I'm guessing. This was yesterday at the end of the day. I'm just
Covered.
He purchased the kid on the 28th of November.
And
my
when was her
birthday.
first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd
And
of 2022.
thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number
okay.
and the
Defense. So also just so we're fully, up to speed here. Just in a few days, Donna Adelson's trial starts on the 19th. Also, the sewer turtle is supposed to have a hearing today. Supposed to be at 2. I heard he's trying to push it to 3. We will find out for you. We will get that as well. There's been a lot, right? So there's also documents. There's a document dump from the wrongful death suit against Karen Reed. I will attempt to go over some of those during a lunch break for this court. There's been a lot in the last couple of days. Yeah, we have a hearing today. It's at 2. I heard he's trying to push it till 3. We'll bring you that for sure as soon as we get the info on that, which we're working on now. Sometimes we can only get it right before it happens, so we're attempting to grab it. But, I mean, here's the thing. The media hasn't cared enough to actually cover it. So most of the time it's Zoom, and you're not supposed to restream Zoom without permission, right? A lot of courts just don't care. They let you do it anyway. But I think the judge in was it, Plymouth County was not too happy about people sort of restreaming it, and I don't blame them. It says right on it, you're really not supposed to. Although I can see how, in a way, that would also like sort of screw with public. It's a public trial. The public having the right to it. You are the public. I'm the public. Streaming it is the public. So I mean, the courts really need to just decide what the hell they're doing here. I know I've been absent from you guys for a couple of days, so there's been a lot of stuff that's sort of been going on back and forth. There's been a freaking Twitter war of epic proportions. The sewer turtle and his girlfriend broke up. So there's like a whole nonsensical ridiculousness again on Twitter, which is why I call it a cesspool. I haven't really checked much of Twitter in the last couple of days because I've been busy with the wake and the funeral and all that stuff. I haven't really had a chance to sit down and sort of catch up on what the hell is actually going on over there, except for maybe like, I'd say 15 minutes total between the last 2 days or so. Yeah, that was tough. My friend, one of my really close friends, her aunt's been sick for a really long time. Aunt Mona, and she just passed away. So that was hard for my friend, and it was one of the family members that, like, when you only have a few, right? When the last couple that die are gone, it's a reality at our age, in our 30s, late 30s, close to 40s, that there's not that many people left, in the family. And for her, that was sort of what that was like. And when she called me to tell me, I was shocked because, she was up and moving around and talking and whatever. And then she kind of got a burst of life, and then just a few days later passed, which is what happened with my grandmother as well. But at the same time, she was sick for a while. So, and then my friend passing. So, there's been a lot of death this month for whatever reason. My grandmother used to tell me that with death comes life. And she's right. When my little one was about a month old is when my grandmother died, and I found out I was pregnant with my oldest just a week after my grandfather's funeral. And that's when she said to me, where there's death, there also comes life. And my sister obviously just found out she's pregnant not that long ago, shockingly. She's got a lot of health issues going on. And so my grandmother is just always, even no longer on this earth, she's always right. Where there's death, there's life also comes. And it's a beautiful thing, and a freaking beautiful. My niece will be 1 this month. Such a stinking cutie pie. Such an auntie. She gave me such lovely auntie snuggles yesterday. And we had the kids to the funeral part, because again, their family is like family to us. And me and my sister were sort of like, passing the baby between her and me, because she's wants to get down and run, even though she's like just holding on to things walking. But now, of course, once they start to learn to do that, they want to get down, right? Get down, run. You can't get down in the church and run. So me and my sister just kind of put her head on my shoulder, and she was just snuggled in there. And I'm like, oh, Auntie Snuggles, I love Auntie Snuggles. Because all my nieces and nephews are big now. They're all big now except her. She's the baby. And I love Auntie Snuggles. First word was Dada, but I was going for Auntie. Auntie, say Auntie. My nephew called me Auntie Elsa for like 3 years. He couldn't say Elise or Lisa, so I was Auntie Elsa for a good 3 years until he actually could say Elisa. He's 5 now, almost 6, so now it's Auntie Elise. But before, he couldn't say it, so I was Auntie Elsa for 3 years. Cutest thing ever, literally. You don't give yourself nicknames like Karen Reed. They get given to you. They get given to you. When I was a kid, funny story, I couldn't say Grampy. So my grandparents, my mom had me really young, and my grandparents got to pick. I was their first grandchild, right? So they got to pick what they were going to be called. And my grandmother wanted Nana, which is what we called her. And my grandfather wanted Grampy. Not Grandpa, but Grampy. And when I was little, I couldn't say Grampy. I couldn't get that G sound out, I guess. And so it was Bampy. I could only say Bampy. Instead of Grampy, I said Bampy. And forever, he then became Bampy. When I got older, probably middle school, shortened it to Bamps, or Bamp Father. Like, hey Bamps, what's up, Bamp Father? When I got a little older. But obviously all my siblings, from then on, like after I was born, he was Bampy instead of Grampy because I couldn't say Grampy when I was little. So we never changed it when I could say Grampy. We just stuck with Bampy. And it's like it's one of those special things that you remember forever, like I was a cute kid. Not that I'm not cute now, but I was a cute kid. My aunt took a lot of pictures of me. I only have one aunt, and she took a lot of pictures of me when I was a kid. And I'm in all these little like modeling poses, like I was, the light of the room. And I was an only child for a while. 7 years I was an only child. And then I'd say 5 because my mom and dad got married when I was like 4, and my dad had a son with someone else. Again, my dad was my stepdad, but he adopted me when I was like 4 or 5, so it's still dad to me. And my little brother, he had already had custody of my little brother, who he had with someone else before he met my mother. And so my little brother's only like 3 years younger than me. But my sisters, my mom and dad had 7 and 9 years apart from me. So I was my grandparents' only grandchild for a long time. So I was spoiled. I was a little bit spoiled. My grandparents spoiled me. And my grandparents were more like my parents for a long time. I lived with my grandparents in middle school. So that's sort of why I grew up in 2 different places. My grandparents were sort of upper middle class. My mother was poor. So I grew up between an upper middle class house and the projects as a poor kid. So I lived 2 very different lives, and it gives you that sort of perspective, though, of how things are different for different kids. Things were very different for me living with my mother versus when I lived with my grandparents. Very, very different in many, many ways. I had luxuries of my grandparents that I did not have at my mother's. And, it's sort of, at least I got that sort of insight as to how it can be different for different classes of people and their children, and how much more difficult it can be for many different reasons, TT, yeah, see, you get to pick. My mother also got to pick because I, of course, had the first child and the oldest, and she picked Nana. I've thought about it. My kids aren't old enough to, my oldest is 20, but she's not old enough to have babies, and she won't be anytime soon. So I've thought about it, but I'm like, I don't want to think about it until one of my kids actually has a kid, and then I'll pick. And I'm like, I don't want to be Grammy. I feel like that sounds old, or grandma. Like I feel like that's. I gotta come up with something new. I gotta come up with something new, like my grandfather did. He didn't come up with it, I did, but still, I gotta come up with something new, something better. You see that? See, that's what my grandmother was talking about, Holly. Holly said that her daughter had her 8th IVF transfer the day that her brother passed, and it was the one and only successful transfer. See, my grandmother was right? Where there's death, there's life, It's amazing how stuff like that works. And I'm an intuitive person. Like I'm almost empathic. Like I feel other people's sort of emotion and pain, trauma, happiness, sadness. Like I feel that in other people. And I felt that yesterday. I'll tell you that much. It was overwhelming amounts of energy, sadness, happiness, all of it, pride. But I think covering true crime, you have to stop sometimes and think about what's important, right? Like what's important in life and what isn't. And your family is important, whatever family you have left. And I don't have much left. Unfortunately, a lot of people have passed away. And so there isn't much family that I have left. And so when I have a chance to spend time with them, I do, even if it's the detriment of something like working and making money. I'm going to spend that time with someone that needs me or loves me and doesn't have, all the time in the world to do whatever. So when I wasn't here Friday, it was a choice. I could work Friday and attempt to try to make some money, or I could spend it with somebody who needed me because they were feeling sad. And I chose, obviously, not to work. You'll never get the time back, right? Money can be replaced with the time. You can't get time back. That time will never come back. You get those opportunities, you take them. It's important. At the end of your life, are you going to be laying on your deathbed thinking about what you should have done or the time you should have spent with X, Y, or Z? If you get that phone call today and you ignore it, is that person going to be alive tomorrow? And if anything, Louis' death story shows you that that's never guaranteed. That is never guaranteed. That text message or phone call you have every morning, every afternoon, or every night with someone, or even multiple times a day, it's never guaranteed to happen again tomorrow. Don't ever go to sleep mad at someone. Will you get that opportunity to reconcile before they pass or not? Those are the kind of sort of deep things you think about when it comes to life in general, and the things that you choose to do and choose not to do. I'm a stubborn person. I can be very stubborn. But over the years, I've become less and less stubborn because of just life experience of things like that, where it's like my grandmother passed fairly quickly. Thankfully, I made it to the hospital in time before she passed. Had I waited 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I might not have. If you're mad at someone and you don't take their phone call, what happens if they pass and that opportunity never comes again? If you think about things like that and you think about how important it is to, if you're in an argument about something so silly or so stupid that it's not going to matter 5 minutes from now, let it go. Don't hold a grudge because you're a person who just holds a grudge. It's not important in the grand scheme of things. Am I going to hold this grudge because I'm mad that they didn't do X, Y, or Z?
Everyone,
I'm
please
just
be
going to let it
seated.
go. Because over the last 8 years, I've learned to just let a lot of shit go. It's not worth it.
It is 11:45.
Hold on, let's wait till the client
I didn't
gets
see
in.
that because I wasn't there.
It's 11:45. That
And I was
was
going to invite you to have that discussion at
Yeah.
the bench.
rude of the prosecutor. It is 11:45. That was kind of, she was a little rash there, I bet. Lady, you're gonna have to take it down a notch. Okay, what time it is?
No, sir, you can vote. If everyone would approach, please.
He's gonna do lunch. Watch. I don't know what she was thinking, but that was rude as hell. It's 11:45. So what? They shut the audio off because they're at a sidebar. Prosecutor wants the lunch break to guarantee it to come up with all of our questioning and stuff. I'm wondering to see what's going to be said. Because they don't, Massachusetts usually does lunch break between 1 and 2. Looks like here they usually do it at 12 to 1 or 12 to 1:30, depending on witnesses. I think it's probably just 12 to 1 at this point because he is the witness. Hey. Oh no, that's the worst. I'm sorry, Casey, that sucks.
I'm going to take a lunch recess at this point.
I knew it.
And court will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Giving him an hour and 15 minutes. It's a long lunch break, dude. All right. They're going to take their lunch break here. I'm going to shut that audio off. see if I can get up some of these documents here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't think his crosses have been great either, to be honest. You know, I don't think that they've been super duper good. I'm trying to see if I can get. Hold on. Pull up this one. Oh, this is the guy who's accused of killing the Fulton County deputy in Atlanta. Hold on, what's this? 1 second, let me figure this out. Did you guys know that Congress is having a hearing about like alien stuff right now? Hold on a second.
A grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass collection at night
This is
in a
weird.
specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points
could've
are
been
seen
drones.
at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is
So weird.
observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more.
Let's see this for a
And
second.
I'm doing this because I think
Near
it's
air
interesting.
collisions,
This
yeah.
stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here.
Because we've seen some
While
of these.
performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the
aircrafts
Eastern Air
almost
Defense Sector,
smashed
an
into each
F-22
other
fighter observed
over the
multiple
last at
UAP
least
contacts
2
at
years.
mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to
UAP is
evade,
another word
but was
for
intercepted
UFO.
and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left.
Crazy.
Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into.
She's not
let's
looking.
let's get into
Look at this real quick.
part
She
of
ain't
this.
paying attention
I thought I
to
would
the
be
time.
saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr.
We're
Gold.
over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first. And that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous.
You think?
All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Let's see what he says.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, I does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review. And it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Airspace, correct?
Bigelow.
So there was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a
Now, just for those of you that don't know. Oh crap! I can't pause it.
What I can say is
bullshit. I can. Okay. Bigelow Airspace. Now, does anybody know what Bigelow Airspace or who it's run or owned by? Because if you haven't, I'm gonna give you a little hint here. Bigelow Airspace is run by the guy who bought Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know if any of you know what Skinwalker Ranch is, but it is a ranch that was bought by this billionaire that had a lot of paranormal UFO type activity. And this guy, Robert Bigelow, put together skeptic scientists, basically, best of the best you can find, who were not like people who were interested in paranormal or UFO research or anything like that. They were skeptics of anything like that. And he did it on purpose because he picked people that were skeptics of it so that if he did find any evidence of it, it would have more sort of right? You don't want to take people in that have a bias of believing that it's UFO and it doesn't have some sort of scientific explanation, or paranormal and not have some sort of scientific explanation. So Bigelow Airspace bought Skinwalker Ranch, right? Put together these scientists, high class top scientists, to do all of these different testings and experiments. And honestly, what they found was quite shocking and not explained by science. As a matter of fact, some of it can't be explained at all and flies in the face of science, which is obviously a problem, right? Robert Bigelow still owns Skinwalker Ranch and still does these testings. Now, at one point, he had a federal government contract where he was working with the government unbeknownst to the scientists that he hired, except one, right? To these people that he hired, except one of the scientists. And they weren't allowed to even tell the people they were working with that there was a government contract sort of looking into what the hell's going on over there at Skinwalker Ranch. I'm wondering if that's what he's about to talk about, because it was just revealed, I think, the beginning of this year that Bigelow Airspace had the government contract, a secret government contract, to explain away some of the stuff happening on Skinwalker Ranch. The problem was, with the evidence that they had and the information that they had, you couldn't explain it away. A lot of it, literally, when I say flies in the face of what scientists think should normally happen with X, Y, or Z. Whether it's they projected a rocket that, none of them seem to be able to go straight up from where it is. They hit this sort of invisible wall or veer off, or something goes wrong with them. But in all of the instances, what should have happened via science, or explanations via science of what happened, don't happen. And something completely different that flies in the face of what the rules of science are, and physics when it comes to that. And so, they have for quite some time been doing a lot of testing that we don't even know about. So obviously we do know some about some of it, but some of the other things we know nothing about that they did, right? It was secret government type shit. Now that was up I believe at the end of last year, that contract, which is why we know about it now, why they're allowed to disclose some of it now. But Robert Bigelow has put a lot of freaking money into looking into Skinwalker Ranch and the things that have happened that are unexplained over on Skinwalker Ranch. So that's who owns Bigelow Airspace. I'm actually shocked to hear them now, talk about Bigelow Airspace.
That it was
as consistent and over critical military installations.
Didn't
Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
It's didn't
great
let
question,
us
sir.
go
Let
back.
me see if I can answer this for you.
Damn it.
Certainly, there seems to be some.
So it doesn't let us drag back right now. That's weird. Usually you can.
Some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're in some cases literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And the response is it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually
Is this the
an
old one? This can't
increase
be the old
in
one, is
numbers
it?
of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now that to record these things and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, initial preparations of the battle
Sometimes
space.
they do like
And these
summer
equities like
sessions
ISR,
where half
intelligence,
the people
surveillance,
are missing,
reconnaissance,
but
and other type of equities and
why are they
technologies
playing it live?
to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national
Interesting
security
nonetheless,
hat,
but
even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I
someone's
think,
asking,
problematic
this is new right
from a
now.
governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody, show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever increasing in number, and trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash. And the question that we really have to figure out is is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or like as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the?
Do you guys know this channel, Alternative Corner? Does anybody know who that channel belongs to? I'm seeing it now, and they're, looks like they're going to try to cover the sewer turtle hearing later, but I'm not aware of that channel. Don't know if they're members of the cult or not. And I do know that he's on now, but the hearing for the sewer turtle is not until 2. So I'm confused. I mean, I guess you want to use that as your heading to draw people in. I guess maybe that's why, but I mean, I'm kind of confused. Like, oh, as a matter of fact, I know I didn't, I wasn't here. I saw this, obviously, but I wasn't here. It's something I definitely want to show you guys if you already haven't seen it. I'm sure most of you have already seen it. I'm going to show you anyway. I wasn't here to be able to do this. Okay. So, hold on. Big screen for a second here. If you didn't know, okay, Sewer Turtle had some things to say about Joel's mom from Surviving the Survivor. Tried to say that she wasn't a survivor of the Holocaust because she was little and none saved her and her mom and her grandma. And because she was little, basically she's, not a survivor of the Holocaust. She wasn't in like a concentration camp, which is just absurd. I mean, that's not, a Holocaust denier, but it's a Holocaust. You're trying to like say that anybody who lived through the Holocaust but was a baby or little, they don't count as survivors of the Holocaust. I mean, they had to hide their religion and their bloodline or be exterminated. So it's just absurd. Okay, absurd. And let's get real. The reason that the Sewer Turtle did this was because he's a little bit upset he didn't get to go to CrimeCon. And so, he started complaining about that CrimeCon. And then because Surviving the Survivor usually does go to CrimeCon, he tried to sort of downplay his mom's experience as a kid dealing with the Holocaust. And, tried to use the whole, Joel's a grifter. He grifts off his mother's experience. He needs to get his own experience. Blah, blah. Coming from the king grifter of all grifters, it's amazing to me that he can call everyone a grifter except himself. And it's amazing to me that the cult goes along with it, where they're like, that's not what he was saying. They literally, I kid you not, they defend the Sewer Turtle by saying, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that it's his mom's experience and he's making money off of a book and it's his mother's experience and he should get his own. He's grifting off of his mother's story. Oh, he wrote a book. When you write a book, you usually do make money. And usually if you write a book that's true, it's based on an experience, whether it's yours or someone else's, a family member's history, whatever. That's kind of how it works. It's not grifting. Learn what the word grifting means, okay, before you throw it out there and try to defend the Sewer Turtle because, he said so. It's insane to me. Yeah, now he's a survivor of everything. 9/11, Iraq, Afghanistan, Boston Marathon bombing. I was in Boston when the bombs went off, but I am not a survivor of the marathon bombing because I was not right there where the bombs went off. I was in Boston. I heard them go off. I was just a couple blocks away. But I am not a survivor of that. We all lived through 9/11. I do know people who died in 9/11 whose bodies were never found. And I am not a survivor of 9/11 just because I was alive. I didn't live in the country. Nobody had to escape my family away and hide them away. Carm had to be hidden. Her mom, and her grandmother, they had to hide who they were, what ran through their blood, okay? Or be killed. That is a survivor. But what I am is a survivor of addiction. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. I am a survivor of childhood sexual assault, okay? I am a survivor of quite a few things, experiences in my life. And if I chose to write a book based on those experiences in order to show other people that they're not alone, that my experiences are not unique. There are other people out there who might feel emboldened to talk to a therapist or write their own book to sort of get that emotion out. I would have every right to do so. If my children decided one day when I was 80 something years old to write a book based on my experience and make money, they'd have every right to do that. It's not grifting. It's telling a story. Most of the time people write books for various reasons, but a lot of the reason, a lot of the time, is to get the story out there so that other people don't feel like they're alone. To create a domino effect of people actually giving a shit about other people and sort of knowing the signs of when someone's going through something really hard, and to show people what are the results when you deal with traumas like this. How do you pick yourself back up? How do you not pick yourself back up? You know, how do you deal with it? And then how do you pick yourself back up? Show other people you're not alone, they're not alone, right? And hope that your book or your story touches someone else's life and helps them in a good way. You know, there's a huge difference. But listen, his go-to is to call everyone a grifter. Everyone's a grifter except him. Everyone is grifting off something, whether it's him or their story or other people's stories. I mean, it's absurd. Everyone's a grifter except him, of course, the biggest one of all. And so I have to chuckle when some of his cultists jump into Joel's comment section or on his Twitter and start defending him and saying, oh, he's not saying that she's not a survivor of the No, that's exactly what he said. Just FYI, that's exactly what he said. B, no, what he was saying is, Joel makes money off of a book about his mother's experience. So what? His mother helped him with the book, number one. Number two, so what? Part of his whole, bring-ins, surviving the survivor, okay, is about his mother being a Holocaust survivor. I think it's empowering. I think it's beautiful. And I don't think it's something that people should use against him as oh, you're using your mother's experience to make money. How dare you? His mother helps with the show, number one. It's an excuse, okay, to just smear the guy. It's awful, okay? It should never happen. There's no excuse for it. Attacking other creators is not something that I encourage, okay? And the only reason that I even addressed the grant thing the other day is because publicly he commented and made a post trying to say some absurd, crazy, nonsensical BS. And so at that point, yes, I'm going to address it. If you don't like it, cool, unsubscribe. I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to address it. And that is about the only time I'm going to address it. When something nonsensical, that is a lie, that is a smear, that is just doesn't make sense in anyone's mind, never mind the person who's trying to accuse of it, is wrong, right? You don't get to just spread misinformation about people and then everything's a-okay. That's not how it works. And so because he was having an adult tantrum, a 44-year-old adult tantrum about not being able to go to Crime Con, he wanted to take it out on Joel and Joel's mom, because that's what he does. And this is the thing. It's a pattern of behavior. This is not something that he just doesn't do. He does it all the time. People don't even realize it. He gets some petty jealousy inside and he starts attacking people, right? Listen, you know me. I don't normally address things like that, Maestro, and I don't normally get in the weeds, and I don't think, creators should fight each other or attack each other. Everybody should just do their own thing and call it a day. But I got to say something when we get to that point, right? Because now you're just saying shit that's delusionally insane. If nobody, agrees with you 100%, now they're all in a cult. That's cult behavior itself. Saying that, someone's not talking about something enough or as much as you want them to, or that's my whole online persona, is not talking about one person every day, all day long. Not it at all, and it never will be. Okay, I talk about various things. It's my show. I'll talk about it as much or as little as I want to, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. Number one. Number two, I will always be a staunch supporter of my friend Lindsay, 100%. I have her back and she knows it. But what I'm not going to do is talk about her 24/7 and draw attention to her while she's trying to live her life with her children. That would be stupid and counterproductive. Also, you don't show all your cards to the person sitting across the aisle from you. the one you're trying to beat in the card game, you don't show them all your cards 24/7. That's just dumb. It's just dumb as hell. Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay. You don't have to be a support. You don't have to talk about something 24/7 to be a supporter of it. I don't have to talk about my friend 24/7 every day, all day to support her. That can be done without drawing negative attention of the cultists to her 24/7. It's that simple. Like, it's not really that hard. But what the sewer turtle did in this instance was gross. And Joel did the best, I think, respectful takedown of someone I've seen in quite some time, because I wouldn't have been so proper, okay, as Joel is here. He points out a lot. I'm gonna play it to show you guys what he points out. He did it wonderfully. But when I started reading the comment section, and all I read from the cultist was the same talking point that he gave, which was he makes money off of his mother's own experience. And then you see the cultist sort of saying that over and over and over, and it's like, none of you are educated on what this man does. How many people is he called a grifter? And by definition, is he not a grifter himself? Just asking for a friend. I mean, I don't hate on anybody on social media that has a channel that's making money, because that's the point of a channel, right? Is to do something that you love, which, I mean, I love covering true crime. I love covering, breaking news. I love covering stories that people don't hear about, to give it some attention. I love the community that I have with you guys, and having discussions that you guys want to have, that my audience wants to have. I love all of it. I love all of it, and it means the world to me. But it is partly my job, right? And you got to make money at your job. So that's the whole point of working, is to make money, no, right? And so people who get on, like Joel, who make money off of his book or promoting his book, oh, all he does is promote his book. Well, yeah, that's what you do when you got a book, right? You promote it. Does nobody remember when the sewer turtle sat there and promoted M. William Phelps' podcast and said to them, I hate it, it's awful, he's a liar, and it's not true, the things that he basically said about me, but download it because you want to see me rich. That is what he said. Download it anyway, cultists. Please download it anyway, because I won't get money if you don't download it. So please download it anyway, even if you don't listen to it, so that I can get money, because if I'm rich, that's what you guys want, right? Is me being rich. This is the stuff he said. So on one side of his mouth, it's okay if his cultists download M. William Phelps' podcast that he hated and sat there and disparaged M. William Phelps over, so that he can just be rich. But Joel can't write a book about his mother's Holocaust surviving experience. Make it make sense, y'all. The most hypocritical man I've ever met in my life is this sort of. I've never seen anybody more hypocritical ever, and with a lack of self-awareness. However people want to make money, all the more power to them, right? As long as they do so in a way that doesn't cross ethical and just decency boundaries, go for it, right? Go for it. Go for it. Reach for the stars. Do what you do, right? When we're getting to the level of the only content he can make is ratchet madness and disparaging other people for their work, their actual work, not just being fed information and feeding off other people's pain or mistakes in their lives, and then using that as content, that's not work. That's not work. And he doesn't care if he has to lie, give misinformation, make a mountain out of a molehill. Something 20 years ago you did. Something when you did where you were 18 is a big deal now in your 40s, because he said so, right? You're bad because you did something probably shitty, maybe in your early 20s or 18, 19. And he brings it out and says, oh, you're shitty. You're terrible. You're awful. Listen, never been a secret that I have been so we're at year 18 this year of me being sober from opiates, okay? I barely drink. I maybe drink 10 times a year. I don't smoke weed. I've been sober from opiates almost 18 years, all right? Let's make something abundantly clear here. That has never been a secret. The secret that I used to be a dancer, my grandmother knew. Wasn't a secret from anybody. Never has been a secret from anybody. The fact that I had a small record, right? Never was a secret. Never has been a secret. I then took steps when I was many, many years sober to seal most of that record because I had been many, many years sober and I was young when all of this happened, right? So none of that was a secret. Most of my story, you guys know, a lot of trauma early in life. You know, unfortunately, I was a very lost and broken person at that point in my life, right? But I went full circle. I went from being that broken person with an addiction who had been abused horrifically a multitude of times, including in foster care, to someone who then ended up working in a prison for the criminally insane. I went full circle. I'm very proud of the work that I have done and the people that I have helped over the years. I'm extremely proud, and I would never take any of that back. And nobody trying to pull out things I did 15, 20 years ago is ever going to shame me, ever. Not ever. So these are the things that he does, right? And makes content out of it. Hey, you were an addict 20 years ago. You're a shitty person. You're horrible. You're awful, right? And then he feeds it to his cultists who then attack you. That's how it works. Dog whistle, right? To attack you. I don't give a shit about who you were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't care who you were 3 years ago, 2 years ago. I care about who you are right now as a person. Who are you as a person right now? To attack people he says are bad without knowing his history of lying, of scapegoating, of just saying whatever to make you bad because his petty beef, he's either jealous, you didn't fall in line, you could tell the world his secrets. So instead, he smears you and says things about you, whether they're true or not, to get people to make sure you're bad, right? And to spread those around so that people won't listen to anything you say. The point is to discredit someone before they can tell the truth about you. Narcissists do this all the time. But the fact that people overlook that or don't look into it is the part that bothers me. We're talking about the same man people are defending in Joel's comment section. It's the same man who used pictures of his own children, okay, online to frame a man he was going to court with, to use that fake evidence in court that he manufactured by using pictures of his own children and making a fake account and having someone help him saying, okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to send these and you're going to take screenshots saying, oh, this person sent these pictures of my children to threaten me. But he did this all himself. Okay. And then, we'll bring these to court. And that's what they did. Except later on, all the chats came out showing that that's what he was doing. That's not the first time he's done something like that. And it wasn't the last time he did something like that either. FYI, okay? Now, we're talking about the same person people are defending actively. Do you know how many people he's set up with fake manufactured evidence? Quite a few. Also, FYI, the man still hasn't stopped blackmailing people. Still, to this day, still. If you're an innocent person, you do not need to blackmail or threaten people into silence. You do not need to do those things if you're innocent. Just FYI. This is the same man, okay? Yes, I am covering it. The same man that's doing all of this, okay? All of this. You have people actively simping for just because they liked him for the Karen Reed trial. Use your brains, people. You can like him for the Karen Reed trial and still think he's a terrible, awful human being who is a liar. The man will lie about anyone and anything. He will throw every person under the bus he thinks he can to save himself. Make no mistake about that. None whatsoever. All the people that are in his inner circle, how many inner circles do you think he's had over the years? Many. You know what he does with them? Throws them right under the bus when he thinks he's going to get in trouble. Well, this person did it. I didn't do it. They did it. Even if they didn't, right? Oh, yeah. He made one of Lindsay and her child and then tried to blame her for making it when she in court brought out that he had, right? He made one of Leah, didn't do so, and then this was years prior, and then blamed her for making it. Problem is with that is he had already admitted to numerous people that he had made the one of Leah, and then when his phones were seized by the police this time, he tried to delete that. So we know it was on his phone and he made that account of Leah. while he told all of his followers that she made it. Same thing he did to Lindsay. She made it. I didn't make it. They made it themselves to blame it on me. These are patterns of behavior that he's done over and over and over and over. How much blackmail do you think he blackmailed Meredith with before they broke up? Just asking. How much? His wife. How many times do you think she was threatened? His ex-wife. Innocent people don't need to blackmail people. Innocent people don't have to be like, if you don't shut up and go away and stop talking about me, I'll make you, quote, Turtle Boy famous. That's his famous line. Or, do you know what I can do to you? I'm Turtle Boy. Oh, we're so scared. Ooh. 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 The problem is people are scared because they don't want their business out there, their personal business out there. I don't blame them. Who would want your personal business out there? Totally get it. But at the same time, by being afraid, you give him oxygen. Don't give him that oxygen. You give him relevance. Don't give him the relevance. You know? Yeah. Yeah, that happened. You know? It's a good question, Holly. I guess we'll find out. If it's Pomerol, like I'm hearing it's supposed to be, again, sometimes it gets switched at the very last minute. It's not going to be, great for him. But we'll find out, I guess. Well, also wiretap Lucky, wiretap Scanlon, wiretap Lindsay, you know how many people he's wiretapped? How much wiretapping is in his phone right now that the police have? And a lot. Let's just put it that way. A lot. You know how much blackmail is in it? A lot. Okay? A lot. This is the same person that these people defend in the comments completely blindly. Just because they liked him for the Karen Reed case, they just defend him blindly and just repeat his talking points. It's like, why do you think people call it a cult? Because you don't do your research. You don't check to see the person that you're defending or the things that that person continues to do. Not just like did in the past and like was a bad person and learned and like became a better person. No, he did not. He did not and probably will never become a better person. And 60 days in jail did not teach him a damn thing. A damn thing. Okay? Yeah. I mean, it's bad. That whole group chat itself is disgusting. And then when he then admits to it and then tells people not to watch it, like, don't give it any oxygen. Don't look at it. Don't even look at it, guys. Don't look at it. He didn't want them looking at it because he just admitted it was all true. Oh, yeah, well, they were private chats that nobody was meant to see. Well, thanks for admitting that it was all true. None of it was manufactured. So he admits to it after it's all out there, right? Because at that point, he had already thrown somebody else under the bus who then threw him under the bus, the cops. And so there was no denying it at that point. But then he tells his viewers back then, just don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't give it oxygen. Don't even click on it. Like, just ignore it. Well, yeah, because he doesn't want you to see what he did. Under the jail would be a good idea, to be honest, if I was his ex-wife, I wouldn't have. There's no chance in hell. There's zero chance. But obviously not my choice. And the courts like to see you try to work together. But let's hear what Joel has to say about the unprovoked, by the way, attack. Some people were like, how dare you, attack him. No, Joel's responding. There's no attack here. Joel is responding to an unprovoked attack, which is what most of us do, which is respond. And at the point in time when it did to me, I was like, I'm not going to respond to an adult toddler having a tantrum, making shit up because he's mad that I didn't lie for him. I'm not going to do it. Like, the bottom line is this. He's mad I didn't lie for him. And now he's just got to make shit up because now I'm bad. He's got caught lying to multiple women. Not my problem. That's his problem.
This past week, my mother, Carmela Waldman, who we affectionately call Carm on Surviving the Survivor, turned 86 years young. And for the first time ever, she was attacked, not physically, but verbally by a blogger who accused her of being a fake Holocaust survivor. The attack, by the way, was completely unprovoked. More than 80 years after she survived World War II, it finally happened. 8 decades later, it was a Boston blogger who's really from Worcester who apparently believes that Jews can still be scapegoated. That we're conveniently here to be kicked around. The blogger was apparently upset for being shunned by CrimeCon. It's the biggest true crime convention in America. But last time I checked, Carm doesn't decide on that. She's been invited because she's big enough in the true crime world. but she doesn't make any of those decisions. But what did the blogger do? He got in front of his little green screen, flipped on his camera, flipped on his microphone, and huffed and puffed like a little petulant child and went after an 86-year-old woman who, like 99.9% of the world, have absolutely no idea who he is and frankly don't really care. But I do, because as the son of a Holocaust survivor, it is incumbent upon me to speak up and to speak out. A little bit about my mom. She's a licensed therapist, and she most certainly is a child Holocaust survivor. There's nothing fake about her story. She also, by the way, survived the loss of her first son, my older brother, Rami, and most recently, her husband of 63 years, who happened to be my father. It was an unbelievable love story. I'm not here to point out the obvious, that some blogger claiming to be, as he calls himself, journalism Jesus, is neither godly nor an actual journalist. He's really nothing more than a bully, and a weak and unintimidating one at that. I'm the child of a psychiatrist. My mother, like I said, is a licensed social worker, so I know a little bit. And when you're a narcissist of epic proportions, it's easy to delude yourself into believing that you're somebody you're not.
A legend in his own
And
mind.
now
folks.
the blogger's 15 minutes of fame have ticked away, and it's got to be so frightening and frustrating for him. It's
over.
interesting to me, too, that he was allegedly once a history teacher. His students, sadly, were no doubt cheated out of what should have been a very valuable education. You want to pontificate about what's real and what's fake? Here's a dose of reality. You picked a fight with an 86-year-old woman, and only one kind of person does that.
A coward.
An absolute coward hiding in his little living room studio. Here's more truth. Carm was more of a woman at age 4.5 than you'll ever be as a man at 40, 50, 60, 70, however long you live. At 4.5 years old, my fake survivor mom, your words, not mine, who happens, by the way, to speak 6 languages fluently and has an IQ that I'm sure you'd have trouble counting up to. Well, at 4.5 years old, she was alone at that age. A righteous Gentile, you know, a person who wants to help, not hurt, out of the goodness of their heart. A foreign concept probably for you. But that person, that righteous Gentile, a man named Dr. Ivo Scherzer, he brought my mom to a Catholic school for boys. Her mother left her there because she had to for any chance of survival. And my mom screamed at her, as she tells me, and I quote here, "A mother who loves her child would never leave her alone with strangers." But that's exactly what my grandmother did, because she had to.
She had to.
Inside the Catholic school, my mom learned her prayers, including the Our Father and Hail Mary, as nun Matilda Gorachanish helped protect her. That nun had real love and purpose in her heart, and my mother had real love for her. I grew up in a Jewish home with a picture of that nun hanging in our living room, thinking that that was perfectly normal for a Jewish kid. And my mom, I found out later on, donated to her in the church until she died late in her 90s. After 8.5 months faking it, as the blogger says, inside that Catholic school for boys, my mother was finally reunited with her mother, my grandmother, in Budapest. That's when the equally fake bombs began to rain down on the city during the siege of Budapest. The Russians soon invaded the city, and as war waged, there was no food. My mom had no choice but to eat slabs of horse meat that people would run out to the streets and carve off from the injured animals. During this time, still only 5 years old, she protected her entire family while remaining in hiding. And how'd she do it? She would loudly recite the prayers she learned in that Catholic school for boys. She didn't want her mother and her grandmother and the others to be made as Jews. Even back then, my mother understood the notion of self-sacrifice firsthand. You know who else does? Jesus, but not journalism Jesus. He sacrifices everyone in front of him just to get a little bit more attention. It's his crack, it's his heroin. But I've got some more reality for him. All the attention in the world is never going to satiate his empty soul.
It won't.
The most dangerous thing that
Hurting
you've
other people
ever
isn't going to
had
make
to
him feel
escape
better about
are your
himself.
thoughts, which in your case
Psych
may be
101.
just as scary as my mom's real experience during the Holocaust. You have to hear the truth when you're all alone, that you're not that smart, not a real journalist, but rather a sad, scared, inadequate little blogger. And you know what? Those
Truth bomb.
thoughts must be as scary to you as the Nazis actually coming for my mother and her family. And that's probably why you refuse to believe my mom's Holocaust story is true, because it helps that little fear inside your head.
Same reason why he
You know what? I didn't
disparages
think
the
that you
real
could
story.
sink lower than calling the poor mother of a murdered Boston police officer the C word. But when you deny my mother's reality, her pain, her experiences, somehow,
Same way he
you
did to
become
Lindsay.
even
Hide
smaller.
his own behavior. Same
Jew
thing he
hate
did
and
to Leah.
anti-Semitism has never, ever been
Hide his own
higher.
behavior.
And if things weren't so bad in the world right now, I'd probably, truthfully, never waste my time on someone who has as little importance as you do. But you picked a fight with the wrong person. Not me. My mother. Trust me, and here's another stinging reality. She has no idea who you are. Literally none. But unfortunately, I do. And I promised myself I'd never remain silent again in the face of a Jew hater, no matter how small he is. Being quiet is not an option. Truthfully, you're so irrelevant that for a fleeting moment, I just thought I'd let your stupidity or ignorance or both slide. But this is not just about me, a difficult concept I know for you. It's about so much more. It's about 1.5 million children who died in the Holocaust because of people with similar mindsets to you. A very real fact. It's about the roughly 260,000 remaining Holocaust survivors still alive around the world. I would never let all of them down by staying silent. You're not interesting or of interest. Your little tough man talk is tired already. Even your quickly dwindling number of supporters have reached out over the last couple of days in alarmingly large numbers to tell me the exact same thing. And by the way, during my mom's quote unquote fake Holocaust experience, her own real father, my grandfather, was grabbed by the Nazis by the shirt collar, pulled out of his front door, and sent in a cattle car to Auschwitz. Educated in Germany as a doctor of optometry, he thought he was going to be able to sweet talk his way into a job at Auschwitz, just fixing eyeglasses. But instead, he tried to talk to the SS. They said, get in the line over there. And that line eventually led to the gas chambers. Hate won that day, sort of like the hate that you are constantly spewing. Then his body was shoved into an oven so no evidence would remain. So when I took my wife and my kids and my mother back to Serbia, back to her hometown of Subotica 2 summers ago, so they could learn about the history that you robbed your students of, the only thing that was left of my grandfather is his name on his father's tombstone. My kids laid stones on it, as is Jewish tradition. That's our reality. and a very difficult history lesson for my 11, 9, and 6-year
As he
olds.
shouldn't.
Keeping in mind, my mother was
Nobody
younger
should
than
with
all of
him.
them
You should
when
put
she
him in
was
his
out on
place.
her
Quite
own during her fake Holocaust story.
as we do here.
As a licensed social worker, my mother spent her life giving, not taking like you. She
right.
helped crack addicted moms. I remember it vividly. Families who lost everything. Anyone and everyone who needed something, she helped during difficult times. Not only that, she lights up a room. She is the person that literally everybody wants to be around. Perhaps another reason you took a real cheap shot at her. It must be lonely being the guy that everyone tries to avoid.
Yeah.
You've gotten away with so much, way too much.
Yeah.
But one thing you ain't getting away with while I'm here is denying my mother her past. Karma
He's already
will
done that
likely
to many other
court
people.
you soon enough. My mother, meanwhile, she's a walking, breathing, living piece of history, the epitome of class, strength, and optimism. And I'll tell you what, outside of my mother, my wife, and my 3 kids, maybe even my dogs, my book, Surviving the Survivor, is my life's greatest achievement. It's the most important story that I have ever told and is what journalism is actually all about. So it's rich that a guy who has literally collected off the backs of anyone who would give to his ever-growing defense funds has the audacity to ridicule me mentioning my book about my real mother on my very real show. Trust me, it would be the most important book you'd ever read. I guarantee it, if you weren't always too busy thinking about yourself. In fact, I wish everyone watching right
24/7, all
now
about
would
himself.
order a copy of Surviving the Survivor. Right now on Amazon, you can get it. And then you know what? Turn around and donate it to your public library and make a dedication. Make it out to the blogger who minimized the Holocaust.
Holocaust minimizer.
I'm speaking to your followers now. Do you really want this guy to be your voice of reason?
Come on,
Someone
man.
who denies and minimizes the brutality and the reality of the Holocaust. Someone who calls an 86-year-old survivor fake and another elderly woman the C word after she's lost her son. Who denies reality and only really cares about himself. Or is that not low, depraved, and demented enough? I mean, you guys are smart. I went to school up in Boston. I know how smart you are. You can't keep falling for this guy.
For real, though.
Remember one thing, blogger. My mother is more real than you will ever be on your best day. I've dropped the link in this show summary to an organization that both my mother, my wife, myself, and many others I know have donated to it. It's called the Jewish Foundation for the Righteous. It's to help Gentiles, non-Jews, who sacrifice their own lives to save people like my mother. And it's another great way to speak out against the blogger and his hate. Thank you. Love you all. Love you, America.
Sorry, I'm muted. I said, imagine calling that book a grift. It's amazing to me what the people who watch him buy. Like, why do people keep buying what he's selling from his mouth? Especially when his butt can't cash those checks, bro. Okay? The amount of lies that have already been shown to be, it's like because he lies so much that everything he says can't be debunked just with something on paper. Most of us who know the inside story and the private stuff that goes on behind the scenes know that almost every time his lips are flapping, he's lying, right? He's trying to cover his own behavior and push it off on someone else. He never has responsibility for anything, ever, right? Ever. There's never any responsibility around the people that he hurts or why. He's not going to tell you that most of the people he decides to attack is some petty revenge plot because he feels slighted or he's jealous or you didn't fall in line and do something he wanted you to do. So now you're bad. Now you're the enemy. As far as I know, no such thing ever existed. Just something Yannetti said. I know that as far as the family knows, that there was never no such brain tumor other than Karen making it up. Never been any evidence given to anybody of said brain tumor. So, I mean, they got a lot of her records for the trial, and so nothing like that exists in there that they saw. So I know that. I know that. But what's realistically going to be done about it is the question. What's realistically going to be done about it? Nothing. I think the only thing that I would say when it comes to Joel speaking up now is I wish he had spoken up before. He did have Aiden on in the very beginning of all of this. I was around then. And I think he probably at that point didn't really know much about him other than he was covering his trial and, thought he might have information, so had him on, and then realized fairly quickly after having him on, he's not the type of person you ever want to have on your show ever again, and he's just a horrible human being. So I can't really fault him for that. You live and you learn, you make mistakes, you learn, you never had him on again. But you did watch all the things he's been doing to other people, including denying Lindsay her reality of what happened to her and the things that he did to her, simply because he's a liar and he can't take responsibility. And what did he then do? Besides denying her reality, he then went on to try to smear and lie about her to make her bad, right? Because he's now being set up. So funny coming from the man who has set up numerous people with fake court evidence that he made up and then brought into a courtroom. If you don't believe me, there's plenty of evidence to prove what he did, and he admitted that he did. So there's that. It's a pattern of behavior. Long before he did it to Lindsay, he's done it to every woman he's ever dated and then broke up with, or they broke up with him. It's been done to every one of them. So, I mean, you're denying the reality of all of them by saying, oh, this person must be lying. Well, this person's story is almost the same as the last 5. So what would make you think that all these women are lying about the exact same thing? Never mind the fact that what people seem to not understand is Aiden admits 85% of the whole scenario. 85% of it he agrees with Lindsay in the details. The only thing he doesn't agree on is whether he pushed her on the couch or not, and we know that he did. So you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm sorry, but to this day, do you think if somebody went to my abuser and was like, hey, did you punch your kid's mother in the face? Did you beat her while she was pregnant? Did you do these things? Do you think my kid's father's going to be like, yep, sure did. Sure did. Lock me up. Sure did. Sue me. Sure did. Does anybody know an abuser that was just like, yep, I did it. It was me. I did it. Sure did. Me. I don't. You expect an abuser to actually admit he did something? That's rich. That's amazingly rich. Amazingly rich. So to me, these people who sit there and still talk shit about Lindsay constantly, you're denying her pain, her trauma, her reality of what happened. The same things that he's done to many other people, including threatening her and her children with fake accounts before it ever became public that they were split or anything like that. So nobody else, you know what I'm saying? Like, these things that he did to her, he's not only done to the women that he's broken up with, he's done them to other people, right? He is still currently, I say currently, blackmailing people, threatening people. I'll make you Turtle Boy famous if you don't shut up and go away, if you don't stop talking about me, if you don't stop posting screenshots of the truth, if you don't leave X and stop talking. I will quote, make you Turtle Boy famous, which in other words means I'll write a blog about you and I'll trash you and I'll say whatever I have to say to make people hate you and attack you if you don't shut up and go away. Some people do just quietly disappear because they don't want to deal with that in their lives. And I can't fault them. But at the same time, those people quietly disappearing are the reason why he keeps getting away with it. Because people aren't speaking up. People aren't speaking up. Well, there's a lot of evidence that will all come out in his trial, and he'll look like a fool. And I've tried to warn so many of his followers by being like, what do you think is going to happen when it comes to his trial and all of this stuff is laid out by the government in like on paper? Are you going to sit there and deny it some more? Going to say it didn't happen more? Are you going to act like it's manufactured, it's made up, it didn't happen? Or are you going to admit the reality that you were freaking lied to? How many people has he wiretapped? I can think of at least 6 off the top of my head, plus all the other ones that I know probably exist in his phone. A lot of people. Wiretapped a lot of people. It's illegal in the state of Massachusetts. We are a 2-party consent state. Just having a Rhode Island number, which he thought would get him. This is how smart he is. He thought having a Rhode Island number, that he could just be like, well, I have a Rhode Island number, so I was in Rhode Island, so it's not wiretapping. Your phone shows its actual location in Massachusetts. Sorry. Oh, holy smart one. It's not the way it works. He at one point tried to tell his followers he had a I can't even believe anybody believed this. They repeated it too. This is how easily they're manipulating and believe that he had a photographic memory, and then 10 seconds later couldn't remember the conversation because he didn't quote write it down that he had with I think it was either Lucky or Scanlon while going over court paperwork. Couldn't remember what the court paperwork said. If you looked at it and you had a photographic memory, you would know every word on that page if you read it. Hello? There's no such thing. There's no photographic memory. If you had a photographic memory, his C's and D's to get degrees would have been A's. Just FYI. The amount of things that people will believe that comes out of his mouth is amazing to me. It's freaking amazing. He has all his little followers and all his smaller YouTube channels pushing his defense fund. You're defending someone who lied and is lying to all of you to the tune of $238,000 plus, and that's just the fund itself. Never mind the turtle chats and the, Cashapp or whatever. I think he was banned from Cashapp, maybe Venmo. I don't know. I know he was banned from one of them at one point, but I mean, probably over at least $300,000 or more to defend someone who's been lying to all these people this entire time. How dumb would you feel when you found out in the end he was just a liar who has been spending his time on bail, still trying to blackmail people, including the girl he just broke up with, into silence? She knows where the bodies are buried, so can't have her saying anything. That would be bad. Be real, real bad. He's got to threaten her into silence. Same thing he does every time. But yeah, all the women are lying about it. They're all lying. He's telling the truth. I mean, how dumb do you have to be to believe that shit? If you've never been with a narcissist, if you've ever been with a narcissist or you've ever been abused and you don't see it sitting right in front of you, I feel sorry for you, because it's not that you don't see it. It's that you're choosing to ignore it. That's called willful ignorance, and it's not a goddamn excuse in my book. It's not a goddamn excuse. It's not okay. You can't deny somebody their experience in the Holocaust. You're not going to deny somebody's experience with domestic violence. And let's be clear here. Domestic violence isn't just physical, okay? It is not. Coercive control is under the definition of abuse for a reason, legally, because it is abuse. Mental and emotional abuse is still abuse. period. I'm sure they will, but at that point, how dumb are they going to feel? And it's like, I tried to warn you, tried to tell you. Most of them don't figure it out until he goes as far as to attack them for some petty slight or jealousy, or they made a little more money than he did on something, or they got more attention on something than he did, or they didn't fall in line and do what he thought they should do when he thought they should do it. Like all these different excuses of why he attacks people. It's never actually a good reason. It's never because they actually did something bad, ever. Simply because he doesn't like them, for one of 17,000 petty reasons. And that's what happens when you live so unhappy with yourself every day that you feel that you have to attack everybody else, because it makes you feel powerful for like 2 seconds. Makes you feel big for like 2 seconds. Makes you feel better for like 2 seconds to disparage other people. But will never fix what's inside of you. You can never be a better person, ever. Just a sad, lonely, 44-year-old man who's unhappy with himself, so much so that he feels the need to constantly harm other people. Karma's a bitch. Sure is. And when she comes full circle around, I sleep great at night knowing that I put good karma in this world any chance that I can get. That good karma eventually, in one way or another, for the universe will come back to me. Somehow, some way, right? When you put bad karma out there, you're asking for it back. And I don't care if it takes 10 years, it will come back to bite you. Harming people constantly all the time is Psych 101, okay? Psychology. The person doing the attacking is the person unhappy with themselves. So they feel the need to push that outward to other people. Gives them a kick of adrenaline. And for a second, they don't feel like they're hurting inside anymore. They like themselves for like 10 seconds because most of the day they just hate themselves and who they are. Gee, I wonder why. Change it. Instead of hurting other people because you hate yourself, change the way you behave and act. You know? Do it. I'm not going to say it's easy either, Heartstar. It comes with a price, a very large one. It comes with a large price to speak out. And anybody who has knows this. It comes with the price of rumors and lies being spread about you for eternity all over the internet. It comes with the price of people harassing you constantly, and they still haven't stopped, which is insane to me. The case is over. Okay? Comes with the price if you dare speak out. This is what will happen to you, right? It comes with the price of losing money on your show because you dare tell the truth, and it is not the opinion they want to hear. Well, it's the truth nonetheless. So whether you want to hear it or not, it's unfortunate because I'm never going to sit quietly by while other people are harmed. Ever. It's not going to happen. Not in this life or the next. I'll tell you that much. I'm never going to just sit there and allow the lies that keep coming out of him and his camp to spread to people. And I don't care if it's someone who was on the Free Karen Reid side who he tried to disparage and lie about, or someone on this side. Eventually, he comes for pretty much anyone near him, which is why people, especially professionally, avoid him like the plague. No one wants to have anything to do with him professionally because he's a walking, talking Hiroshima time bomb, waiting to go off at any moment at anyone. He cannot ever have a professional relationship of any kind because if one tiny little thing doesn't go his way, he snaps like a toddler, has a tantrum. So nobody will touch him with a 10-foot pole. Gee, I wonder why. He has no decorum, no professionalism, doesn't actually know how to research anything, won't read all the court documents because they're, quote, boring, and probably because, well, he doesn't actually know what the hell they say. Guys. Well, that's the best kind of content he can get now. He's got to go back to Ratchet Madness, Jess, because what other content is that? You know what I find rich? No, people are not asking to collaborate with him unless they're on that sort of little tiny people, the same like 5 or 6 people. And that's for a reason. Once people do one interview with him, they realize like everything's about him and everything is got to be the way he wants it, or he acts like a petulant child. So they don't ever want to do it again. I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. It's really that simple. But he's got to get content, right? Now imagine this. Imagine calling everyone else on planet Earth a grifter, right? That's what he does. Calls everyone else is a grifter. Imagine calling everyone else a grifter, okay? While trying to make your channel a true crime channel now all of a sudden. First sports and ratchets, then just ratchets. Now you want to attempt to make it a true crime channel. You're not a true crime channel, sir. You never have been. You never will be. You're not a journalist, because journalists have to do work. And in the beginning, I thought he was doing some good journalism too, until it was released that half of the shit he said was just bold-faced lies. And the other half, well, all of it was fed to him by Karen and her team. But Karen and her team fed him all of this information. Half of them ended up being bold-faced lies, which goes to show you, when you're being fed a narrative, those lies are going to come out. They're going to come out. You cannot be a journalist and literally just be fed all of the information by a defendant and do no actual work to look into the rest of it. If you won't read all the court documents, and this is, again, what he said, his own words, he won't read all the court documents, still hasn't read all the court documents because they're, quote, boring. They're boring or you don't understand them because, you know, C's and D's get degrees. Again, like I said, again, his own words are C's and D's get degrees. That's how he got his, quote, degree is, you know, hey, as long as he gets a C or a D, he still passes, right? Yeah, we're dealing with a real intelligent one, folks. Real intelligent. He's got to come up with content, right? Got to come up with content. How do you come up with content after your 15 minutes of fame is up? You try to ride in that same gravy train, which is what he's attempting to do. I heard somebody tell me the other couple weeks, probably like 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks ago, that he was going to try to cover the Adelson case. You don't know shit about the Adelson case because you didn't cover true crime, nor have you ever covered true crime. That doesn't scream, I want another 15 minutes of fame. I don't know what it does. It'd be one thing if he was already a true crime channel. He's not. He's not. Right? Oh, 105 years. Imagine 105 years what he's facing. And I'll just kick this in, okay? Is the amount of crimes that he probably hasn't been charged with yet, that he might still be charged with, are going to probably go over that 105-year limit there. So I'm guessing more around that up to like 150, maybe more. You know? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. I also heard from a pretty damn good source that the U.S. Attorney's Office is looking into him. Uh-oh. The U.S. Attorney's Office is not too keen on cyber harassers and stalkers anymore. They don't feel good about it anymore, you know? I mean, you're right, Jess. It's sad, right? That this many people not only will buy into it, it's like, what are you looking for in your life that you need that? That's what you think is like funny. Is it funny if it's your mother? Ask yourself that. Is it funny if it's your sister? Is it funny if it's you he lies about? Might be funny until it's not, right? Until you realize that it's not truth. He's not outing people who are bad. He's taking his petty beefs to the internet and adding misinformation and lies to make someone bad, to then make dollars and cents off his petty, childish tantrums. If you don't see what's right in front of you, nobody else is going to help you see it. They've been warned a multitude of times. And I will feel bad for some of them. For some of them who followed him and didn't engage in the cyber stalking and harassment of other people, the ones that didn't perpetuate lies that he told about others, I'll feel bad for them. I'll feel bad that they bought into this, probably donated to him, maybe his defense fund, and didn't realize who they were dealing with or what kind of person they were. For the others, not so much. And I could feel bad for pretty much anyone. I have empathy, a lot of it. And I have a lot of sympathy for a lot of things people have been through, but I can't feel bad for people that helped perpetuate the misinformation and lies about other people. To think that other people's trauma and pain is funny. Is your trauma and pain funny? I mean, asking for a friend. Is your own trauma and pain funny? Because if your trauma and pain isn't funny, what makes someone else's funny to you? Just wondering. Yeah, not till 2 o'clock. He has court at 2. And he was trying to push it back to 3, so it's a good damn question. Because I'll tell you why. Because Josh Levy was the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, aka Michael Morrissey, was too much of a coward to do anything about it. I agree. The damage has been done. And I hold both Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the coward Michael Morrissey is, and the U.S. Attorney's Office under Josh Levy accountable. They helped create it. They need to fix it.
We'll go ahead and bring our jury in. Thank you.
And they can't mitigate all of the damage that they allowed to happen. He does it too. So do me a favor,
Yes,
while
if you
we're waiting
don't
for the jury, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. I've been out for a couple of days, so I'm a couple days behind. You can do so one of a bunch of different ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. Those information is at the bottom of the screen and the description of the video. We have wish lists. I have to update those. And there's a link in the chat and in the description of the video that you can just click on and use your credit or debit card, put in any amount you want to donate to the channel. I actually saw one come in, I think it was last night, from Dougie. Thank you, Dougie, for your $20 you sent. I think it was yesterday. I appreciate you, my friend. I'm gonna mute myself now so I can do some work in the background here. Getting the information up for his hearing.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Custodes, or Mr. Stark, you indicated that you were a officer in the Judge Advocate General Corps, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were in that capacity for over 10 years, right?
Roughly 10 years.
You went to Boston University College.
Yes, I did.
You went to Northeastern Law for your JD.
Yes, I did.
And then you got your LLM in cybersecurity from Georgetown, correct?
It was in national security with a emphasis in cybersecurity.
Okay. All prestigious schools, right?
Yes.
You did very well in school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a JAG officer, you indicated that you were both a defense attorney and a prosecutor during your term as an officer in the JAG.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say that the Navy requires JAG officers to be very on top of your cases, right?
Absolutely.
To be careful with records, correct?
Correct.
To be careful with what you send to whom, correct?
Absolutely.
You check and double check pretty much everything, right?
Sometimes many more checks than that.
You never looked at Jim McIntyre's credentials, right?
Correct.
Now, I just want to start with some of the things that we have in evidence. I'm showing you 2.26C. This is the photograph from Home Depot. That's you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that receipt that's attached to that from November 29th of 2022, that's also you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It says your name on the receipt, correct?
I believe it does, yes.
It also says that you bought the Milwaukee Smooth Blade insulation knife on November 29th of 2022 at 8:56 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw the testimony from Special Agent Bernie with the FBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that showed that your vehicle, your phone, and your business record put you in the vicinity of that Home Depot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that, do you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you then watched as he showed all of the different waypoints of your vehicle traveling down towards Riceboro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your car, right?
No, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your phone, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't dispute that that was you in the vehicle at the time.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. You saw the records introduced concerning the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased from J.C. Lewis, correct?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to 1.19. Do you recall seeing those business records introduced here in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't dispute that you bought that car, correct?
I do not dispute that.
You don't dispute you paid cash for it?
It was a check, but yeah.
It was the full amount.
Conversationally, yeah, you paying cash rather than financing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you bought that car under your own name, correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was
I believe it was July 27th of 2022.
right, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you bought that vehicle, that did not have a police intercept package on that vehicle, correct?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what a police intercept package is, though.
Right. Because if it did, you would have paid extra for options, right?
Right. I mean, there were options on there that I did pay extra for. I assume that anything else would have been also additional.
Now, you also purchased $2.25C. Not this specific kit, but one that looked just like it, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
This was a 7-piece deer processing kit, correct?
That's what it says, ma'am.
Well, you saw the business records from Bass Pro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they indicated that you purchased that item. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that you did, correct?
No, ma'am.
And it's your testimony in court here today that you are not a hunter, correct?
That is correct.
You were not going hunting on November 29th of 2022, correct?
No, ma'am, I was not.
And just so we're clear, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1.21, 1.22, 1.23, and 1.24. Do you recognize that car?
It looks like the same make and model car that I had.
And you don't dispute that you were down in a large wooded area on November 29th of 2022 at the time referenced in that photograph?
I don't really recall where I was, ma'am, but
You don't recall where you were?
Right.
Okay. But just a moment ago, you said you didn't dispute that that was your path of travel that Agent Bernie displayed for the jury, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm publishing to the jury. Photograph 1.1, rather 1.21.
Thank you, Francesca, for your $5 donation. I sure do need my coffee.
You saw Agent Sands testify, correct, concerning 1.117?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a Marathon gas station, correct?
I can't quite see it, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
And there's also a business record attached there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's from your Renaissance Bank records, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
That was your vehicle, your card, and you that was present at the vicinity of 13689 East Oglethorpe Highway, Midway, on November 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
Nobody else swiped your card, right? That was you.
I believe so, ma'am. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that was not me.
You didn't report your car stolen, right?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your phone stolen?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your wallet stolen?
No, ma'am.
So all along, you've always had possession of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your testimony that also you were told to turn your phone off, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you saw Agent Bernie demonstrate the time gap of approximately 2 hours when your phone was off and still in the area of the Portal Hunting Club, correct?
I'm not sure where the phone was during that time, but because I believe it was turned off, but.
What was with you, wasn't
Right.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was off, but on your person.
Or in my car.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you brought a black and a gray tote to that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your testimony that's not your tote?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That is your tote.
No, ma'am, it is not. My testimony is that it is not my tote.
So the other one, the gray one, that's also not your tote?
I would call that the gray one, ma'am, but I believe that that is also not my tote.
Just so we're clear. My apologies. These two totes are not your totes?
That is correct.
There are two random black and gray totes that showed up on November 29th of 2022 in the vicinity of the Portal Hunting Club, and they're not yours?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm not sure when they turned up, ma'am, but they are not mine. I can explain why if you would like.
You know how the process works, Mr. Cassotis.
Okay, ma'am.
You heard the testimony that Mindy's blood was inside of those totes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard the testimony that there were cleansing wipes recovered in the vicinity, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And also the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
So to your testimony,
Just trying to sound proper by doing it.
knife
Ma'am.
you purchased on November
Ma'am.
29th, 2022 at Home Depot.
That is definitively not the knife that I purchased at Home Depot.
Do you see the cleansing wipes on the knife at the photographs of the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
It's your testimony you didn't clean this knife off, right?
That is correct, ma'am. I have never seen that knife before. It was introduced as evidence.
This knife just happened to be there in the vicinity of the same black and gray colored totes that you referenced in your interview to law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe it just happened to be there, ma'am, but it was there.
And it was your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that you bought the deer processing kit to give to somebody as a gift?
Yes, to Mindy's younger brother, Matthew.
It was important to Mindy that you get him something he liked, right?
I believed so, but though I now have reason to question whether those messages were coming from Mindy or not.
But you don't have any reason to say otherwise other than that you're guessing, correct?
Correct.
But something so important to Mindy, you just left it at the house when you moved out, right?
I was extremely upset when I moved out, and I left a lot of things there.
So that was a yes, you left it at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You never gave it to Matthew?
No, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Samantha, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was your third wife at the time, correct?
At the time, yes, ma'am.
You heard about the relationship leading up to you meeting her in person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you started talking to her as early as late September 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds right.
Well, you saw the text messages, right?
I didn't actually look at them that closely, but if they say late September, that would be correct. It was either late September or early October. I'm not 100% sure.
Those messages were not sent by Signal, correct?
Correct.
They were sent on social media, correct?
Correct.
Those messages were sent by you, correct?
I believe so.
Well, here. Let me give you two specifically to look at. 1.95 and 1.98. Let us know when you've finished looking at them.
I'm done, ma'am.
Those are text messages or communications that you sent to Ms. Kolesnik.
Yes.
And during those exchanges, there were several exchanges on a regular basis, correct?
Yeah.
And they started at the end of September of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately culminated with you going to see her on December 16th of 2022,
That sounds right. Yes.
2 weeks after your wife was deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
But you initiated that relationship before she was dead.
I wouldn't say initiated that relationship, but we were talking, like I talked to many people online.
Well, you drove from Georgia to Missouri, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from Missouri to Pennsylvania to go see her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours was that?
Quite a few. I'm not sure exactly.
But you weren't just talking?
No, at that point we were, we had progressed into more of a relationship, but I'm saying that that wasn't how things had started in September.
Right, but on December 16th, 15 days after you told your wife's parents she was dead, you drove to Pennsylvania from Missouri, correct?
15 days after I learned my wife was dead.
October 22nd of 2022, you told Mrs. Kolesnik or Miss Kolesnik on 1.95, she had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were tugging on her heartstrings, weren't you?
No, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her you were single and available?
No, ma'am, I was not. That was a very similar conversation to one I had with any number of people, male and female, friends.
Right, because you had a conversation going on with Joy when you thought Mindy was going to die in COVID, correct?
Correct.
So that was another woman you were chatting with that you told this jury was a woman you had a relationship with
Correct.
while you were still married.
While I was still married, ma'am.
But this one wasn't.
No, ma'am.
1.98, you indicated on November 8th of 2022, while terrified for your life and staying in the house exclusively but to run errands, going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, Bedford, Hudson Valley area, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. That was not true.
That was not true, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her to trust you?
No, ma'am.
Why make that up?
That was something we were regularly told to do, say that we would be in different places, and then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere that we weren't.
So Jim told you what to say in each of your text messages to Samantha?
Not in each, but it was something he would generally say, tell people that you're going to be traveling for the next 2 weeks. And then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere else.
Why is the question, who is Jim and where is Jim, not a question yet? That's what I want to know.
After you found out that Mindy had passed, you testified to this jury, you never got a single document of any sort from the doctors, correct?
That is correct.
You just told this jury that you were a JAG officer, correct? For 10 years.
I was.
You checked every detail, right?
Yes.
Verified everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't get a single document at any point in any of the time after her death?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Death certificates, 1.68. They're registered with the state of Georgia. You're aware of that, right?
I am.
You never got a single copy of a document from a courthouse?
No, ma'am. I asked about it once and I should have followed up, but I did not.
You yourself as an attorney never got a single document.
No, ma'am. I didn't have any reason to have a document, and so I failed to follow up on it.
You were on trial for murder, correct?
Ma'am, I was not.
In anticipation of today, in your testimony, you knew you were on trial for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't bring a single court document with you.
Well, ma'am, I believe the testimony is fairly clear that I was lied to about Mindy's death and that I did not have a document because there were no documents.
You worked for APIS Security, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
No W-2, right?
At some point I saw a W-2, but
But you didn't bring one.
no, ma'am. I believe there was one in Discovery, but I don't recall.
You do. You believe there was one in Discovery?
I believe so, ma'am.
Can you tell us what document that was?
I can't recall. I believe it was a tax document.
Was there a W-4?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what a W-4 is, ma'am.
An I-9?
No, ma'am.
No tax documents?
No. I-9s are for immigrations, proving that you're a citizen. So
What about tax records? You got paid, right?
it was paid into a trust, ma'am.
So you have zero records reflecting being paid by APIS Security, correct?
Well, I have the records that you provided to me during Discovery. But
1.84. You provided Samantha with an employment verification, correct?
yes, ma'am.
You indicated you worked for them February 12th, 2018.
All I need is 30 minutes.
That was January 12th of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never got a single paycheck?
Not paid to me, no.
So for 5 years, you worked for a company and got zero money handed to you.
Handed to me, yes, ma'am.
You opened a bank account, correct?
I've opened, can you be more specific, ma'am?
You opened Renaissance Bank account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the account we saw the records for, ending in 141, right?
I don't know the number, but I believe so.
You signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into the bank, right?
No, ma'am.
So that's not your physical signature on there.
It is my physical signature. I believe it was scanned and emailed.
It's your testimony you opened a bank account without going into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You provided Samantha with a driver's license, right?
With a photograph of one, yes.
1.86. This is the license you sent her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the jury 1.111, which is the same photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware that there are no records in the state of Georgia reflecting a change of name to Stark.
I'm aware of that now, ma'am.
Well, you would have had to change your driver's license, right, sir?
Yes, I assume so.
You assume? You just said you did. Caught in a lie.
Delaware. This was issued January 13th, 2023, 1.112. That's you, right?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Is that a current picture of you?
That was current at the time, ma'am.
Publishing to the jury. It's your testimony that you got one under the name Cassapp because of a glitch at the DMV?
It wasn't a glitch, ma'am.
Well, you testified that the Social Security Administration told you it would update in 24 hours your name change, right?
They said likely 24 hours, though there was a chance it would be sooner.
So sooner still, right?
I hoped it would be sooner. That's why I went back to the DMV that afternoon.
Right, but in 1.106, you went on January 4th to change your name, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your testimony that from January 4th of 2023, some 9 days later, it still hadn't updated?
No, ma'am. So there's a difference between the court document, which you go to court to get, and then the Social Security office, which you have to go in there and bring a copy of the court document to start that updating process.
Right, but you said you went the same day as you went to the Missouri.
No, ma'am. I said I went to the Social Security office in Delaware after I returned to the Delaware area from St. Louis.
And a name change in Missouri, all within a week approximately,
I was trying to update my driver's license, yes.
in 3 different states.
No, ma'am. I had gotten a name change in Missouri, which had been our plan from the beginning. I was splitting my time between Delaware and Pennsylvania at the time, and I had gotten one license in Delaware that was not the correct name. I was going to be spending the next part of the next week in Pennsylvania. So the next business day, it was a holiday weekend. It was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I went on that Tuesday into a DMV in Pennsylvania, and I got a license with what is now my legal name.
You remember it was a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know your wife's doctor's name.
I was never given her doctor's name.
You didn't ask?
Ma'am, she wanted.
I asked you a question, sir.
No,
Did you ask?
I did not ask.
She was 8 months pregnant, you said, correct?
Correct.
You never visited her at the hospital,
Yeah, I was told not to.
and you listened?
Yes, ma'am.
First child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Desperately wanted kids.
I wouldn't say desperately wanted kids, but I wanted kids.
You'd been trying since Heather, right?
Yes. Well,
How
on
many
and
years was
off.
that?
You know, Mindy and I didn't start trying to have kids immediately, but
Well, you testified there was a miscarriage in the middle, correct?
yes, ma'am. That miscarriage was in, July of 2021.
So for years, you had been trying to get pregnant,
Yes, ma'am.
and your wife was finally 8 months pregnant and terribly ill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe
And-
so.
And you never went to see her.
No, ma'am. I was talking to her and checking on her, but I did not physically go there because I did not think it was safe to.
Well, just in your testimony earlier, you said texting, not talking.
Yes, ma'am. I use them interchangeably. I'll be more clear.
You never spoke to her.
No,
is
ma'am.
what you're
I tried
getting.
to multiple times, but we couldn't get a good enough signal to have a conversation.
And when you couldn't get her, you didn't go see her.
No, ma'am.
You're an attorney at the time of all of this, correct?
I don't believe I was at that time. No, ma'am.
I mean, you don't forget how to be a lawyer, do you?
No, ma'am, I hope not.
Right? So when you filled out this paperwork for the Missouri change of name, you indicated that you did not owe anybody any judgments,
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
that there were no cases requesting money pending against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yet you stood in a court of law in front of a judge who told you when to be back to settle what was owed to Miss Thomas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't go.
I didn't go because I believed that that was already settled.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I absolutely was.
You know, if you don't show up to court, what happens?
They would, if I still had a hearing there, if I had not paid that money, I would have been held in contempt.
You called Heather to confirm she got paid?
I did not, ma'am. And nor did she call me, nor did she come to the house that we had shared that I continued living in for 9 months afterwards.
You have been exchanging a series of emails back and forth with Heather for days leading up to that court hearing, correct?
I don't believe I had. No, ma'am.
It's your testimony you didn't.
No, ma'am.
Miss Thomas was following you repeatedly to the point that you thought that she was actually potentially one of the people causing you trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
But you think she just evaporated?
Because I believe she had gotten the money that she wanted.
Then tell us why she would be a danger to you.
At that point, I no longer believed that she was a danger to me.
When was that?
That was shortly around the time that I believe the payment had been made to her, and she stopped contacting me altogether. Never came by the house, never called my phone.
But you just told this jury that Jim McIntyre was looking into it for you.
He was, and he said that he had determined that Heather was not involved and that he had wired the funds.
Let's talk about your marriage license. The application, 1.92.
Absolutely.
You listed people that are not your parents, correct?
At the time, I believed them to be my parents.
They're sitting in this courtroom now, right?
Yes, my parents are.
You don't disbelieve that Linda and Wayne Cassotis are your parents?
Not anymore, no, ma'am.
And with all due respect to
Not
your father
anymore.
sitting here, that's the man you moved 100 plus
Yeah, this is
times
the guy
to
who's
be
on
afraid of?
trial.
I wouldn't say 100 plus times, but yes, ma'am. We moved probably 50 times because I was terrified.
Well, the 2 times that you just talked in direct testimony, you said 15 to 25 times twice, and then moved countless other times, correct?
I wouldn't say countless other times, ma'am.
Well, your recollection was every time you moved a week, right? You could tell this jury when you were in each different place, correct?
Yeah, I have because we move so often, it's actually pretty easy for me mentally to remember where we were when, because oftentimes we were only in a place for 2 days. So if you remember the 4th of July happened while you were in that house, you know when you were there.
But you don't remember your wife's doctor.
No, ma'am.
Let's just be clear, 2.32, this is Mindy, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
During your interview with law enforcement, you didn't even ask what happened to her.
I did ask, ma'am. During the first interview, I asked what happened to Mindy, and Mr. Sands told me that at this time he did not believe that I presume you, the district attorney, wanted to make that information public.
You didn't ask about your baby either, did you?
No, ma'am.
Not once in 2 hours and 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not once in almost 2 hours in Liberty County, correct?
Well, ma'am, in Liberty County, as you all saw, was the time I was told that Mindy had not been pregnant when she died.
Until they told you, you didn't ask about the baby either, right?
No, ma'am.
You told your in-laws that your wife died December 1st of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Immediately after I was told, I went back to the house and told them.
And then the next day you went and got your car washed, or was that the same day? I'm showing 1.110.
I don't recall what day that was, ma'am.
Well, that is your car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you found out your wife was dead, you went to the car wash. Is that right?
Apparently, ma'am.
Well, that is your bank record, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at some point I went and got my car washed. I don't recall getting my car washed, but I may have. It appears I did.
And you went and picked up some beer, right?
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking probably a scary amount at this point.
During your direct examination, I didn't hear any reference to 2.44 or 2.43, the rug, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
You don't dispute that this rug is the one you left the house with, 2.44?
No, ma'am. That looks right.
And 2.43 is what was there when you got there?
I believe so, ma'am.
And you replaced these because you said Rusty threw up on it?
Yes, he always had kind of a stomach that was sensitive to eating too much, and he was known to beg for food. So sometimes Betsy and Frank would overeat him, and he would get sick.
You didn't just clean the rug?
No, ma'am. Mindy had put it in a plastic bag and stuck it out back because it smelled. And by the time I had time to try to clean it, 2 days had passed, and the entire thing smelled absolutely awful.
Had nothing to do with the blood that was underneath the rug, right?
There was no blood underneath the rug.
Well, you saw the photographs here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that law enforcement somehow put Blue Star on the floor of that house?
Ma'am, I have no idea what blood that is or when it was there, and unfortunately, law enforcement never tested that.
Right. And so the blood on the futon that was Mindy's?
I have no idea how that blood got there, ma'am.
Okay.
I didn't spend a lot of time in that room, so
You lived in the house, right?
yes, ma'am.
It was also your testimony that initially Jim was an FBI agent, right?
I believed he was for, gosh, 2 years, over 2 years.
And at some point you determined that he was not, correct?
Yes.
You didn't move after you figured that out, right?
No, as I testified, we had a big argument about whether or not we should, stop dealing with him altogether.
You also didn't move after your father and uncle showed up at your house, right?
That is correct.
You were moving hundreds, or at least, my apologies, at least 50 times,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, at least 50 times, definitely.
Over 7 years, correct?
Yeah.
How long was it?
I have 5 years. Yeah.
5 years. So over 5 years, you kept moving because that man was your threat.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he showed up at your door with your uncle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't move.
No, ma'am. I asked to.
So at this point, you actually knew he knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
You ran out the back.
After I talked to Jim, yes, I departed via the back of the house.
Right.
She was
You said
not
you
pregnant.
told Jim.
Emmy said she was
Yes.
not pregnant.
On Signal, but you can make voice calls or I believe even video calls now through Signal.
Guys,
But
just
yet when law enforcement spoke to you the first
bad
time,
liar.
you said he just showed up.
Thank you, Jack, for your 1111 donation or 1011
Law enforcement
donation.
specifically asked you,
Just saw it.
how did Jim know where to find you? And you said he just showed up.
No, ma'am. I said it didn't take him long to get there, which I thought clearly indicated that I had contacted him. But apparently there was some confusion on Mr. Sand's part. He then later said that I was clearly asked that twice, and I've listened to that interview about 40 times, and I've never heard it asked even once, clearly.
You've had access to all this material, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what the state's case was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No documents here with you today.
No, ma'am.
You indicated at some point that it was very important for you to figure out who of Mindy's friends would need to know, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And you reached out to each of them, correct?
I did.
It's your testimony, you had no idea that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy thought you were dead?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm showing you 1.87 and 1.88. We'll take a look at them. You've seen them before, right?
Yes, ma'am. I saw them when they were provided in Discovery.
Do you see the email address on that?
I do, ma'am. Yes.
That's 8bis Limited, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the same address that you claimed was Jim McIntyre, correct?
I believe he had an APIS, but I'm not sure that I did not regularly email with him personally. So I believe at some point I saw an APIS Limited address for him as he was reaching out to Frank and Betsy, but.
Well, you just told the jury you worked for 8bis Limited, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
You got that employment verification from Marcus Jones at 8bis Limited, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believed you were working for Jim McIntyre, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
That he was preserving all of your funds in a trust, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you bring the trust documents here?
No, ma'am.
In order to start a trust, Mr. Cassotis, as an attorney, you know that there are actual documents you need to sign, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You never preserved any of those?
At some point, I lost them. I don't know exactly when.
Okay.
But I had them and I provided them.
He lost
to
everything.
Miss Thomas on.
He lost everything.
Actually, when you went to court,
Please.
you didn't provide the court with anything, did you?
I don't believe I was asked to.
That would be a no?
Yes, ma'am. That would be a no.
But you told the court you had $32 million.
I usually do. I wrote it up quickly today, but I usually do put his name
Did
in
you
the title.
ever ask
Fix it
Jim
after.
to show you a copy of the check that he sent to Heather or the wire to pay her off?
Absolutely. I saw bank records showing a wire transaction to her.
And you saved all those?
No, ma'am. I believe I've been pretty clear about that.
Well, Heather was all but, from your description, stalking you for the money, right?
She was energetically looking for it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So energetically looking for it, you didn't think it was important to hold on to a copy of those?
No, ma'am. As I said, I stayed in that house for another 9 months. The house that Heather and I had shared when we were married, and never heard from her. She never stopped by. She never called my phone. I assumed that was over and done with.
At that point, you had moved and changed your name and your driver's licenses in 2 additional states, correct?
No, ma'am. This is years before that.
Okay. Now, initially, I believe you told us that you contacted the FBI, and that's when Jim showed up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I recall correctly, what you said was you were very happy because normally you don't get any traction on a case like this.
Yes, ma'am. That was my fear.
But then Jim McIntyre, according to your testimony, spent the next 2 years acting as your basically personal assistant, social media provider, financial advisor, and Microsoft purveyor, correct?
I'm not sure I would use all of those, but he was somebody that we were dealing with very closely throughout all of this.
You thought that an FBI agent just decided to take you on with a case you didn't think that he was actually even going to investigate?
I had been worried that he wouldn't investigate it. I was very happy that it was being taken so seriously.
And it's your testimony to this jury that after 10 years in the JAG, you believed he was an FBI agent.
Absolutely. And I've dealt with law enforcement, both the state, the local, and federal law enforcement extensively. There was nothing that concerned me at that time.
So let me make sure I get this straight. Initially, you thought that the risk, based on your testimony, was because of the Washington Post article.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Then you thought it was Wayne, correct?
No, ma'am. Then we started looking at others. We looked at an ex-boyfriend of Mindy's, Heather, my ex-wife. Then we looked at and a former boss of Angela's who had tried to assault Mindy. He was a very kind of rich and powerful man. And then,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
and it wasn't until after we had exhausted those leads that he started looking at our immediate families.
So when Jim McIntyre, you determined did not work for the FBI, he promptly told you how he knew to come and see you and Mindy, right?
No, ma'am. And that is one of the things I've thought about extensively over the last 27 months as this case has gone on, that as to how he entered our life, I never followed up. And there are frankly a lot of mistakes I've made over the last 7 years of my life that I spend a lot of time thinking about.
He just showed up at your house and said he was the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony about Cameron Nelson's credit card, the Capital One card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your testimony that all of those charges were being made by Jim McIntyre?
The majority of them, not all of them.
The Uber Eats purchases that came to the house in Savannah, those were done by Jim McIntyre?
We were never in Savannah while anything was being charged to Cameron's card.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you, Brittany. There's been some
And all of those
wild
transactions,
verdicts lately. Wild.
The Uber car rentals, were those Jim McIntyre too?
The Uber car rentals?
Yeah, Uber.
I don't know anything about those, ma'am.
You never took an Uber on a credit card?
I have taken Ubers before. I have never, during this time, I never took an Uber, no.
So if the bank records show you taking Ubers and going places, that wasn't you?
That was not me, correct.
Okay. You have an Uber app on your phone, correct?
I do now, yes.
So it's your testimony you never had an Uber app on your phone in 2022?
In 2022, I did. I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about Miss Nelson's credit card. Are you talking about my bank records or Miss Nelson's? I'm just not clear.
I'm talking about your bank records.
Oh, okay, yes. My bank records, yes. There were times I took an Uber.
But you told this jury you were afraid to leave the house, right?
Yes, ma'am. Every time I went out, it was scary.
But you fought through the fear and jumped in an Uber?
If I had things that needed to be done, then yes. I thought it was my job to take care of those things.
You didn't call Jim and say, hey, Jim, I need a ride. Get me to this location. You're my security detail?
No, ma'am. Sometimes he would drive me places, but for regular errands, no. That was something that I dealt with. Either I had Mr. Frank Mebane drive me, or I would call an Uber.
Right, because on November 29th, you clearly went to Home Depot by yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that point, I had a car, so I was not taking Ubers anywhere.
And it's your testimony to this jury that you never paid Jim McIntyre 1 penny. For how many years of service to you?
I believed that we were both benefiting from this.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you paid him.
No, I did not.
So in all of the years that he worked with you, you never paid him.
No, ma'am.
And it was your testimony you met Frank first, or rather you met Jim first in Virginia, correct?
Yes, Alexandria, Virginia.
And then he followed you to what state next?
We saw him multiple times in Virginia. Then later we saw him in South Carolina and in Georgia.
And then you said you didn't see him much.
Yeah, I believe I only saw him once, maybe twice when I was in Delaware.
Okay. It was your testimony to law enforcement, or your statement, I should say, to be clear, that Jim McIntyre handled your finances the entire time.
Yes, ma'am.
That included setting up all of your Airbnbs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Except the one in Savannah, because you bought that one, right?
Yes, ma'am. And there were two at the very beginning, one in Alexandria and one in Charlottesville that I set up personally.
Well, and don't forget the one in Hilton Head that you got for Frank and Betsy afterwards in your name too, right?
Yeah, that wasn't an Airbnb, but correct. I did set up that rental.
In the name Cassotis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were still afraid that people were coming after you, and your wife now was already dead,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're still using your name Cassotis.
That was my legal name at the time. Yes, ma'am.
And you said when you got the $300,000 from Sony, you didn't pay Cameron, right?
Correct, ma'am.
You didn't pay Heather, right? You thought that was paid,
I thought that was paid, ma'am.
right? At that point, that money was the money you and Mindy were living on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jim McIntyre didn't control that money, correct?
No, he did not. He said he was monitoring it and taking actions to prevent it, but he did not control that money.
So you did have $300,000 to your disposal, at least on June of 2022.
Absolutely. That was a non-negotiable point for us, was that we get to control our own money.
Now, you talked about mosquitoes, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
When you had problems with mosquitoes, that was when you first moved in, right?
It had started when we first moved in, but it got worse in, I want to say, mid-August.
Can you tell the jury how expensive the Airbnb was? How much did that cost?
I think it cost about $4,500 a month, but I could be mistaken.
You called the owner, right, to get her to fix the mosquito problem.
No, ma'am.
You decided to fix that yourself?
Yes, ma'am. This was a rule that we had for several years.
At $4,500 a month, you took on handyman jobs.
Absolutely, ma'am.
It was also your testimony that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy left the residence the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they returned on that Sunday?
Yes, ma'am. That is the best of my recollection, but I'm pretty certain about it.
Well, you testified under oath to that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So if you weren't sure, you would have told us that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
There's also your testimony that your wife went into the hospital on Saturday, that weekend, correct?
I believe it was Saturday. There's a slight chance it could have been Friday, but I thought about this a lot. I'm relatively certain it was Saturday.
Well, you just again testified under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
It was Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't give us an equivocation earlier,
Yes,
did you?
ma'am. No, ma'am, I did not.
And you said it was Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you said that her parents came back on Sunday,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You never told them what hospital, right?
No, ma'am. I don't believe they asked either.
And then it was your testimony that you talked to Mindy Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, correct?
I believed I talked to Mindy.
Okay. So that was a yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm uncertain. I think I've been pretty clear that I don't know if it was Mindy or not. It was a message from Mindy's Signal account.
But you could have called her on the Signal account, right?
As I said, I tried to call her, but she didn't have a good enough signal where she was, so we couldn't hear each other.
But you never talked to her after she went in. So how would you know that?
As I said, I tried to call her, and when we could not verbally talk, we messaged each other via Signal.
And then you went to pick her up on December 1st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Dr. Mondor that on December 1st, she was already dead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no reason to disbelieve Dr. Mondor's estimation, do you?
I do not, ma'am, no. Which is why I have said I do not think I was talking to Mindy for most of that week.
And when you went to the birthing center and they told you that Mindy had passed, you didn't see Mindy, correct?
Correct, ma'am. I asked to, and I was told I was not able to at that time.
You never once referenced the baby during your direct examination when you talked to the doctor.
Well, ma'am, at this point, I've learned roughly a little over 2 years ago that there was no baby.
We didn't mention it to law enforcement either when they first approached you.
No, ma'am. I guess I did not. I believe we talked about the pregnancy quite a bit, but not specifically the baby.
Not on the first interview, Mr. Cassotis. You didn't.
Yeah, I'm relatively certain we talked quite a bit about how Mindy was pregnant and where I thought she was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you went to pick up your wife's ashes, you indicated that was in Alabama,
Yes, ma'am. Montgomery, Alabama.
and you gave him $5,000 cash.
Yes, ma'am.
No paperwork,
No, ma'am.
no name.
I'm sorry, no
He
name?
didn't give you his name?
He might have, ma'am. I'm unsure. I don't remember. It was a very brief meeting.
You received your wife's ashes on the side of the road and you didn't get the man's name?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry at him.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
No, ma'am.
You weren't a lawyer at that time?
No, ma'am. I was not licensed at that time.
Well, you had put your license on hold, essentially, right?
Yeah, I had given up my Virginia license, but Massachusetts allows you to retire your license, and then if you want to turn it back on later, you just have to pay as if you were an active lawyer for all the years in between. So I am still to this day a retired attorney in Massachusetts.
You didn't forget how to be a lawyer, is my point.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And receiving your wife's ashes on the side of the road in Alabama for $5,000 cash, you didn't think you needed any documents as an attorney?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry about the entire exchange.
I have the sewer
That
turtle
was a no,
stuff.
correct?
Correct, ma'am.
I will bring it up on the screen when it starts. It is not started yet.
And I just want to make sure I understand, your car burst into flames in the condition we saw it in this courtroom on your way to purchase a house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you never bought the house.
No, ma'am.
That's a real estate transaction, correct?
That is a real estate transaction. Yes, ma'am.
Those require written documents, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You lost $50,000, you said, right?
I did, ma'am.
You have no records of that?
Ma'am, you have all my banking records. You can see the EMD coming right out of it.
Right. And your testimony is you don't have a record reflecting anything concerning that transaction that day?
Ma'am, you have all of my electronics, and that's how all these documents were. They were e-signed.
Well, actually, withdrawn. You never bought the house, right?
Correct, ma'am.
Because you had a check for $860,000, I believe you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you said burnt up, right?
Along with parts of me, ma'am.
And when Investigator Frost said to you, what was so important that was in the car that you opened the door? Do you recall that?
It was my phone, ma'am.
Not the check for $860,000.
No, ma'am. In that moment, all I was trying to do was call for help.
You didn't care about a check for $860,000?
I absolutely cared about a check for $860,000. At that moment, I was trying to call for help. I did not realize that my car was about to burst into flames.
Detective Frost had to tell you about the check, didn't he?
No, ma'am. I remembered the check. I thought we were talking about something else.
I just want to make sure I confirm something. The police report against your father for the name change in Missouri,
Yes, ma'am.
that was September 30th of 2022, the incident, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
When you are a victim of domestic violence, as alleged, that allows you to seal the name change, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you had not had a police report reflecting the need to seal it being domestic violence, you couldn't have gotten it sealed, right?
Well, ma'am, I thought there were many other reports at this time, but yes, I did rely on that one when I got it sealed. Yes, ma'am.
You submitted it, right?
Absolutely. Along with my medical records, I believe, from the assault in Virginia.
Mr. Cassotis, when you received Mindy's remains, you had testified that it was so important to you and Mrs. Nevin to figure out who would want to be notified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You promptly called them to schedule them to be present when you distributed her ashes, right?
No, ma'am.
Hang on just one moment. Mr. Cassotis, in anticipation of today's date, you located Mr. McIntyre, right?
No, ma'am.
So you've been talking to him basically on and off since what, 2017?
I started talking to him in fall of 2017, I believe, and we last spoke in, I want to say, mid-April of 2023.
And the records for APIS Limited.
Thank you, Attorney Wayne. Next for the court number 7, Commonwealth versus Dennis Lopez, 24 CR 163. Mr. Lopez will be entering the courtroom momentarily. He is represented by Attorney Jesse Grove. This Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Amanda Mullaney. The matter is on for lobby conference. If the parties could please identify themselves.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Amanda Mullaney for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jesse Grove for Mr. Lopez, who is in custody and coming in.
Come on over.
I don't know, a case that they're doing before his, I'm guessing. They just like unmuted the court. So. I hate that beeping. It drives me bananas. Justice Served TV. I don't see that many people here.
So, Mr. Lopez, your matter is continued to September 22nd at 2 p.m. for a possible change of plea. A Hable issued to Worcester for your appearance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Grove.
Yeah, call up your Bucherri. We've got, yeah, there you go. Where's Mr. Romano?
He is right over there.
There he is.
Next
Hi, Mr. Romano.
Next for the court number 1.
Nice to see you.
Versus Charles Bucherri Jr. 22CR90. Mr. Gutierrez is present and represented by Attorney Jesse Grove. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney David Omenu. Matter is on for a final pretrial conference. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Omenu for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jesse Grove for Mr. Buccieri, who is present and out of custody.
Okay. This has a trial date, right?
It does, Your Honor. This matter was set for trial last month when we appeared before Your Honor. This was a case where the Commonwealth had not had contact with the alleged victim for some 3 years.
I remember.
ADA Omenu reached out to me last week saying that he had had contact with the alleged victim and that he was fully on board with testifying.
Okay.
Your Honor had said that I can continue this matter if that was the case. I would be seeking to do that now. I have a formal motion to continue that I can file. I also have a motion for discovery, as I do not believe discovery is complete at this time.
Why don't you come up in 5 minutes?
I'm super confused why they keep muting it and then saying, why don't you come up here? If these are public hearings, you can't just like do sidebar just because you don't want the public to hear what you're saying. Like, sidebars are only supposed to be used for like specific things that are, you know, public doesn't have a right to, things like that, medical or things under protective orders, victims, certain victims' names, addresses, things like that. Not just, oh, come up here, come on over to sidebar because we're on camera and I don't want the public to hear what's going. That's not the way sidebars are supposed to be used at all. This is public. There's a reason why public trials are public. Strange. This judge makes no sense to me half the time that he does stuff. Hey girl, hey. Yes, thank you again to Jack. I don't know if Jack heard that. Thank you again for your donation earlier. 1121. We appreciate you, Jack. I tried to sneak it in between listening to the trial. Sometimes the trial voice overpowers what I'm saying. When I try to sneak something in. While we're waiting, if you guys hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. Subscribe if you already haven't. Change your little notifications to all. If you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. We rely on donations from our viewers for our channel. Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, it's on your screen. Revolut, for those of you who are out of country and in different countries, it works wonderfully. Or we have a link in the chat. It's pinned into the chat. You can use credit or debit. You don't have to have a payment app. You can use good old credit or debit. If you just click on that link, enter whatever amount you want. You can write a little note. All of that stuff is also in the description of the video itself here on YouTube. So if you're watching from X or Facebook, then that link isn't there. It's you got to look at the description of the video itself. Oh, hey, there you are. I mean, welcome, missing in action. I've been asking about you. About 2, sir. 2. Again. All sorts of freaky shit, you know. That's what she said. Had to throw one of those in there. Throw one of those in there. A good old that's what she said. My notifications are going off right now. I'm telling you guys, if you ever boil down to thinking you're going to start a stream, YouTube channel, and you do live streams and not long form content, do not just put your phone down and then never look at it. Because you'll get incoming like information, you'll get all sorts of stuff as you're streaming. People trying to tell you something. It's really helpful if you're muted and you forgot to unmute yourself. You'll get text messages from people. You're still muted, which I appreciate, by the way. I do that to myself sometimes, or I'll forget to unmute it. I must be talking to like, we can't hear you. At least you're still muted. Oh my God, on with it already, Your Honor. Like, this is not a public, hearing. This is you making it non-public by doing every court case at a sidebar. I mean, that's definitely not legal, just FYI. Judge knows that. He's just trying to save people embarrassment. But I mean, it's a public trial for a reason, sir. I get it.
So that'll be on for,
Also,
motion on that day.
This one loves to laugh, this judge.
Mr. Bucieri, well, your trial date of August 26th is canceled and converted to a hearing on any discovery motions at 2 p.m. We'll see you that day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Are we ready on Mr. Harris? I saw Aubrey.
Judge aggravates me because
Okay, I
there's
don't
nothing
think we
funny
have 2 people.
about any of
We're waiting on ADA Cook, I believe, Attorney Costa.
Be here at about 2:30.
Okay, we're waiting on Attorney Bradle. And
So we're waiting on Aiden's attorney. This is TV's
and
hearing,
so that's all we can do for right now.
asking for stuff to be public, that isn't like stuff to be unimpounded, that's impounded. Still DML, oh yes. Yeah, this judge drives me absolutely bonkers.
Oh, you know what? I can give you something now. This is
bonkers. Yeah, this judge is, I'm not a fan of this judge, to be honest. Like, nothing is funny, okay, about any of this. And I don't think that people who have been victimized by this loser appreciate the chuckles coming from the judge about anything, really. Like, even if it's something mundane, this is not funny. Nothing of this is funny. Also, I don't approve of his...
Need a moment? Are we ready?
Thank you.
Next is report number 2, Kamal versus Javon Harris, 22 CR 100. Mr. Harris is not present. His presence was waived by his attorney, Dana Sargent.
Yeah, I prefer a serious judge as
by
well.
Assistant District Attorneys Aubrey Burr and Amanda Mullaney. The matter is on for discovery
maybe don't
compliance. If
schedule
the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Freaking day.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Aubrey Burr for the Commonwealth. Good afternoon.
ADA Mullaney again, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Dana Sargent for Javon Harris. Judge, I believe he was Hayes. He refused to respond, Your Honor.
The cop, the integral cop.
So this is on for, is it the motion to allow the defense to inspect and photograph?
So that was the, they wanted to inspect the residence 63 and 61 Lawn Ave.
Yeah.
So I sent notice to the owner and current residents of the 2 residences. I spoke with the owner.
Yeah,
He said he's happy to coordinate a time for this inspection to happen. Commonwealth wants to have
can't be a
the
journalist and
inspection
be
as well.
satire.
So
Those two things
what we talked about is
don't go together.
defense investigator and the representative from the Commonwealth that'll also inspect
Also, I
will
don't
coordinate a date.
Anybody who's
Contact
had
Mr.
false
Liu, that's the
information
owner of
and dog
the
whistles
property, and it can be
Or he's called
inspected
harass
at
people,
that time.
call that fucking satire.
That's fine.
So, Judge, I'd ask the court to
If it was
allow
you,
the
Your
order. So
Honor,
the
would it be
landlord,
satire? If it was your
my
family?
private investigator spoke
I
with
don't
the
think it would
landlord
be.
who would be cooperative, as would one of the 2 tenants.
Use the
It appears the
law to
other
its fullest
tenant may be less
If it was
cooperative.
his
So with the court order, the Quincy Police could
family,
certainly get us in to view it.
I just ordered it.
Awesome, Judge. Additionally, I went to the clerk's office to get copies of paper 165, 179, 180, 181. They said there was no order that could be released to council. Could I ask that order be made?
What are they?
Numbers again?
I have to have them in front of me. I don't have them all memorized,
They're
unfortunately.
Juvenile probation record.
Yes.
What are they?
Oh, so they're,
Yeah, juvenile probation recs, 165.
Yeah, you can look at that.
And I would just ask Sherrod that the cop be able to inspect and copy whatever gets produced as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's all allowed.
Thank you.
That's all those records you saw at the last time.
Yes, Your Honor.
I remember that. Yeah, all right.
And lastly, Your Honor, the Commonwealth has a protective order which it intends to file today before providing counsel with some other records we have received. If defense counsel signs it, then I would ask Your Honor to review and sign as well. I could
Sure.
end up
Have you shown it to Mr. Sergeant?
Yeah, I'll sign it.
briefly, but
Why don't you sign it, I'll sign it, and then we'll get done.
if you're on mute, please mute, if you're on Zoom, please mute your cell phone.
I believe, and I believe,
Who isn't muted? So she just muted the court? No, you don't, you mute them, not the court. This person's not muted. Well, they muted the court. Not really sure why. It's getting a little ridiculous. Can we hear, lady? Can you just mute the other person? Like, what the? It's really frustrating when they do this. Like, it is a public hearing. It's insane. And Bradel turns everything into like a giant ridiculousness. Like, if he can't do, narrative, he doesn't know what he starts to stumble. Like, oh, blah, 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 blah. That's what he does. It's crazy. I'm trying to see. Hold on a second. Weird. Weird. So they probably took a break. I'm guessing they're waiting for Bradel. So I don't, it's unfortunate, but ridiculous. Ridiculous.
and then motion to, and then,
Okay, we're getting audio now. What's happening? What is
hey,
happening?
how you doing?
Thank you. Okay.
Oh my God. That's great. And Norfolk Superior Court, I'm sorry, the Essex Superior Court closed because the air conditioner. So my girl and Joe. Okay.
Interesting.
Yes, we did, yeah. Yeah.
And you went through it and everything's there?
Well, no, I don't think it's from you, but there's an attachment that expired.
The links are invalid.
The links are gone, or whatever. You presume they expired.
I presume that's the case. So they're going ahead for us as well.
Lost that.
The problem. No, they probably have it set as a.
We probably had word test. Right, yeah, lost 7. I don't open them now, they lost 7. Yeah. Right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council, are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you mind talking to
Council, are you ready or are you ready?
Can't hear
Like, this is TV's
Talking
hearing.
this way to the judge.
This is the Sewer Turtles
My
hearing.
vacation. Sure.
We have switched
I know.
from Revolut to
Taking away
closed
my advantages here.
to this.
Continue voting on session, turn off your cell phone, please.
For the record, before the court numbers 4, 5, and 9, Commonwealth versus Gate and Carney, 23 CR
Here we go.
313, 24 CR 43, and 25 CR 88. Carney is present. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Cosgrove for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon. Timothy Bradle for the defendant, I bet.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see
Bradle
you.
for the defense.
How are you? I'm Mr.
Healing
Connie.
Looking Judge, this is my client Aiden Carney in the middle.
Good afternoon. All right. What do we have today?
Well, we have a bit of an agenda here for you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Agenda.
Can I go through?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're back here on discovery issues that have been going on. As you know, the automatic discovery certainly is due at or before the pretrial conference, which was like over a year ago. And we've been going back and forth with this. And if you just peruse the docket, I'm not going to go through it because I know these kind of tedious discovery hearings are awful for everybody. But if you peruse the docket, you'll see all kinds of motions to compel. Yeah, sure.
What the Yeah, lying bitch, lying bitch.
I left
Motions
my
to
notes.
compel
I
on
took
things
some
that
notes.
don't
That's okay.
exist.
I appreciate you taking.
Yeah, and then I left it in the
And on
lobby.
things that don't exist, dude.
So,
We're willing to wait for you, Your Honor.
no, Mr. Summers went to get it. Takes good care of me. Mr. Bradle, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if you peruse the docket, Judge, you'll see all kinds of motions to compel. And
opinion.
it's just not happening. It's just not
It's just
happening.
not happening. Can't get things that don't exist, sir.
So
Mr. Bradle.
putting the issue of, whether it's an
Mr.
intentional thing or a,
Here comes it.
just not getting it right kind of thing. Nonetheless, we need these items. They're exculpatory. If this was just regular discovery, I might ask for a ruling that the Commonwealth may not
is regular
use certain
discovery.
items they haven't given us, but this is exculpatory stuff that we need. One of
an
the
argument of
most
things that don't
important
exist.
highlights, Your Honor.
So I went through it. These
Yeah,
are
go
what
ahead.
my notes are. You want access to different items in a form that you can see on your computer, right?
Right. We can't open what we got.
You want something about somebody that's allegedly a government agent, right?
Yes.
You want digital copies
Fuck out
of
government agent. He said government agent. He even did this.
some documents. You want
Government
videos that were taken by the Commonwealth of the rolling rally. The Brady list, right?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
There's a whole host of items.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first thing, Judge, is that
Narrative. Here it goes.
I don't know if you heard, but it was all over the media, but we got 4,000 blank pages after we were here last time when the Commonwealth said, oh, we gave them 5,000 pages. 4,000 were blank. And now the Commonwealth wants us to give back the thumb drive.
Yeah, because it's probably
That has
stuff on
some
there
things on it, minus the 4,000 pages.
that you're
So
not supposed to
last
have.
time we gave something
You
back,
redacted.
we never saw it again, and they still don't want to give it to us. And that's the Gattani extraction,
Yeah, I read that.
the
It's
redacted
also-
extraction.
There's another motion, a pro se motion on that.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Judge.
No, go ahead.
So it's been like 9 months and we don't have the redacted extraction that the Commonwealth promised me. I look back at my emails on July 9th, 2024, saying it would be ready for pickup. And it just never happened. So now they're apparently doing a 180 in their filing saying, go get it from your friends, Mr. Carney. And I don't really understand that. I don't think it's a serious response. And the Commonwealth owes us the discovery, the redacted discovery. And I ask that you order that forthwith.
You're not a serious person, Mr. Brittle. You're not a serious person, sir. I know, this was on you. You're not a serious person, Mr. Brittle, so why would they give a serious response to a joke like you with your nonsense narratives of everyone works for the government except the government, right? Out of here.
All right. Many of these issues, Your Honor, I addressed in my filing. I have been working diligently to get Mr. Bradel the discovery, despite some obstacles. If Your Honor would be kind enough to go through the list that you just went through with Mr. Bradel one by one, I will respond to them individually.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr.
Commonwealth
Cosgrove.
video of the rolling rally.
All right, the Commonwealth has provided at least 2 copies of the video to the rolling rally, one of them in the format specifically requested by Mr. Kearney. The last time it was provided was, I think, about 6 months ago. The first I heard that he was having a problem with it was the motion that he filed on the last date. As I indicated to Your Honor in my filing, I had notified Mr. Bradel of dates that he could come over to the office and we would attempt to show him the video and resolve that, which was his suggestion in the first place.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And I got no response.
Mr. Bradel, when are you going to go over to see Mr. Cosgrove?
Yeah.
Look at this?
So, Judge, that's a separate category, okay? I don't think, you know.
Let me start with this. When are you going to go over to Mr.
Yeah, we'll be happy to go over it. We're not concerned with that aspect of it. We're concerned with the stuff that they were supposed to give us. We can put that aside, the stuff that they tried to give us.
Right.
And it didn't work, you know, that it's not the right format. Nobody can open it short of Bill Gates. And, you know, that stuff, I'm confident with our team, there's some really good computer people on our team that can figure it out. And we've said to them, just do this. And they haven't done that.
They don't have to.
If we have to go over there,
Mr.
fine.
Cosgrove has said to you, come to the office.
Yeah.
Well,
do it.
Do it.
Yeah, we will, and that's not what this hearing is about as far as we're concerned. There's a ton of other stuff that doesn't require that.
That's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Cosgrove.
What would that be?
And the second item, Your Honor?
Let's see. I have the Brady list.
I'm entitled to the
I had
Brady.
indicated to Mr.
Just gonna
Mr. Bradel that I would provide that information 30 days before evidentiary hearing or trial, whichever came first.
I think, and then you said you'd give it to him by September 3rd in your memo?
Yes.
I'll order that. I'll order you to give it to him by September 3rd. So that takes care of that.
Why don't you let Cosgrove
What's next,
finish?
Your Honor?
Okay.
You
Let's
didn't
see.
even let him finish talking. It's like, I'll just order that. Like,
We have,
let him
I think
finish
we get
talking,
to
bro.
then
What the fuck?
the, supposedly somebody working as a government agent.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be Catherine Peter, I believe.
Yeah. All right. So tell me about that.
It's nonsense.
Well, Catherine Peter
It's nonsense.
is
It's that simple. It's nonsense.
relevant. basically to the Lindsay
Defense
Gattani cases. She is a former employee, as I understand it, of Mr. Kearney. He and she had a falling out over issues that don't concern the Commonwealth long before this case was originated, and basically exchanged negative posts about one another. From time to time, she has emailed usually Lieutenant Tully.
No, I'm not interested in the specifics, but more so, I think in your filing that I have in front of me, you have replaced the defective thumb drive. Am I correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bradel, do you have that?
We do, Judge.
All right, so then that's taken care of.
Yes.
All right, great. All right, that's good. Provide.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Okay. So then we go to the next one, which is a digital copy of all communications from District Attorney Morrissey to civilian witnesses.
Stop.
And it gives a list of names. And then it says that from Mr. Bradel's point of view, that the Commonwealth hasn't provided complete discovery. Go right ahead, Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, I don't know what he thinks he's missing.
Right.
Number one. Number two, what the Commonwealth is obligated to do under the rule is to provide statements of witnesses.
Yeah.
It's not obligated to provide the electronic information, which may accompany it, any more than when it turns over a photograph, it's required to provide who the photographer was, that sort of information.
Period.
I think this information, I have an inquiry in, would be difficult to access and provide. The Commonwealth has spent literally days assembling statements of witnesses, which are voluminous because it includes all kinds of emails that the witnesses have made to the district attorney's office, and those have been harvested by means of electronic system called ETOS by using term searches, and then people have gone through them and screened them, and I have screened them for compliance with Rule 14, generously construed, and those have been turned over. I can conceive of certain situations where electronic information might be exculpatory, and I think that's an issue that can be raised on a email by email basis. For example, if it were, if you had an email from somebody and their location at the time that they sent the email undid or provided an alibi or something like that, that would be exculpatory. It should be turned over. But in the ordinary course, all this does is provide information to the defendant
on who to harass.
That is
who to harass
is irrelevant and is not required to be turned over. I think these are issues that can wait for a determination as we approach trial as to whether something is material and admissible.
Okay. Mr. Bradel, can you comment on that?
Yes, Judge. So this is a metadata issue?
This is the individual, well, it's a digital copy of all communications from District Attorney Morrissey to civilian witnesses.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And it lists a whole slew of people.
Sure. So, Judge, the Commonwealth in this case has been going to the mattresses, so to speak, to keep this stuff from us. And meanwhile, the employer of the special prosecutor has released a FOIA of these items, which, just to move ahead for a sec, the fact that they released all this stuff pretty much obliterates this Commonwealth
come on,
impoundment privacy argument.
No, it doesn't.
But while we've been going back and forth with all this court time with keeping things secret from the defense here, the district attorney's office released 4,000 text messages from Trooper Tully as a FOIA request to the general public. while we, as defendants in a criminal matter with constitutional rights attached, have got nothing. So it's out there, this FOIA request from the employer of the special prosecutor, but not from the special prosecutor.
Things. They don't just give you
So
everything.
in terms of the integrity of this stuff,
dumbass,
we need the special prosecutor here to give us the items in the context of this case.
The 4,000 text messages, were they related to this case, Mr. Bradel, or related to other cases?
Well, it's relevant to the Reed matter, to our matter, it's all the same alleged
your
victims.
matter. No, it's not.
It's actually emails, not text messages.
Okay.
But it's 4,000 pages of stuff that we've been wrangling back and forth about. Meanwhile, the district attorney's office releases them in a FOIA like a week ago. That has been bandied all over
Also, he's not
media.
the district attorney's office. He's
Well, we've been trying to get this stuff for a long time.
Okay. Let me
So
go
it's,
to Mr.
yes, it's a good thing that we're getting it.
Yeah.
But we need the government in this case to give us what they are contending is that stuff.
Let me just go to Mr. Cosgrove for a minute.
Conspiracy chart.
Mr. Cosgrove, were you aware of that?
The short answer is no.
Yeah.
But they're all for the Reed shit. It has nothing to do with him.
I guess part of the price of having an independent special prosecutor, Your Honor, I don't work out of the office. I haven't been to the office within the last 2 weeks, I think. So I was not aware of that. I was aware that 12 news organizations had filed FOIA requests for information in the Karen Reed case.
Sure.
But I wasn't aware of what particularly had been released. I'll look into that.
Okay.
I will say that when Mr. Bradel says he's received nothing, that is
Bullshit.
flatly untrue.
Okay.
I agree, Judge. We got about 200 and something pages out of what was supposed to be
They have
5,000.
a right to redact
So
shit.
I remember the last time we were here, Mr. Cosgrove, you had said that there were 5,000 pages, or some large amount of pages. I'm not going to say 5, it might have been 3.
It was about 5,000. I think it was 4,700 and something.
Okay. Was some of that blank, or?
Well, the only information I have with respect to that was a letter from Mr. Bedrow that arrived 5 days later, complaining that the bulk of those pages were blank. I do not know why they would be. I haven't been able to figure out why they would be. As a result of that letter, I went back to the DA's office and sat down with one of their electronics people and had them make an entire new copy off of my laptop. And I actually added a little material that had come in since, provided by one of the prosecutors in the Reed case. But the bulk of it was the same 5,000 pages. I then went through that personally with the electronics person sitting by my side and ensured that each and every page was reproduced on the copy that I sent to the defendant. So
have you sent that to Mr. Bradel or Mr. Bedrow?
I've sent it to Mr. Bradel, and I'm informed that he's got it, so I'm not quite sure why we're still talking about it.
Got it yesterday, Judge.
All right.
So haven't been able to go fully through it.
Yeah, no, sure.
It supports all sorts of other things that we're here for as well.
All right. But you did get it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up.
Then the next thing would be,
You got it. Shut up. They're acting like something's being hidden. There's nothing being hidden. Okay?
the next thing I
They
see,
committed
Mr.
crimes, but
Bradel
he's guilty
didn't
of
think
those
this was
crimes.
much of an issue,
So
was
this
the
is really
video of
just
the Commonwealth surveillance from the rolling rally.
over nothing.
Has that been?
I think we addressed that, Your Honor.
We
That
can
was the
go
first thing.
to the office, and I'm sure that.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine. So that takes care of that, that's
Great.
good. And then,
Whining. I'm hearing whining.
Judge,
There's a lot
before we
of
move
whining.
on, I don't want you to go too far off of this. So I know
Oh,
it's
you don't?
tempting to think that these 4,000 blank pages
don't
is the same
control
thing
the
as the
room.
4,000
The
FOIA.
judge does.
They're different. So the first thumb drive thing with the 4,000 blank
Yeah, they're
pages has been
different.
remedied.
You're not the
Okay.
Reed case.
But the FOIA thing that should have been given to us
Fucking FOIA yourself then.
has never been given to us. But they're responding to FOIAs about it to everybody but Mr. Carney. So
I
it's
get
like,
that, but Mr. Cosgrove says he's gonna look into that, and I'm sure he'll give
Shut
us.
the fuck up.
okay, so I just didn't want you to think that was the same
No, no, no,
4,000.
no, I
Coincidentally,
didn't
it's
think
different.
Yeah, I didn't think that.
Okay.
All right, I didn't.
Yeah, shut up. You don't
All
run
right.
the courtroom. The fuck?
Then I think it's just, am I correct, Mr. Bradel? Is that the list, or are there more?
There is more, Judge.
Yeah, tell me the rest.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
sure. So within the thumb drive, the thumb drive that was just remedied and given to us, there's all sorts of attachments, and we have a disagreement about this. There's all sorts of attachments from Ms. Peter to the state trooper team and Mr. Mello, I believe it was. I don't think Mr. Cosgrove was on the case then, where Ms. Peter is repeatedly
giving evidence,
providing attachments of things to the state troopers,
Under
and she's
criminal
literally
investigation.
working on videos for the state troopers that were exhibits in the grand jury.
Let me just hold on for a second. Mr. Cosgrove, is that part of the 5,000 pages?
Yes.
All right, so then there, you got it at least.
I wish I could say we did have it.
Yeah.
If you hit the attachment, you get that message saying nothing's there. I printed out a few of them, but I'm sure you can just take my word for it, Judge. It says no attachment, nothing found, et cetera, et cetera. They don't come up.
So that's a technical issue. I'm sure you can figure that out.
So I think it's worse. I think it's it's actually a lot. Sorry, Judge.
Yeah, I'm just.
Over again, he says you are good to go.
Yes. All right.
Your
I'll see you
Honor,
shortly.
we need
Thank you very much. See you in a minute. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Your Honor, it's actually.
When does the Zoom?
Yeah. It's actually a lost evidence issue, Your Honor. It's not a, oh, gee, we can't open it issue.
Yeah.
It's gone. I think they lost the evidence. And for whatever reason, the attachment has been taken away on the other end, okay? So this is a real bit of prejudice and a distinct bit of harm to the defense that Ms. Peter, who is a government agent, who's provided, and we'll get to this.
Let me just ask Mr. Cosgrove before you go into all that. Mr. Cosgrove, to the best of your knowledge, has that been turned over to Mr. Bradel and Mr. Betterow?
Has what been turned over?
Has any of the attachments that Mr. Bradel has just referred to?
They're not required
Depending on what the attachment is, some of the attachments are visible simply by clicking on it. Others that specifically Mr. Betterow has inquired about, to the extent that I can resurrect them, I have sent them along to him and will continue to do that. I haven't worked my way entirely through his letter. But what happened, Your Honor, is this. Lieutenant Tully, who was the recipient of most of these, has the practice of not clicking on unsolicited links that are sent to him on email. So he doesn't access them. Now, if someone is sending him a reference to something that is online, he may check with that person and ask the person, where can I find it online? And then he will go himself and look for it online. For example, Mr. Kearney's YouTube presentations that were introduced to the grand jury. All of those were things that Lieutenant Tully found himself online. He may have been pointed to them by Ms. Peter. He may have been pointed to them by one of the alleged victims who complained about them. May have been pointed to them by multiple sources. But he never clicked on whatever it was that was sent, in part because he's working off a computer system, an office computer system, and there's caution about infecting it with unsolicited links. So these were never accessed, in effect, by the Commonwealth. If the links are now dead, we've never seen them. The links are dead presumably because whoever sent them took them off the internet.
Or doesn't
So
exist anymore.
This would be some text from somebody with a link to a video or something else. And so you'd have the text, but not what the attachment is?
you'd have the text, you'd have a link to a video.
I get it. Okay.
You click on the link now and
They're also
nothing
not
happens.
entitled
Whether
to
if
those.
Lieutenant Tully had clicked on the link 6 months or a year or 18 months, it would have taken him somewhere. Probably would, but he didn't.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Mr. Bradle.
Couple of things, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
A bit of a red herring to kind of suggest that, oh, some crazy person from the internet is sending me something and I don't want to look at it. That's not this. This is a government agent, Kate Peter, Catherine Peter,
Stop calling her a
sending them
government agent,
stuff
you fucking weirdo.
that she's working with them. And you know, you mentioned an evidentiary hearing the
I
other
can
day,
send
Judge.
evidence to my
I think we
government
should have an
agent.
evidentiary hearing on this discovery stuff. Let's bring in Mrs. Peter and let's
Oh,
find
that's
this
what you would
stuff
love to
because this is important stuff, and I'll tell you why in a second. But this isn't some unknown person. This is someone who repeatedly emails the state police and Mr. Mello, and so in other words, and the government and the prosecution and the Commonwealth, and is actively assisting the Commonwealth, providing links to certain things. So they're gone. And so let me just jump ahead. One of the things that's missing is
Like about Cosgrove, it's like, do correct it. She's not a government agent.
Miss Peter, and we know this from the new emails that we got last
Multiple
night.
people do.
Miss Peter changed the titles of Mr. Carney's shows that were these 4-hour shows, Your Honor, that
She can't change.
had innocent titles. Like, you know, for example, Karen Reed case, where's Michael Proctor?
She can't change them.
Amiri King wants to fight Turtle Boy, Canton updates, Anti-Bev Canoni out of control. So it's a title that encapsulates a 4-hour show. That was his work. Ms. Peter changed those titles, provided it to the Commonwealth.
She can't change the title.
Told Lieutenant Tully in the emails that we had about changing the titles. So they knew. And then they put those titles in as exhibits. We found this out, of course, after the McCarthy-Odell motion. And these titles are different. These titles are very incriminatory. And they suggest
Oh, he didn't write the titles down?
they impact Mr. Carney's alleged intent to intimidate witnesses. The titles were all
He changed
changed.
his own
And
titles.
I can
Nobody can
proffer up
change your titles.
a spreadsheet of the actual titles and then what she changed them to
He changed them.
in these attachments that, oh gee, now we
Afterwards.
can't open them.
Realizing they were
So do the
incriminating.
math on that if I may
He
approach
changed
on.
them.
Yeah, sure.
Nobody can change your YouTube titles. Only the
Thank
person who
you.
can access your
And
YouTube
so-
can change them. That's absurd.
We have now learned that we have a grand jury that was listening to these video clips with titles like, you know, I'm going to kick Colin Albert's ass. And that's just me paraphrasing, but nasty titles.
He writes nasty titles 24/7.
Trying to destroy Colin's life. The actual title is Commonwealth Tells More Lies About John O'Keefe's GPS Data. That's his real title. And these were suggested to be Mr. Carney's expressions, which of course would be used as his bad intent. And they're false
Yeah,
and
he
they're
changes
lies,
them after he
and they were
realizes
done,
they're
and we know this from the emails, from this
bullshit.
Catherine Peter person.
Yeah, but so what does this have to do with?
So these are attachments that we can't open. There's an
they're
example of attachments that are exculpatory and incriminatory to the Commonwealth that we can't even open. So
these YouTube, so on the side of the document where it has the link, your allegation is that you can't open up any of these.
No, I'm sorry. That's if you wanted to see for yourself. But the other two columns are what Ms. Peter made those titles.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And then the regular
Yeah, no,
titles.
she changed.
Yeah, and that was
This
used,
document, she changes.
that was published to the grand jury as Mr. Carney's work.
Did she do
And
this?
it was even argued in Mr. Cosgrove's, one of his recent filings, he argued that, about how these things are so aptly titled, is what he wrote. You may remember that.
Titles all
And
the time that are fucking so
this is
incriminating.
all false evidence.
Okay,
false evidence coming
this
from a guy
looking
who
for
brings false evidence?
I'm looking to ask to take you up on your offer to have a hearing on an evidentiary hearing where we bring these people in and we get to the bottom of how Ms. Peters' work for the Commonwealth went. And that also impacts, and see, this is all interrelated, Judge. We want Attorney Mello on the stand for this too, because he's the one that presented this false evidence
File a motion
to the grand
for all
jury.
this. I'll take a look at whatever you file, but I think we're kind of getting off track a little bit in terms of what the Commonwealth owes you. That's what I'm concerned.
Okay, I know, I hear what you're saying on that issue, but we did file a motion to disqualify Mello, who's been, not able allegedly to be here, but he can be on Zoom. Whenever there's a hearing where Mr. Carney's bail might get revoked, he's right on the Zoom watching. But, we'd like to, that's another thing we'd like to do here today is ask the court to schedule
He is dying.
an evidentiary hearing.
Gotta write a motion.
He knows that.
No, we did, Judge, I filed 2.
For an evidentiary hearing? Is it a new one?
Yes, a motion to disqualify. We have 2 pending. In fact, Judge Rayburn, I believe it was, set the hearing, and he alleged that he was sick and couldn't come, and it's been in abeyance forever. So we have, Judge. I don't want to, bury the court.
to Mr. Crosby.
Are you saying a judge lied about being sick, Mr. Bradel? Judge Rayburn alleged he was sick. What a disgusting display of narrative, because that's all Bradel really knows how to do. But browbeating the judge and being, Monday night quarterbacking what you want isn't gonna get you what you want just because that's what the fuck you want. Like, come on, bro. Really? You're basically telling the judge, you're going to give me an evidentiary hearing so we can bring these people in and all these random ass people that have nothing to do with anything and sit them on a stand and see what they got to say. That's his way of trying to get around discovery and ask questions that have absolutely no relevance whatsoever to this. It's absurd. It's absurd. The judge should know what he's doing, and I think the judge does, because the way he was like, file a motion tells me that he knows, like, he's trying to play fuck here. Like, come on now.
So you see, Judge, how everything's interrelated. And with respect to the disqualification issue, this is another issue where Mello's involved in this, we would contend is a conspiracy to put false evidence in front of the grand jury that we figured out.
Oh my.
And it was used and argued it was a misrepresentation of Mr. Carney's intent. Because when you would put a title like that on something.
So this is what I'm trying to get you back to, though, Mr.
All right, go ahead, Judge.
What do you need? What else do you say that Mr. Cosgrove has, the special prosecutor, that he hasn't turned over to you? We went through that list of items. I just want to get you back on track.
Sure, okay. So, Judge, there's a November 1st email that we can't get the links off of that, and that's important. If I could just have one moment.
Yeah.
Why are we muted, lady? Oh, we're not.
That's the exact email with the links to this, fake links to this that we can't open. And it's not a thing like, it's not a thing where, well, let's go back to the office and fix it. It literally says, Google Docs, it says, sorry, the file you have requested does not exist. So it's gone.
Okay.
So why did this person make it go away?
Who knows?
I think we know
None
why.
of your business.
That's why I want to ask you for that hearing too. But so we want the government to, in writing,
please
tell us what links they have and what links, where did they go? We want them to respond in writing to why there's lost evidence.
Okay, let me just talk to Mr.
They have what we have, and they can figure out where they went to the same extent that the Commonwealth can. The Commonwealth has not deleted any links.
All right, I'll take that under advisement. What else you got?
It says, Judge, literally, the files have been deleted.
Okay.
It doesn't say they've been deleted by the Commonwealth.
So would the court consider ordering the Commonwealth to, we'll tell them what links we can't open, and they need to give some sort of an explanation why this is lost evidence.
Why don't you give us a list of the links that can't be opened?
All right, thank you.
And send it to Mr. Cosgrove, and Mr. Cosgrove, I just ask perhaps
creator of
if you
the
give us an explanation as to why they can't be opened.
How would he know?
Sure, I will
Not
give you,
there.
I will give you an explanation. I will consult with our experts,
Yeah.
but I can almost guarantee, Your Honor, that the explanation is going to be that
The creator got rid of
whoever
it.
is
Made
at
it.
the other end of the link removes the content.
That very well might be it, but I think it would, I think if it was in writing, it would
Cool,
probably
put
be
it in
better.
I'm
writing.
happy to do that, Your Honor.
That's great. What else, Mr. Brady? What else?
Sure.
So Judge, we talked about the Gitani extracted,
No, not
redacted
Cosgrove.
extraction, excuse me. So can I get a copy of that? We don't have it. We've been looking for it for 9 months. Can you order
What
it?
is it, the redacted?
The redacted extraction
Okay.
of her phone?
But you had the document at one point.
We had it, Judge Krupp ordered us to destroy it and give it back, which we
And
did.
they didn't. No,
And just 9 months
You
ago, we
haven't
never got
gotten
it back.
the redaction back. Okay.
did not
Mr.
destroy the
Cosgrove.
copies. No,
I
he
object.
didn't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tell me why.
It had the entire thing.
Well, there's a long history on this, Your Honor, and I went into it in one of my
That's
memoranda
not needed for this
at
case
length.
at all.
In the original course, the Commonwealth and the defense entered into an agreement that they would return the original extraction and that we would provide them with a redacted version limited to those things that we felt they were entitled to under Rule 14. I asked Lieutenant Tully to prepare that. He did that. I sent Mr. Bradle a notice. I don't recall when, but the date is in my memorandum saying it's available at the office. Come over, pick it up, or let us know how you want to get it. And I believe I also indicated that there was some additional material on the thumb drive with that extraction. Mr. Bradle never picked it up. In the meantime, came back to court for various reasons that are,
Yes, Holly.
I believe, still presently impounded, although I believe Mr. Kearney referred to them on one of his YouTube shows. For various reasons, Mr. Bradle indicated that he needed to keep the original thumb drive. Those reasons were unrelated to any issues in this case, but I was persuaded that he should be able to do
They have
that at
copies. They're
least
still using the material.
temporarily.
So it's bullshit.
We struck an agreement with respect to the use of that thumb drive, and there was a subsequent reduction of that or a modification of that to writing at Mr. Bradle's request that was endorsed by the court. And then in the Commonwealth's view, which the defense, I believe, still disputes, Mr. Kearney immediately went out and violated those restrictions. So I then filed a motion in front of Judge Krupp requesting an order that the thumb drive be returned. Now, at that point, Your Honor, the defense had the full unredacted thumb drive in its possession, custody, and control for some 9 months. Mr. Kearney had publicly stated on his YouTube presentations that he had provided the contents,
to numerous people,
a duplicate of the contents of that thumb drive to any number of other people. But the physical thumb drive was ordered returned by Judge Krupp, and it was returned. In the meantime, the defendant had been presenting what I would consider to be various irrelevant material, irrelevant to the case, designed to embarrass and humiliate Ms. Gitani. There was a reference, for example, to her DoorDash orders. There was the defendant picking out a phone number more or less at random and said, well, here's a number that she apparently calls a lot. Let's see who this is, and calling out the number live and dialing it live on his YouTube show. There was a reference to her ex-husband's daughters, if I have it correctly, and what they thought of Ms. Catani, so forth and so on. Judge Krupp allowed that motion.
I did all of that, and then some.
At a provision that I agreed to, but I think was initially suggested by Mr. Bradel. The defense was allowed 2 weeks before they turned the thumb drive over, or approximately that amount, to take notes on anything they thought was relevant on the thumb drive, and then it was returned. As far as I'm concerned, they had it.
That matter's done.
They had an opportunity to examine it. I assume they did examine it. If they have time to go into the kind of trivia and side roads that Mr. Kearney went on to. I don't think at this point that the Commonwealth has an obligation to jump through further hoops and re-provide them with a different version.
All right, I'll take that under advisement.
May I be heard on that, sir?
I think you already were. But I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Judge, there's no violation. If there was a violation by my client, I say bring it on. There's never been an allegation of a violation. If there was a violation, we know this Commonwealth would have done something about it. There was never a violation. They agreed to give it back. We don't have it. We were allowed to take note of it, but we were ordered by Judge Krupp to destroy it and not have any of it until we got the redacted one back.
Let me ask you this. Did you have it for 9 months?
Yes.
Thereabouts?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to look at it?
Yes, we looked at it, but we were told to destroy it. We don't have any evidence from it. It's destroyed. We were told, ordered by Judge Krupp to destroy it. We need another copy of it. We need the extracted copy of it.
You need the redacted
We have them all.
copy.
Right, we're happy to take the redacted copy, of course.
All right,
We have
under
them all
advisement.
saved.
What
All right,
else you
thank
got, Mr. Bradel?
Judge, so
Lie through your teeth. Not about another BBO complaint. Lying right through his teeth.
just have one moment, please.
Yeah, no,
It's
take your time.
shameful for an attorney. Shameful. When it's all on tape and it's saved. No matter of deleting it from
Judge,
his channel,
impoundment.
we have it.
As I alluded to earlier, the fact that the sovereign of the special prosecutor here has already released much of the items that government here is trying to keep private, I think it's completely.
Are these impounded or under a protective?
Impounded and protective order.
Judge, I would say that I don't think it matters, Judge.
I think legally it does, doesn't it?
It
Well,
does.
it's a similar examination, Judge, okay?
It's a protective order.
It's a protective order. Things are impounded by either a judicial order keeping judicial documents private, or you could say, and I think the parlance is that if something is under a protective order, it's impounded from view from people.
Oh, please.
So I think it's just sort of a parlance issue. I think, frankly, the government was splitting hairs when it was trying to say
But
that.
you have all the documents, right?
It's protected.
Everything that's under a protective order, you have as Mr. Connie's lawyer.
Judge, we have the documents that are under protective order, because as I alluded to last time,
He still
we have,
fucking breaks
we're
that
sort
order
of under the
currently.
gun of having to agree to it to get them, and we need these documents. So,
The court decided
at
to
the
do nothing
time,
about it.
but
When
this
the
is a
repeated
serious
violations
deprivation of the public's right
were
to know,
reported.
Judge. The public is the victim here. And,
public is the
these are
victim?
documents that are kept private for no good reason. Whether it's, you want to call it an impoundment or a protective order, there's no legal basis for it, Your Honor. As I said last time, things that show government malfeasance.
What's the basis for a protective order, though? We were discussing that today. Do you have any case law that you could point to on exactly what it is that the government, the hoops that they have to jump through to get a protective order?
Yep. Judge, I filed 8 pages on it last time.
Yeah, but what's give me some of the cases that you think are the most important. Because that was actually something we were working on today, trying to.
Well, Judge, the first order of business on that is that the burden's on the Commonwealth here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So,
I agree. Maybe I should ask that question to Mr. Cosgrove.
They met
But I'll ask it to you first, and
It's
then I'll go to
already been
Mr.
ordered.
Cosgrove, because the burden is on the Commonwealth. I agree with that. But these protective orders are already in place. So I understand you have the constitutional argument that you and Mr. Betterow have profit about the public's right to know. I get that part.
But they're already protected.
But just in terms of a practical,
Thank you. 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yeah. No, take your time.
They're already protected. It's under a protective order. This judge is not going to lift a protective order from another judge because you're whining. Judges don't like to step on each other's toes. They just
So
don't.
Judge, paragraph 3 of my filing last time, Aiden Carney's motion to release case documents from impoundment, paragraph 3.
They're a protective order.
New England Internet Cafe LLC
There's a difference.
versus Clerk of Superior Court, Suffolk County, 462 Mass 76. Public has a right of access to judicial documents and a right to understand and observe the operation and work of the judicial branch. They're presumptively public documents. There's a common law right of access to judicial records. So that's sort of that's where we start, is that these records need to be in the public's view. And so the burden is on the government to say why. And then just to carry through, just going to allude to what I said last time, is that when there's corruption or malfeasance, embarrassment, that's not a reason to hide documents from the public. That's a reason to show the documents to the public of the government's missteps. And in this case, there's been a lot of them. And that's really what the government is saying, like, oh, we can't have Mr. Proctor's emails because there's a safety issue. You know, there's always a safety issue. It's either children or a safety issue. There's no safety issue. There's no children involved. It's just embarrassment. He's well on record to show all sorts of horrible things that he said in his texts or emails or wherever. But and so the idea that we're going to hide any more of it is ridiculous. And the other issue, Judge, is that of the ones that we get, there's never the full story. There's like one screenshot of someone's text, and then there's no responses. There's no, there's just a one little thing that they hope we're going to look at and be satisfied with. There's never any context to this stuff. So that's another discovery aspect.
Let me just give the floor to Mr. Cosgrove then about the protective orders. I agree with your filings, Mr. Cosgrove, that these are protective orders as opposed to impoundment. So I'll start with that.
All right, Your Honor, and let me just say, as I previously indicated, the release of certain public records is new to me. If Mr. Bradel wants to go through the public records that were released and compare them with the material that is presently under protective order and identify any of those particular things, I'm happy to assent to their release from the protective order, because obviously if they're out there, they're out there, and the protective order isn't really serving any purpose as to those particular materials. Now, with that said, in terms of cases, Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the case law in particular cited on page 2 and 3 of my brief that talks about the validity of discovery orders in terms of discovery protective orders as opposed to things that are actually documents filed with the court. I think that's the pertinent case law to direct you to.
Okay.
I would also, Your Honor, like to direct you, if I could, to a YouTube presentation, which is essentially a commentary on the opposition I filed. Mr. Kearney did about an hour and 10 minutes of his own commentary on my filing. It's in YouTube episode 795, entitled, and I'll leave it to the defense to correct me if I get the title wrong. Cosgrove gets frisky. What happened on the Cape? Twitter shenanigans. And if you start at about 141 at that presentation, and if you can stand it, Your Honor, follow through to about 350, you'll hear Mr. Kearney's explanation as to what he wants these matters released for. And I would characterize his comments somewhat tendentiously as saying, apart from some quibbles about whether I got the titles of his YouTube shows correctly, Mr. Kearney's response is, everything Cosgrove says I want to do with these documents is exactly what I want to do, and so what?
Okay.
Well, Judge, if you look at my filing, there's about 35 cases in there that talk about all this stuff dead on point. And there's no turtle boy exception to the First Amendment, okay?
Oh,
Everybody
please.
out there has got this stuff, and Mr. Carney's not allowed to look at it or use it. It's ridiculous. Every journalist on Twitter is citing this stuff, and he's got to sit here. The guy that broke half of the stuff in the Karen Reed case, he's got to sit here and not touch it and not do anything. It's ridiculous. It's totally abhorrent. And
so these 400 things that were released on the FOIA request.
4,000.
4,000. 4,000. Wow. Do you have a copy of those?
Everybody's got a copy of those.
Yeah.
I don't have a copy, Your Honor, but I assume I could get it.
I'm not surprised.
All right. Perhaps, I know it's voluminous, but
we can give you a link, Judge. It's easy. It's nothing.
Okay.
You like a link?
Yeah, that's fine. If you could just maybe write it out.
No problem.
All right. Do we have anything else?
We do, Judge. I'm sorry.
What else we got?
A lot here today.
I just would like to make one more submission.
Yeah, go right ahead.
With respect to the issue that we're on. One of the points that I made, Your Honor, in my memorandum is that there's a cycle here, which is that Mr. Kearney continues to
harass,
to post things about the witnesses in his case and the Karen Reed case on a regular basis. That provokes typically the witnesses to complain to the district attorney's office.
And so on and so on.
That generates statements which need to be turned over in discovery.
On and on.
And I made the point that turning over much of this material, I don't know what public interest there is, for example, in an email where someone says she received an anonymous threatening phone call, which she attributes to a Kearney post, whether rightly or wrongly, other than to, I just don't know what the public interest is in that kind of thing. The public does not have an interest in going through everybody's cell phone, underwear drawer, et cetera, et cetera. So just to drive home the point that Mr. Kearney is continuing on a almost daily basis to publish contentious commentary about these people. I want to call to your Honor's attention
dog whistle. Say what it is.
something that came to my attention this morning that he posted 24 hours ago. If I could.
Yeah, let me take a look at it.
Take a look. No, read that shit. That's what Brado would do. Read that shit out loud.
I think he missed a few of his usual targets, but most of them are there.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that this is a violation. I'm not suggesting that it's criminally actionable.
It's disgusting and deplorable.
I am suggesting that it would help Your Honor conceptualize the use that he's going to make to
use
any of
the
this material that's under protective order.
Correct. I'm guaranteeing if it was the judge's daughter, he was doing it too. Judge's family, that he was doing it too, would have been ordered all protected. That's the irony of all of it.
Okay.
Get the point?
I looked at it. I get the point.
Oh, you do. Got it.
All right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Brito, what else you got?
Judge,
It's criminal harassment. It's
watching
incitement.
you peruse Mr. Carney's publications, okay?
Here we go. Narrative.
Thomas Paine, Samuel Adams, Mark Twain would be spinning in their graves if
He's no
they
fucking
saw
Mark Twain.
that a judge was looking at First Amendment protected satire,
You can't look at
jokes,
it. Satire?
criticism, as if there's some risk that this
far
stuff
beyond
should
it.
be sanctionable.
It
It's
is
just
sanctionable.
completely antithetical to the First Amendment, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't want Mark Twain to feel poorly about me.
Really.
So,
Judge, it's just ridiculous
That was a burn.
that the government proffers that as some
right
sort
at
of
the
evidence
Bradle's
of
head.
something
Complete
is
burn
just
to Bradle.
completely beyond the pale, okay? This is all First Amendment
It was a joke.
protected.
I get your point.
As in,
I
like,
get
he's
you.
no fucking mark.
So
You've made it very well.
So there's a few more things, Judge, about this impounding these.
The impoundment I get, so I get your arguments on that.
done.
One little
Do you have
fact.
any other discovery issues?
Yes.
What else
Can
you
I
got?
give you one quick fact?
Yeah.
These people that the government is trying to protect with these impoundment orders that they need or protective orders, they're doing interviews. The McCabe, the Albert,
No, they're not.
Proctor, they've
do
all
one right
done
after the thing, that's it.
nationwide interviews. And yet the government wants to say, oh, we need to protect them from safety because of
You want a
keep their
protective
stuff
order on
private. They're
AIM
doing
stuff too, right?
interviews.
Can we have
So
all that?
that ship has sailed, Your Honor.
Can we have all that?
All of their
That
stuff
ship sailed.
needs to be unimpounded for our use, for our ability to use it without these constraints, and for the public's right to know, Judge. It just needs to be out there. There's no reason to keep it.
No, I get your point. All right. Is there any other pieces of discovery that
Yes, Judge.
that you want to argue about? Because I have,
Another
got some
case.
other things we have to do, some other cases.
Yeah, so
We
shut the
have
fuck
two other
up.
cases left. Mr. Bradle, I don't want to rush you, but
Just
go ahead.
going back to the Mello issue, Judge. So Prosecutor Mello was the one that was working with Ms. Peter on these phony
They're not phony.
clips. And
They're not phony.
we need his
They're real
emails too on this stuff. And
You're not getting
I hope you're not going to say, oh, okay, file a Rule 17. Because I did that with
File a Rule
respect to
17.
Morrissey's emails. And I was told by Judge Krupp, and I think it's the law of the case now, that no, that's a Rule 14 issue because it's in the possession of the prosecuting authority. So it should be Rule 14 discovery that Mello is communicating with Kate Peter, and it's been undisputed and it's been revealed in this case 100% that Mello's been talking on the phone with the other complainant here, Gattani, and we have only incomplete screenshots and inconsistent screenshots with respect to what's on the phones versus what really happened. And we need a written explanation from the government as to why there's inconsistencies in the discovery, and I'll tell you what that is in a
Why
second.
does your client have
But
inconsistency
also,
of being a
we
lying
need the
piece of
full text report. We have these cherry-picked little texts, and like I said before, it's obvious that it was a string, and we get like one email with no responses or no prior context. And it's like they're hoping we just go away as they give us one thing. But it's not, the context isn't there, the full email strings aren't there. And we've made this complaint many times and it doesn't go anywhere. So I'd ask that you order the Commonwealth to either give us the stuff or respond in writing why they can't find it, don't know what I'm talking about, or whatever their position's gonna be.
Please.
These are the Mello emails you're talking about?
So we want Mello emails because he's talking directly to Gattani and Peter.
Yeah.
And we have a couple snippets of them, but it's clear there's other ones from the context that we don't have.
All right, I got you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, I believe I turned over the Mello emails in the last round of discovery, and that generated a chiding letter from Mr. Betterow saying that you've had these for a couple of months now. We should have got them sooner. So I'm not, so far as I know, they have the Mello emails.
Right.
Okay. That being said, I think we should pick another date.
So Judge, just the last thing on that.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
For example, Judge, there's a very important group text between Morrissey, Proctor, Tully, and others.
You don't get that.
And we have like one email from it.
You don't get that?
That points up an extremely provocative issue relative to Proctor saying, why don't we just arrest him about my client?
Yeah, because he's committed a bunch of crimes.
There's no other discovery on it. There's a perfect example of cherry picking. Why we need answers on this stuff. We need more.
Because you're under criminal
And there's
investigation.
also, Judge, there's inconsistencies in what we were given, where there'll be, and here's my last thing. Well, there's a list of text messages from discovery that we've been given And then online,
Exactly.
Ms. Peter, it's related to this Ms. Peter again, she publishes a string of text. It's the same string, and there's more emails, or text rather, there's more text in her string that she published online than in the discovery we got. So it's kind of a smoking gun that something was taken out of the discovery we got out of an extraction. And sure enough, we check with Celebrate, the extractor has that ability to unclick a box to deprive the recipient of something, and the recipient has no idea.
Not supposed to have.
So there's a smoking gun here, Judge, that's why this isn't a normal case.
You're an idiot.
I don't think you've ever heard me talking this deep about getting discovery. And here we are because of real reasons, Your Honor. And I hope that the court can give us
Real reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
The real reason is your client's a criminal.
Why don't we
sir.
pick a date or anything further that you might have?
Does the court want to suggest a date? I haven't had too much luck suggesting dates myself lately.
We think September?
So, Judge, in the meantime, would the court order production of some of those written responses and?
Yeah, I'll issue an order on the written responses.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what written response?
I think he's asked you to give written responses as to, for instance, the links and things like that, what can be open, what can't.
Oh, yes. Well, I just indicate that Your Honor indicated that Mr. Breda was going to provide me with a list that I would respond to, so I would just hope your order would take that into account.
Fair enough, Mr. Cosgrove.
That's right.
And Judge, just to the suggestion that, you should tell him what links we can't open. We can't open a single link.
That's not what you said earlier.
Here you go. 24th is fine.
That'll be at 2 p.m.
We'll see you on September 24th at 2.
Mr. Carney, your cases are continued to September 24th at 2 p.m. for further discovery.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
I can't.
No, I was going to say the first one, the prior. Yeah. We go.
To get 88 cooks.
Like, that's what he means. It's so, it's so ridiculous. That,
He's not around.
What do you think? Okay. Well, we also need.
That he would cite that as some sort of problem. She can.
Or Ethan. He's not here.
Can't be Colin. Not good.
We need 88 cooks. Homavia. Hopefully we do that first. That'll be quick.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to call number 3. Como versus Abdul Magasa, 22 CR 252. Mr. Magasa is present.
I am on mute. Sorry. Yes, it was a troll. Apparently, they don't seem to know who Krusty is. See, that's why you probably shouldn't jump into like talking shit when you're talking shit to the wrong person and you have no idea what you're talking about. It just makes you look stupid. That's why I like to address them sometimes. Like, hey, fuck it. Why not address the idiotic trolls that have no idea what they're talking about? So what I'll say about that is Bradel did what he always does, which is scream narrative, try to browbeat the judge into what he wants, cry, whine, bitch, throw a temper tantrum, say so what, you know. Are you a dumbass? I mean, you have to be an ultimate dumbass to not know me and Chris, you're not the same person, you absolute moron. How dumb do you look right now? Or feel, as a matter of fact, considering you have the wrong person there, dumb. Maybe do some research. You guys aren't good at that though, right? The cultists, you guys aren't good at like research or actually knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Ooh, ouch. Ouchies. Isn't it always, Holly? Isn't it always? Isn't it always? Give me 1 second. No followers and nobody following. Wow, you're a winner over there with your sock account, aren't you? Bye now, Terry. You dumbass. These people are amazing. They don't even know who they're talking to. But again, I guess that class is not real good at understanding reading comprehension or faces. So, yeah, that's what we got. We got Bradel browbeating, whining, crying, throwing a temper tantrum. But we want it, Your Honor. But we want it. Well, we deserve it. Doesn't matter what my client's going to do with it. The amount of lying that just came out of Bradel's mouth is amazing to me. The fact that he's actually going to sit there and like suggest that someone else change the name, like in YouTube. Nobody else can change the name in YouTube except anybody who has access to the YouTube. And I'll point out Aiden changes the names of his lives all the time when he realizes they're incriminating. Unfortunately for him, they get downloaded as they're live, and so we have all the original everything. Oof, ouch. So no matter how much he edits or deletes, when he realizes he did an oopsie or an uh-oh, it's all there. And to sit there and suggest because the government didn't violate him on the protective order violations that they weren't violations or that they didn't violate is just absurd. Do you know the repeated amount of violations Lindsay called about and or talked to them about, and that multitude of other people also talked to them about? They chose not to take them up on violations because of, and I kid you not when I say this, the government didn't like the look of complaining about everything, every violation, as if they overlook everybody else's violations. And I promise you, if one of you violated, no matter how little it was, the government would bring your ass back in there and get that violation. But they didn't want to, violate him on all these violations. They just wanted to like leave it be. September 24th is the next date. The Mark Twain thing went right over his head. Hilarious, right? The judge is like, well, I don't want to disappoint Mark Twain. Went right over Bradel's head. Like right over his head. Like, dude, that was a burn to you because he's no fucking Mark Twain. Obviously. Not even close. You know? Well, that's the thing. Here's the thing. You have to remember that the dragging out of it on purpose is because Aiden knows he's going to jail. And he doesn't want to get to the point where it's either make a deal or take the trial. Because at that point, he's screwed. He either makes the deal with the government or goes to trial and looks at 105 years in jail. So if Bradel can complain and whine and bitch and moan about things that don't even exist, or things he thinks exist but don't, or things he's not entitled to for 75 years, date after date after date after date, and he's going to because that gives his client a little more time out of jail. Also gives his client more time to just keep shooting himself in the foot, as he always does. But the Mark Twain thing killed me too because it went right over his head. Like, I don't want to disappoint Mark Twain. Yeah, sure don't. Mark Twain would be rolling. I mean, how absurd. If a judge was looking at 1A protected materials, the judge has a right to look at it, right? It's 1A, right? I mean, the judge can look at it, right? Context to what exactly he does with it. There is no public interest in trying to shame someone with personal information. That has zero public interest, none at all. Now, when you get a judge like Krupp that does shut down the narrative and does not allow Bradel to go on these narrative tangents and shuts him up, then he doesn't know what to do. Starts to stutter. But Your Honor, this judge kind of allows him to just keep going on with his narrative. And then when he does shut him down, he allows him to try to browbeat out of him what he wants. Judge Krupp doesn't usually do that. Krupp usually kind of like, no, move on, move on, move on. Because when you're giving out a bunch of irrelevant bullshit to just hype up a cult, which is mostly what Bradel does, is just give talking points to the cult and say, oh, well, tough shit. I don't care what my client does with it. It's not a protective order. Like, sir, it's a protective order. It says it right on it. I mean, I don't know if reading comprehension, I guess, is your best, but it's a protective order. It's not just impounded. It is under a protective order and then impounded. Two different things there, bud. So, I mean, not good lawyering on your part. It's under a protective order. It's not just simply impounded. And there's a reason for that. I wish I wish Cosgrove would have corrected this narrative. If I email, and I have emailed, the state police with evidence of a crime, which I have every right to do, right? If I email them with that, any citizen in the United States can do that. Doesn't make you a government agent to email evidence to the DA's office, to the state police, to your local PD. That is that's giving. Oh, is that what it's doing? We couldn't figure that out this morning, Holly. We were all wondering, like, what is that? Like, why are they doing the @ sign? I wasn't sure. I wonder if it can be changed, like back to use. I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. Somebody asked this morning why it was doing that. I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. It must be an update or something. But if that's what it is, I don't like that they did that either. I agree with you if that's what that is. Why would you, like, there's no reason to provide somebody's email. All you need is a username. I mean, the email shouldn't even be attached to your YouTube other than like privately. It should be username and email separately. I agree with you on that, Holly. But I mean, I wish Cosgrove would have corrected that. Like, does that make every person who emails the DA's office or the state police or local PD evidence of a crime, does that make you a government agent now? If that's the case, I'm going to say half of X are government agents now. Just saying. Oh, see, I don't like that. I don't like it either, right? I mean, I guess I am too then, right? A government spy if I emailed the state police one time. One time at band camp, I emailed the state police evidence, and I guess now I'm a government spy. Damn, we're all government agents now, folks. If you emailed under Bradel's rules, you are now a government agent, okay? They're obsessed because they need, okay, so here's the thing. Aiden hates Tully because Tully's the one who arrested him. Proctor's just a scapegoat, realistically, because he's from the Karen Reed case, and they didn't like him. It's really that simple, right? Tully's the one who arrested him, and he didn't like that. And Proctor is a, quote, bad guy from what they feed their bullshit people, so they need those things, right? You can change your display name, but if it's not normally based off your email. Yeah, but they changed it. Do you see your name? It says @ I don't know why. Nothing. I mean, his lawyer argued about discovery shit and then argued and argued and argued and argued and argued, even about stuff he's not really entitled to. Per usual, he just argued and tried to browbeat the judge into giving him what he wanted. The judge did, though, take a few things under advisement instead of just ordering anything. So, I mean, I don't think, I mean, listen, I'm not a huge fan of this judge, but I just don't think Mr. Bredel's going to get what he thought he was going to get out of this hearing, today. He's just not. I think the judge saw through what he was attempting to pull here. And, I mean, out of this whole hearing, what did he get? They were ordered to give him Brady list by like the 3rd of September and written explanation as to why the person who sent the link, why it doesn't exist anymore. And it's like common sense. The person who sent it deleted it, got rid of it, whatever the case may be, or it expired. Sometimes if you make like Google document, The doc links, they expire after 30 days, 60 days, a week, whatever. You know what I mean? They expire and then they're gone. So, I mean, there could be numerous explanations, but the explanation is every user would have to explain, and they're not going to do that. Of course, not going to order them to do that either. Well, we got a long way to go for that, Lisa. We have a long way to go before, you know, before the end of the case, you know, a long way to go, you know? Yeah, it did change it today, Freak. I don't know why, but this morning when I popped on, everybody's name was to the @ and then some have numbers now. I don't know. I agree with you that at this point, they need to set the trial dates. This is crazy. We can't just keep doing these endless a month, 2 months, 3 months discovery so they can complain about things that don't exist or they're not entitled to. Or unimpounding something from a protective order, which, by the way, I can almost guarantee the judge is not doing, even though they attempted to do it today. It's not going to happen. The judge made it very clear, like, it's a protective order. It's not just impounded, it's a protective order. And I'm shocked that Bradle actually tried to claim that the stuff that was released through FOIA has anything to do with Hayden's cases. It doesn't. It's, oh, we asked for it, we didn't get it, and he's not allowed to. Wah, all the other reporters are allowed to talk about it, but he can't say anything. Wah, wah, wah. Crimea River, he shouldn't have committed crimes, which he's, by the way, still committing. Blackmail is a crime. Okay, that's a crime. A crime. Yeah, you guys try to go to channel settings and see if you can change it. I don't know how that'll work, but it's mostly to rile the cult. You are right. You are correct. Mostly it's to rile the cult. It is 100%. All right. I'm going to start playing some more of this trial. For all those that joined for the TV stuff, I appreciate you. That hearing is now over. And it went literally nowhere. And now there's just another date of September 24th. So we'll cover it when it happens. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we could use the help. We appreciate it. We're a small channel. We rely on the kindness of all of you to donate to the channel to keep us going. You can do so in bunch of different ways: Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal. It's on your screen. Revolut. There's a link in the chat and in the description of the video that you can use for credit or debit. You don't have to have any of the payment apps. It's also on the front of our YouTube channel. All the information is there. We appreciate you. We're going to pop back to this guy just because, like, this guy is such a prolific liar. He kind of rivals the sewer turtle in the amount of crazy lies they tell at this point. Although I believe the sewer turtle is more of a narcissist than this guy is. This guy thinks that he's so smart that a jury is going to believe these salacious, ridiculous, absurd lies.
Tina is as an attorney, right, sir?
I do, ma'am.
The volume sucks on this.
And you knew that Mr. McIntyre was a majority investor, I think is the phrasing that you used, right?
That was what I believed, ma'am.
You hired a private investigator to find him?
No, ma'am. I hope the state would do that, but y'all didn't really care that much.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. It's argumentative.
Let me see y'all's bitch.
Needs to be a sidebar for that. Come on. I would bet it'd be pretty quick. The fact that he actually got up on the stand and testified, how dumb can you be? You actually thought anybody was going to buy this story if you just explained it? Explaining a lie still does not make people believe it, sir. And your lunatic story makes no sense. Your literal job was to pay attention to detail. Like, come on now.
One moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. This one's going to be very quick. So if you go out with the bailiff, we'll have you in back in just a few minutes.
Hold on. I can fast forward this because this is not live right now. We are behind a little bit.
You stated that the Milwaukee knife that was shown by the prosecutor.
I'm so confused. Why?
What I believed, ma'am.
You hired a private investigator to find him?
No, ma'am. I hope the state would do that, but y'all didn't really care that much.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The Milwaukee knife that I purchased?
When you began to communicate with Samantha,
This is the next question. This is weird.
you did not use Signal, correct?
Correct, sir.
Why didn't you use Signal to communicate with Samantha when you used Signal to communicate with everybody else?
This is
I
the
use
next
Signal
question,
to
which is
communicate with people
weird.
in my life who really knew me and who I was, frankly, knew what was going on, knew more where I was, what I was dealing with. People I was making what I viewed as small talk with, I did not use Signal.
How did you communicate with Samantha?
We initially spoke via Twitter direct message, and then later spoke via WhatsApp.
Did you Twitter direct message with anyone else other than Sam?
Absolutely.
And I believe you said WhatsApp. Did you use WhatsApp with anyone other than Samantha?
Yes, though not as many people. WhatsApp is another encrypted messaging app. I believe it's owned by Facebook. Most people I spoke with off of there, or I spoke to on WhatsApp, would also have been people I spoke to on Signal. So, but there were, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 people somewhere in there that I spoke to on WhatsApp.
The prosecutor brought up that you did not receive any paychecks from APIS Security, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you get paid from APIS Security?
My understanding was that the payments were going into a trust until such time that it was safe for us to receive the money.
Renaissance Bank, you say you did not go into the bank to open that account.
That is correct.
How did you open that account without going into the bank?
I was given the name of Mr. I believe his name is David Anderson. He's a manager at the Dunwoody. I don't know where Dunwoody is. I think it's up by Atlanta. The Dunwoody branch of the Renaissance Bank. He dealt with a friend of mine, and she said that he would be somebody to help. I needed a bank account, and he was nice enough to do it. I had to send him my identification, the signature form, but he set it up over the phone. Later, I went into Renaissance Bank multiple times, but in different branches. But I've actually never met Mr. Anderson because I never made it to Atlanta.
When did your name change become official in Missouri?
January 4th, 2023.
Where did you go into Social Security in order to have Social Security change your name?
Wilmington, Delaware.
And when did you do that in Delaware?
About a week later, we were just talking about the dates. It was the date I got my Delaware driver's license, but I forget. It was roughly a week later.
So just to clarify, the same day or a different day in Delaware? You went to Social Security?
I went to
and the
Social
driver's-
Security and DMV on the same day in Delaware. It was the end of a week. I believe it was a Friday.
Why didn't you go see your wife when she was in the hospital and she was 8 months pregnant?
I was talking to her. I didn't think there was any reason that I would not be seeing her shortly, and I thought that it was safer not to.
I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say you were talking to her.
I was messaging with her on Signal. Again, at this point, It seems like I was not talking to her, but at the time I assumed I was. Everything seemed fine.
Okay. Your court date with Heather in Virginia was in January of 2019. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How much longer did you remain in the marital house that you had previously had with Heather after that January 2019 court date?
Until late October 2019. I don't recall the exact date, but I remember that it was during the World Series because it was a big deal in the area. The Nationals were in it.
As far as you are aware, did Heather know that you were still in that house?
As far as I am aware, yes, you did.
And did you ever see her come by that house after January of 2019?
Never once. And we had a camera looking at the driveway in the front of the house.
We heard that you did not move when your father, Wayne, showed up at your house in Savannah, correct?
That is correct.
Why didn't you move?
We spoke to Mr. McIntyre about it. I wanted to leave, roughly 5 minutes after I saw him. He said that we had to calm down and think about things. He said that whatever the leak was, it was related to one of the delivery services because he had come to the address in Savannah, which was not an address we received mail at. We would sometimes get packages from Amazon, but never mail. Our mail went either to Atlanta or to Florida. So he said since he came there, it was a delivery address for an online service, either a DoorDash or an Uber Eats, something like that, maybe Instacart. He said that we were going to change what we did. We were going to change our rules on how we lived physically, and that I was going to have to go out more afterwards, which didn't really please me, but to pick up food, to do grocery shopping, to pick up meals for us.
Did you make any changes around that house after your father showed up?
Absolutely.
What changes did you make?
For roughly 2 months, we were not allowed to park in the driveway. We were forced, both me and Mindy and Frank and Betsy were forced to park our cars down the road. When I went in and out, I had to go out through the back, walk all the way around the block to my car so it wouldn't appear that I was coming from the house. We kept all the shades facing the house or the street drawn at all times. We were not allowed to turn on extra lights other than the lights that were on that morning. There was one on in the kitchen. So anything facing the front of the house, we had nothing else. We were all living in very dim, through some very dim nights. Mr. Frank III was told that he had to leave that his car had to leave the house between, I believe, about 1 and 3 every day. That they did not want the car in the area, which meant that he was not around during those times. He could have, I guess, driven somewhere and then walked back, but he was in a lot of pain from his hip at the time. And the bathroom on the far side of the house, where we had the laundry,
someone else who wants to be Jason Bourne.
Jutted out. We were not allowed to use the washer or the dryer after 8 o'clock at night. And if he went in there at night, he had to use his phone. He was not allowed to turn on the lights.
Who is he?
I'm sorry. He is Frank III, Mr. Medvin. That was the bathroom he tended to use most because of his hip. It had a little bit more room for him.
You testified that you have a college degree.
Yes, sir.
You have 3 years of law school for a JD.
Yes, sir.
You have 2 years of an LLM degree, a master's in law.
Yes, sir.
Why were you so convinced that Jim McIntyre was FBI?
I've asked myself that a million times, sir, and I believed him. I saw no reason to believe him. It never occurred to me that after Mindy and I put online reports to the FBI that anyone else would show up at our house other than somebody trying to help. If anybody showed up, I mean, my real concern was nobody was going to come, and we were going to be dealing with this on our own. But
we heard that you never paid Jim McIntyre.
That is correct. Yep.
Why not?
Well, for the first 2 years, I believed it was his job to protect us. And after that, when we talked about our relationship, I believed that there was a dual incentive there, that he was, he gained in having me working for him, and things were going well on that front. And I gained in him helping us out. I thought it was mutually beneficial.
And I'm sorry to jump around.
That's okay.
Why did you perform your own maintenance in these Airbnbs that you were paying so much money for?
Yeah, when we arrived in Hilton Head on,
So he's
it was
friggin'
right before
delusional, this
Christmas of
guy.
2019. The next day, when we arrived, the internet didn't work, and we let the rental company know via Mr. McIntyre. He got back to us and said, "Okay, somebody's going to come out today."
No,
And
why the
while I was in
prosecutor
the
didn't
process
ask?
of walking this
Who
gentleman
is
through
Mr.
the house, I
McIntyre?
fell down a
Does he exist?
basically 20-foot flight
Where's
of
their
stairs.
proof?
I was wearing socks. It was polished wood. Not my brightest moment. But Mindy was terrified that this gentleman who had come into our house had pushed me down the flight of stairs. And after that, we were told, "You do your own maintenance. You don't call anybody. We don't want to risk something like that happening." So throughout our time in Hilton Head, when we had issues, when even long afterwards, when I was in Pennsylvania and a house would have some sort of maintenance issue, it was just something that I got into the habit of taking care of myself. The only exception was things that had to happen outside of the house. So there was once or twice that an HVAC froze up on us in the summer. And since that didn't involve anybody
In his
coming
own
into the
mind,
house, he said
he's in the
in
CIA.
those cases it was okay to have somebody outside doing that work.
What did you do with Mindy's ashes after you got them in Alabama?
Initially, nothing. I held on to them, and then following the time where I stopped hearing from Frank and Betsy, and I was very concerned about that. I realized I wasn't really sure when there was going to be some sort of a remembrance ceremony, and if that happened down the road, the scattering of the ashes wasn't something that I felt had to happen there, and I didn't want her to be driving around in my car, basically. So I took them to Havre de Grace, Maryland. It is the mouth. It's considered not the mouth. It's considered the head of the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay was a place that Mindy loved, that she talked about all the time. And I scattered her ashes there, and I took her engagement ring and her wedding band and my wedding band and kind of tied them together with a twist, and I put them in the water as well.
Were those in fact her ashes?
They were not, sir.
How do you know they were not?
I've been told that her remains were found elsewhere. I had that realization during my first interview with Mr. Sands.
You're a fiction writer.
Yes, sir.
You make up stories?
When I write, yes, sir.
How do we know this story that you're telling today is not fiction? That you
Absolutely.
have not made this up?
Yes, sir. Absolutely everything we did for 5 years makes absolutely no sense absent somebody telling us to do it. From the very large settlement I was willing to voluntarily give Heather, which would make no sense if I didn't believe I had $32 million coming in, to staying in the house at a time where
He's talking
the state
nonsense,
says
this guy.
that I knew that I was on the run. Like I had absolutely no idea. I lived in that house for another 9 months. I never saw any sign that
this is
that
the
there was
guy.
any issue with Heather.
So
to
ridiculous.
putting a $50,000 EMD on a house that I believe that there was money coming to buy. I mean,
Guilty as fuck.
I don't know how many of you have ever been to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, but you could probably rent a very nice house there for 2-3 years with $50,000.
I love you, Jane. What the fuck, actually?
As you sit here today, do you think that there was a person named Jim McIntyre?
I do not believe that was his name, no.
Oh, here we go. That was not his name. What is it?
How does that make you feel?
Angry, betrayed, frankly dumb.
You are dumb. Did you think people believe this
Do you
story?
know who killed your wife, Mindy Cassadas?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
Recross.
I just have one question. You indicated that at some point you put a camera in after the incident with your father, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In Savannah. let me be
Yes,
clear.
yes, ma'am.
And that camera was pointed towards the road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that camera did not record.
I'm not sure, but I don't remember it recording.
Well, you told law
You're
enforcement
not
in the
sure?
interview it didn't record.
Yeah, that is my understanding. Or
Nothing
that was
else.
my understanding at the time. It's been several years since I saw that camera last. So.
Lie. And you're
I saw
caught.
the interview.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. I believe my memory was fresher then, and so.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Hmm.
Sir, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Like, step down. What do you mean? Ask him, who's McIntyre? Why is there no records of you talking to any McIntyre? I want answers to these goddamn questions that nobody's asked. It's weird. I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, any further evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Defense rests.
Oh.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the evidence closes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and
Closings?
gentlemen, I need you to step out for just a minute. There's some things that I need to discuss with counsel before we go further.
Ooh. Dude, oh, I don't know. And they might not get it closings today. Tomorrow might be closings. Let's see. Let me skip forward here and see. Oh. Go on some sort of break here.
All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess. I do need to see the attorneys at the bench. I don't need to see the defendant. 26.
Skipping.
I will give. Now, the statutory definitions of each crime that's charged in the indictment. I will give, so states 27 with regard to malice murder. 28 is the premeditation does not have to be proven. I intend to give that. Any objection?
Absolutely none.
Okay. The motive charge 29 I will give. The felony
Yeah, he
murder
clearly does.
charge, the elements of felony murder in state's request number 30, I will give. Causation in felony murder, I will give. All right. With regard to 30,
Just about the charges.
11, I will use the standard charge.
I don't have to hear this.
I would just ask for 10 minutes before we.
I'm going to give you that 10 minutes, and I'm going to announce to everyone here in court that in about 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to hear the closing arguments made by the attorneys.
Ooh.
I'm going to ask that you please refrain from going back and forth through the door. If you want to be here for the closing arguments, I'm going to ask that you stay here. If you leave, I'm going to ask that you not come back. But the closing arguments
So if you
will
gotta pee,
probably take a couple of hours.
you're screwed.
And out of respect for the parties and for the attorneys in the case, I want to keep the clutter down to a minimum. And at the conclusion of the closing arguments, what I expect to do, that'll probably get us close to 5 o'clock. What I expect to do is adjourn for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. I will then give
Jury instruction.
charge of the court, explaining the law to the jury, and allow them to begin their deliberations. The charge of the court normally takes about 30 minutes. So that is the schedule that I anticipate following. And so we'll come back in about 15 minutes and hear the closing argument.
Okay, we're gonna skip that to that part. Go. I'm gonna powwow.
Not be considered by you as evidence. They're not evidence, they're arguments. The only evidence that you can lawfully consider in arriving at your verdict will be the sworn testimony that you've heard over the last week and a half, all of the exhibits, documents that have been lawfully introduced for your consideration. That's the evidence.
I'll get them for
Closing
you,
arguments,
Scorpio.
again, are not evidence.
He doesn't go over
They're
all of them, he just goes
intended
over like
to,
what
help you see the case in a light
parts are gonna
most
be given to the
favorable
jury
the
and why.
respective party. But they are a very important part of this case, and I ask you to pay close attention to the arguments. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Weinstein. You may proceed for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to begin by thanking you for all of your attention that you have spent and time that you've spent over the last 2 weeks, listening to the evidence in the case, paying attention to the witnesses, taking time away from your work, your friends, and your family. So I want you to know that we certainly appreciate that. I think all of us appreciate that. So thank you. Nicholas Cassotis has lied to many, many people. He has left a wake of emotional distress amongst a number of his friends and family. His parents, Linda and Wayne, who you've seen throughout this trial behind him, were shut off by him because he believed that for some reason his father Wayne was after him. He told people all kinds of lies about his parents, that they weren't his real parents, that he was abused growing up, that his real parents were somewhere in England, that he was kidnapped, taken to the US, caused tremendous pain to them. He caused pain to all of the friends that he lied to for those years. And you heard from them. Cameron. On top of the pain for Cameron, he took $200,000 of her money. So you can find beyond a reasonable doubt that Nick Cassotis lied to people, that Nick Cassotis took advantage of people like Cameron. You see and you heard what Nick Cassotis did with Samantha Kolyesnik, his third wife. Told her lies, married her under false pretenses to such an extent that the state of Pennsylvania granted her, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, granted her an annulment, which, as she told you, is very difficult to get. He treated her terribly. You can find beyond a reasonable doubt that he did that to Samantha. There's no doubt about it. You've heard a lot about Jim McIntyre. I'm sure the state will talk a lot about Jim McIntyre. But this trial is not about whether there is or is not a Jim McIntyre. This trial is not about whether you believe that there's a Jim McIntyre running around or you believe that Nicholas Cassotis committed these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't a trial about Jim McIntyre. This is a trial, unfortunately, about Mindy Cassotis and who killed Mindy Cassotis. So I'm going to ask you to look at those facts. Look at the facts that the state has presented and make your decision based on those facts. The GBI did an incredible job in investigating the death of Mindy Cassotis. Agent Sands is a fantastic agent. His partner, I'll call him the partner, did a fantastic job at the crime scene. But they very quickly zeroed in on Nicholas Cassotis. And as far as their investigation of Nicholas Cassotis, it really could not have been more thorough, could it? They pulled all of his bank information. They looked at credit cards, Airbnb documents, a host of exhibits that you will all have access to, showing all of his movements, his GPS movements of his vehicle, everything about Nicholas Cassotis. But what else did you hear? Nobody's perfect. And as great as Agent Sands and his team are, they didn't follow everything, right? Jim McIntyre. They had a number of leads on Jim McIntyre's all over the place. What is the Jim McIntyre lead they followed up on? The one that was convenient, the one that was over here in Savannah near the law office where Miss Mebane worked. That's the one they followed up on. The crime scene. They picked up a cigarette box that was in the road, halfway between the location of Mindy Casotis' torso and one of these totes over here. They picked that up. What did they do with it? As far as the evidence that's been admitted, nothing. No follow-up. Why no follow-up? Why no analysis? Why not look for DNA on the box? Maybe find leads? Because they had already decided. As soon as they saw video from that camera of the husband's car near the scene of the body, the investigation for suspects was effectively over. That was it. They had their guy. Nick Casotis was their guy. They didn't need to follow up on that cigarette pack. How many other cars were captured on that motion camera at the pumping station that day, or over those 3 days that I asked about? Numerous cars. Were any of those cars followed up on? These are cars going by a scene where Mindy Casotis' body is found. What investigation took place on all of those other people that went by where that body was? Nothing. Nothing. Why not? Because they had their man. He's sitting right over there. He's the guy that did it. We don't need to look into anyone else. All that we need to do is pour all of the resources of the GBI, FBI resources from Agent Bernie with his cast. Let's direct everything into Nick Casotis, because we have our guy. He did it. When they arrest Nick Casotis, what does he do? Does he take advantage of his constitutional rights? He's a lawyer. Any lawyer worth a damn is not going to talk to law enforcement if they are a suspect. Any lawyer worth a damn tells their clients, do not speak to law enforcement. You have a constitutional right. Let me tell you all the reasons it's a bad idea. He didn't just have a JD. As you heard the state point out, he's a former prosecutor. He's a former defense attorney. He's speaking to law enforcement. Why is he doing that? Because as totally insane as the Jim McIntyre story is, he has nothing to hide. He lived that Jim McIntyre story. He lived it. This isn't a fiction that the writer, Nick Casotis, makes up upon arrest. I mean, he's good. He sold the story to Sony, but he's not that good. He's not that good that he could make up a story and then retroactively have lived it. He lived the Jim McIntyre story for years before the arrest, for years before Mindy Casotis' murder. They actually lived like that. Mindy lived like that. Both Mindy and Nick told people the same story about security details. I don't know whether Mindy necessarily said Jim McIntyre, but they discussed it. They lived it. He didn't make it up later. So when he's arrested, and when Agent Sands and now Investigator Frost go up to Pennsylvania, go up to Lancaster County, and they want to speak to Nick Casotis, he speaks to them. He doesn't have anything to hide. As a matter of fact, it seems to me he's trying to figure some things out. What's going on here? I thought my wife had died. I'm being arrested for her murder. This is nuts. This is this crazy Kafka-esque world that he is living in, or he is tormented, played with by someone calling themselves Jim McIntyre. Moving 50 plus times? Who voluntarily does that unless they believe there's a real threat on their lives? So he talks to them. He talks to them. Now, the state's going to claim that he's inconsistent in what he says and what Nick Casotis says. Go in the back. I'm not concerned about any of this evidence. I want you to go back there and spend as much time as you need. Look at everything they have against Nick Casotis. Look at it all. Study it in detail. Don't rush. Take your time. Take your time. Because his story, what he tells people, is pretty much the same from the first interview in Pennsylvania to the second interview down here, where he's clearly exhausted from having flown down. Tells pretty much the same story. He gets on the stand here. He tells pretty much the same story. Why? I believe it was Agent Sands, or it could have been Investigator Frost, that said, you know the story about Tom Sawyer. It's easier to keep the truth straight. Lies are hard to keep straight. That's true. That's true. And there's a few inconsistencies, but there's been a lot of time. But he tells the same story. He is open with them because he has nothing to hide, because he did not kill his wife, Mindy Casotis. So he talks to the investigators. Now, I used to be, for 25 years, purely a civil litigator. And if you are a civil lawyer, you're doing commercial disputes between parties, one of the things you love it when you get it, is to be able to depose the same person twice. A deposition is kind of like an interrogation like you saw. Hopefully y'all have been fortunate enough to never have been deposed. I pray that's the case. It's an unpleasant experience, but you know what you really want to do? You want to be able to depose someone twice. Why is that? Because you depose them the first time, you get all that information, you sit back, you think, well, what didn't I learn? What didn't I ask about? Maybe I can catch some things that are inconsistent. And if a judge gives you the chance to depose them a second time, you have lived a charmed life. That's a wonderful thing. Now, Nick Casotis was not really a civil litigator. As you heard, he did criminal. But he sat down for a second interview. What a golden opportunity for law enforcement. They've been able to think about all the questions, all the other things that they may not have asked about. They've got more research now. It's been a while. It's been a week or so. They ask him again. They put huge pressure on Nick Casotis during those interviews. You saw the second one. You heard the first one. I know it's harder to follow the audio. It's not as riveting. But I saw y'all watching the second one. You saw the pressure they put on Nick Casotis. And I won't use the word lie. Law enforcement is allowed to mislead suspects in an interrogation. There's law enforcement value in doing that. You heard Agent Sands testify about the value in doing that. And they told him all kinds of things that weren't true. That he had DNA evidence at the scene. There's DNA there. You need to just confess, because we got you. Get it off your chest. DNA. Go ahead. Logging truck identified you. Someone saw you there. Confess. Why all the pressure? Why all the pressure? Because the actual hard evidence they have that Nick Casotis killed Mindy Casotis is incredibly weak. I think you're looking at pretty much all of it right here. stacked in this corner of the courtroom, right? They've got these tubs. Well, we know from Nick that when they were moving around, they used tubs. Okay, they got some tubs. But what do they have that they talked about since opening? Oh my, they got a knife. There's a knife found near her body. We heard so much talk about that knife. You know, there's a rule in screenwriting and in playwriting. I may get the name wrong. Something to the effect of Chekhov's rule. If you introduce a gun in the first act of a play, it better go off by the third act. The state introduces this knife, this Milwaukee knife, right off the bat. I don't know what y'all were expecting, but I know what I would have been expecting if I were y'all. I'd have been expecting to see some hard evidence tying that knife, that Milwaukee knife, to Mindy Casodas's, I'm sorry to be so graphic, but her dismemberment. But what did you hear? The exact opposite. That knife was not used in her dismemberment. And again, to be graphic, I mean, her legs were not removed using that knife. That's not what happened. The state's own tool mark, not my expert, the state's own tool mark expert from the GBI. That knife wasn't used to remove those body parts of Mindy. Well, wait a minute. He bought a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops. Where's the deer processing kit? They don't have it. Don't be confused. They haven't tried to mislead you. I'm not going to ever accuse them of that. They're too good and too professional. But they went and bought another kit, same model that Nick Casodas brought. They brought it in here. All right, tool mark expert. What about that kit? Inconclusive. All right, got a deer processing kit that's not even found at the scene, not found on Nick Casodas, not found at the Airbnb in Savannah, not found in Lancaster, not found. So they're going to bring in another one. They're going to show it here. Inconclusive as to whether that was used. All right. Well, they must have more than that. Oh, they do. They have more than that. They have his car. His car is at the scene near where her body is found. Goes by the pumping station in one direction. Bit later comes back in the other direction. Other cars, as I said, oh, we're going to ignore those other cars. We don't care about those other cars. We got the husband. We don't have to worry about those cars. The Airbnb in Savannah. Okay, there must be something there, right? You don't arrest a man unless you got more than that. You don't do that to somebody. All right, Airbnb. What do they have there? There's a futon that has some of Mindy's blood on it. There's a little bit of blood that appears to have maybe been cleaned up off the floor, and a barely visible amount of blood that you can see with their special chemical substance. You can see that on the wall, a little bit. Not enough to photograph. It's so light you can't even photograph it. But you heard testimony they found a little bit there. But you know what else you heard? How was Mindy Casodas probably murdered? She had 9 lacerations on her skull. 9. And I asked the medical examiner, there are a lot of veins that run through the skull, a lot of blood that comes up here in your skin. Oh yeah, there are. How much blood are you going to get when you strike somebody with a hard object? Hard enough to do that kind of laceration. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. What about 2 lacerations? Even more blood. That was a testimony. You heard it. What about 9? That's a lot of blood. A lot of blood was not found at the Airbnb. Oh, well, wait. He cleaned it up. He did some amazing job of cleaning up all that blood. Did he buy any tarps? I didn't hear anything about that. So he cleaned all that blood up? I mean, that's not reasonable. We asked the owner of the Airbnb, when you came there, did you smell cleaning products? Anything? Bleach? No, she didn't smell anything. All right. Let's keep working for the state. What else do they have? Well, he's a big old liar, right? Let's see. And a deadbeat, right? He owes his first wife $1.5 million. Doesn't give her that. Okay. So therefore, let me think this theory. He owes his first wife $1.5 million, so he kills his second wife. How does that work? How does that resolve anything? Okay, forget that theory. Let's try another theory. He kills Mindy so that he can run off to Pennsylvania and go woo and marry his third wife, Samantha. You kill Mindy over that? He knows how to get divorced. He did it once before. He divorced his first wife, Heather. So he knows how to get divorced. He also have to prove motive. But they still have to prove that Nick Cassadas committed these crimes, the 12 counts that he is facing, beyond a reasonable doubt. That is an incredibly high standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. You may be sitting here right now thinking, I think he probably did it. I think he probably did it. That's not high enough in our country. Probably did it doesn't work. I think it's more likely than not that he did it. I really, really think he probably did it. That's my gut feeling. That doesn't cut it either. We have protections in this country. The state has an incredibly high burden to meet. They have to work so hard because they have got to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You'll hear the judge explain all of this to you. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you, well, all they have is circumstantial evidence. Like if you watch movies and TV, you'll hear people say, oh, it's just circumstantial evidence. You can absolutely, as you'll hear from the judge, convict people on circumstantial evidence. But that circumstantial evidence still has to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And they haven't done that. They don't know where she was dismembered. All they really have are questions. But they're going to want you to think they got all the answers, or most of them. Now, what are they going to say, I anticipate, about the answers they don't have and the questions that remain? Oh, we don't have those answers to those questions because my client did such an amazing job of hiding things. confusing things, obfuscating, trying to keep that evidence around. Well, that argument works no matter who is sitting at the defense table. It doesn't point to Mr. Cassotis. That's an argument that can be made to convict any innocent man. You need to only follow the judge's instructions, look at the evidence you've heard in here, look at what you can take in the back, and decide based on that whether he committed malice murder or felony murder. I think you're going to have difficulty doing that. And the reason why is, frankly, he didn't do these things. Let's look at the other charges.
Oh, stop it. This is going to be the easiest guilty I've seen in quite some time, Jim McIntyre.
You're not going to see evidence that he assaulted Mindy.
Doesn't exist.
The state may say, well, just look at the lacerations on her head. That's evidence that he assaulted her. But keep in mind, when the state makes their arguments to you, no one is denying that Mindy Cassotis was horribly murdered and grotesquely dismembered and tossed away. But that is not the only thing they have to show. They have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Nick Cassotis is the one that did that. Concealing the death of another. Someone tried to conceal her death. No denying that. You don't do the terrible things that were done to Mindy Cassotis unless you're trying to conceal someone's death. That's why you do that. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. Well, I don't think they've shown any kind of a felony from Nick Cassotis. A knife? Yeah, he had a knife. We all have knives. He had a knife. He bought that Milwaukee knife. That who knows where it is now. Mr. Cassotis says it burned up in his car. He bought a knife.
Yeah.
That the state has. Mindy Cassotis was viciously murdered and frankly butchered. Everyone should be upset and beyond distraught over that. It is I don't have the right words for how terrible that was. And then to be cast off, tossed in the woods for animals to rot. Your emotions likely are and should be running high. But I'm going to ask you to do what to me could feel like the impossible. I'm going to urge you to do this. Set the emotions aside. The state has only presented you with one person that you can make pay for Mindy Cassotis' death. My client, Nick Cassotis. So I understand the instinct for justice. I understand the instinct to want to have someone to blame, to want to have someone to hold accountable. But what I urge you to do, is to really serve justice, and listen to the judge and decide, has the evidence that has been presented to you by this amazing team of prosecutors and investigators, has that risen to the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt in any of these charges?
There's 12 total charges.
Set aside that emotional gut reaction that we all have, especially when seeing these horrible photos, and candidly, logically, rationally assessing the evidence, you will not be able to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you for your attention, and again, for all the time that you've committed to this case.
Thank you, counsel. Statement concluded.
Thank you. It's showing my desktop instead of. Dragon.
Lady, are you gonna do your closing arguments? What's happening here? Come on, lady. I want to hear her say, Jim McIntyre does not exist. He's not a person.
Okay.
Me too, Holly. As far as I know, there's not much. Other than he was lied to, his dad was never after him. Why would you think your dad is after you, you friggin' weirdo? But I would like to hear if there was a backstory of any kind before that. Come on, people. I want to hear this. I guess so, but I feel like you guys had time to do that while they were doing closings for the defense. Like, what the hell are y'all doing? Like, come on now. I want to know what in the hell's going on here.
It showed the one which was my exact case.
They cut the audio for whatever reason. All right, let me see if I can skip ahead here. I was waiting a few seconds to see if, like, you know, they just figured it the hell out, but I mean, what the hell?
You'd see the ripples. We're all here because of Mindy. Every single one of us is here because of Mindy. Sometime the weekend over Thanksgiving, Saturday into Sunday, 2022, everything changed. For every single person that testified, everything changed. Mindy, have you ever been to a pond and you drop a rock in the center, or if you were a kid, you used to skip it? You'd see the ripples, right? You'd see those ripples go out from where you dropped the rock. All those witnesses were ripples. And he dropped the rock. He killed her. He took her from everyone. A bright light, kind, good-natured. You're going to see a lot of things that we talked about in opening statement. My mom always told me, under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. That's what we've done. December 2nd, 2022, at about 4:50 in the afternoon, several hunters found the horrific discovery: the rock. Those hunters are ripples, never the same. They were out there hunting Thanksgiving weekend, big hunting season in Georgia, deer, right? And they come across, I'm sorry, a headless, legless body of a woman. Law enforcement had no idea who she was for months because of him. Because he made it possible only to figure out who she was through a buccal swab from her mom. In May, almost 6 months later, he did that. Right here in Liberty County. And he dumped her in the woods. And I submit to you, he dumped her in the woods because that was a great place to hide a body. The problem is when you're not from Liberty County and you don't know Barrington Ferry Road and you don't know Jones Road and you don't know where they meet in McIntosh, you don't know there's a camera on the water tower. You don't know that there are logging trucks. You saw the logging trucks going down the road. Council would have you believe that Agent Sands and his team should have identified any possible human that went down that road. How is that relevant in any way, shape, or form to who would have had access to Mindy? Now, all of you promised me during jury selection, you would not check your common sense at the door. You'd bring it with you, you'd evaluate the evidence, and you would use your common sense. They found a torso, a knife, tubs, and wipes. All things he had access to, all things he purchased close in time to when this happened. He bought a shovel at an Airbnb that he paid $4,500 a month for. And he's doing their handyman work. He's fixing mosquitoes for a solid 5 months. Totes that he said in the interview, black and gray. Common sense. He didn't know what was recovered at the crime scene. Black and gray. The real killer knew what color totes to put out there before he gave a statement? Common sense. You heard all about how the GBI looked for her remains, where they were recovered, where they were found in proximity to each other, over 3 miles. And he buried her head. Why? I submit to you, because that's the last thing he saw. He just didn't want to see it anymore. Some random person decides only to bury that. That doesn't make any sense. The person that buries the head is somebody that loved her. So he said, right? loved her so much that he was clearly cheating on her. He admitted that on the stand. Heck, he told you, Joy, that was another woman. Very inconvenient to start a new relationship when you got a pregnant wife. He told you he thought she was pregnant, right? But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Cassatt, he didn't believe she was pregnant. He wanted kids so badly. He wanted kids with Heather, right? He wanted kids with Mindy. He even went with Samantha Koyese. Within days of their marriage, they went to a what? A preconception appointment. He wanted kids, and he found out Mindy wasn't pregnant. Because if Mindy was pregnant, you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't kill her, because he wanted kids. He found out she wasn't. That's the problem.
Makes his face
Now,
like
the
he'd
judge is
kill her
gonna instruct
anyway.
you. I don't have to.
Disgusting.
The law does not require it. But it's human nature to wonder why, right? Like, we want to know why. And I submit to you, that's what the evidence showed. He wanted children. He wasn't getting there. He needed another option. First divorce didn't work out so good, did it? $1.6 million that he didn't have. And the moment he came into money, what did he do? Me.
Spent it.
I'm taking care of me. He didn't pay Cameron, who he got on the stand and said how much he respects, admires, emulates. He gave her $0. The knife. State doesn't work on suppositions. We don't guess. We don't present you with, we think, could be, maybe. Facts. Evidence only. Toolmark expert. State requested it. Defense requested, hey, look at this. How come? She told you. Lauren Satcher told you. You cannot test that knife on flesh. And she said that that was power tools to cut the legs, unfortunately. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, murderers don't generally say, hey, let me leave my murder weapon at my crime scene. But what you might leave as a prosecutor is a wiped off, cleaned up, latex hand wearing gloves and cleansing wipes. Because that's not evidence. You can't catch me if I cleaned it off. And there he is. See, he had to admit things because we had them. The problem is, he didn't expect us to have her so soon. Now, if you're not from South Georgia, just off the road, not far enough. You need to be out in the water. But her body was heavy, that portion. I submit to you, if you look at the photographs, you'll see the weights. And I'm being respectful, because she deserves that. But look at them. Her torso and arms was very heavy. You couldn't get that far enough out. You didn't plan on us finding her that fast, is the problem. And in case you didn't believe that he was there are the records. That legitimately triangulates directly over Home Depot. His credit card, his car, and his phone. And if you recall during opening statement, I said to you, pay attention when he says, I did not know my car had a phone. In fact, I would say his eyebrows went almost up to his hairline. Because at that moment, Mr. Cassatt realized, oh, they got more stuff. I submit to you, there are no mosquitoes on the way down to Riceboro. He bought the knife and then drove down to Riceboro. But he got here, but he told you that he bought the knife because he needed to go and take care of the mosquitoes right then and there. You need to pay attention to the details here. And I submit to you, when you hear those details, common sense, that's all you need for this. And then you watched his car travel all the way down to Riceboro. And then he tells you, if you look carefully, I turned off my phone. But it was pinging until he got to Jones Road. Look at the map. It shows exactly where it intersects, where the ping last happens. He didn't turn it off and use a Garmin to get himself down there. He had the phone on until he got to where her body parts were. Because he didn't know that the car was still connecting to the tower. And if you look at that top box on the right side, it shows all the times that car kept pinging while he was in that area. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the reason there's no blood in the house, or not a lot of it, is because he cut her up in the woods. He had 2 hours. 2 hours with a power saw. No one else had access to her. He told you that she went to the hospital. Common sense, right? You recall Dr. Lehman testified and he went like this. She had defensive wounds. Did she have defensive wounds in the hospital? So the doctor killed her with defensive wounds in the hospital. Common sense. And in case it wasn't just me saying it, Agent Bernie showed you specifically the drive test to show that his phone, his car, his person, he admitted he was there. I'm not asking you to guess. He told you he was there. The defendant got on the stand and said, I was in the car. I had my phone. I had my credit card at the Marathon gas station. He swipes his card. Black tub, gray tub. How is that possible in any other way? And the judge is going to explain reasonable doubt. And I submit to you, that's his job, not mine. I'll talk some about the law, but if there's any discrepancy, you always listen to the court. Unless he put those tubs out there, there's no way he would know that a black and a gray tub were what would be recovered. And then her blood's in it. Facts. That's evidence. The 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th, they find the rest of her remains, and they find the second tub. And you see them here. And all the efforts they made to figure out if you left any evidence behind. They brought up DNA, and did we or didn't we test this, that, or the other thing. You heard the DNA analyst say the only sample that they found that had more than one DNA profile was the futon. The futon in a house that's an Airbnb, lived in and sat on by Mr. Cassotis, Mr. Frank, Mrs. Betsy, and Mindy. So if I found DNA belonging to the defendant, the argument would be, well, he lives there. Doesn't mean he killed her, right? But now it means, well, he wasn't the one that did it. We showed you where the remains were tossed. I submit to you that's evidence of concealing a body. I submit to you that's evidence of dismemberment. I submit to you it's tampering. You saw those wipes that were used to wipe down the knife itself. They wiped, there were at least a dozen of them in the crime scene photographs. They had to search 30,000 acres. Helicopters, drones, dogs, people. Mr. Glover went out and looked for her. Because you bring people home. all of her. You drop that rock in the pond, every one of them is a ripple. You don't dig up that space without a shovel. Submit to you, look at the picture. You can physically look at the picture. You can see where the root has shovel marks from where it got dug into and where it hit. He was just trying to get the dirt, but there was a root there. For people that are from this area, I fancy myself able to say that now. You hit roots. There's a lot of low roots. And there he is, buying a shovel. When you're staying in an Airbnb, living on the run, gone in an hour, he's buying tools to fix a house that he pays $4,500 a month for. Common sense. And then we do the autopsy. And why is that important? Well, because we don't know where Mindy took her last breath. I submit to you, that's because of Mr. Cassavetes. 9 traumatic wounds to the head. We don't know that every wound occurred inside of the dwelling in Savannah. We don't know that. We don't know if she was strangled, if she was first subdued simply. We don't know if he rolled her up in the rug, if he took her, but we know there's blood under that rug. Rusty threw up on it. Really? There's blood under the rug. Defensive wounds on the arms that I submit to you. You're not getting beat up in the hospital. Inconsistent, and it doesn't make sense. Then there's the abdominal wounds. This goes back to Mindy not being pregnant. And you're mad! She told you she was pregnant. You're mad. That's why you bury a head. That's why you stab her in the belly. That's murder, Mr. Cassavetes. Premeditated, intentional homicide. And then he cut her up. And he tossed her out like garbage. That is premeditation. And we're not required to prove that, but we have it here. Intent to kill. And even if you don't believe that at the moment he intended, you think that maybe he just wanted to hurt her, that's ag assault, aggravated assault. Felony murder. You assault somebody and then ultimately cause their death. So whether you think he started it with the intent to kill her or he just killed her in the process of the assault, one's aggravated assault, felony murder, one is malice murder. And you're going to hear the judge talk about venue. Venue means where you died, where the crime itself was committed. And normally you're going to hear that venue is the place where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when you drop the rock in the pond and you don't know where it happens, the legislature in the state of Georgia does not allow for you not to be guilty on a loophole. If you believe that we couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt where she took her last breath, then where her body is recovered is the law. And that's why we're all here, Liberty County, with that ripple. Because her torso was found in the backyard. It took us almost 6 months to figure out who she was. Counsel would have you believe that everybody was like, oh, Nicholas Cassavetes, that's who it is. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. You all heard that. Forensic sketches, fingerprints at the crime scene, DNA, no identity. We found it's the same person. Then Miss Betsy, she gave us a buccal swab. Heck, she didn't even believe he was a GBI agent because of Nicholas Cassavetes. They believed him. And I submit to you, in hindsight, My other half said don't use any sports references. I'm not really good at it. But where I come from, it's called Monday morning quarterbacking. Right? In this case, we didn't know who she was. We find out who she is, and then they go backwards from there. They knew who Nicholas Cassotis was as early Detective Frost said that he had gotten Home Depot records. He knew as early as December 7th. They didn't arrest Mr. Cassotis. They ran down hundreds of leads through VICAP, NamUs, the Missing and Exploited Children, through the FBI. They ran down hundreds of leads. Agent Sands told you they had some that were close. They didn't know who it was until they got her DNA. And once they figured out that it was Mindy Mebane Cassotis, now he made sense. They had been running down all the leads up until that point, but they didn't know it was him until they knew it was her. The only one with access. And why is that important? Because Mr. Cassotis says his wife went to the hospital on Saturday. And he tells Joe West, she died Sunday. But doesn't tell her parents that she died until Thursday. Well, that's a problem. You told Mr. West that she died in one day. That's not a little different. That's Mindy. And I think that's important. That's Mindy. A friend, a sister, a daughter, a wife. And I submit to you, Mindy loved Mr. Cassotis. And she didn't want to lose him. I submit to you, she wasn't pregnant. Mr. Cassotis told you that he and Heather divorced because she told him she wanted kids, but didn't really. That's what he told you on the stand. Mindy knew, I submit to you, that if he found out that she wasn't pregnant.
Oh, you're so welcome, Smitty. You're so welcome.
The doctor
Good. Poor dog.
testified, told us the range. That's when the GBI could finally start to narrow it down. And the last person to see her alive was Mr. Cassotis. Mr. Frank said that he saw her right before they left to go to Hilton Head. And when he came back, he never saw her. They thought she was at the hospital. Mr. Cassotis didn't have a name of a doctor, a location of a place that he went to. He never visited her. His wife was 8 months pregnant, due in January, and he didn't go see her? I know you did not check your common sense at the door. He didn't go see her because she wasn't in a hospital. He didn't go see her because he knew she was dead. And he didn't ask about a baby because he knew there wasn't one. You heard those statements. He talked about a ring. I think ladies and gentlemen of the jury will know that wedding engagement rings are different for every lady. Bands are different. He claimed she was mistakenly cremated. And then he gave them back her bands. That's not possible. Because he conveniently tossed those in the Havre de Grace with no one present. All these people that needed to know that Mindy was gone, he didn't invite a soul to share her scattering of her ashes. How does that make sense? And then every day in the days following, telling her parents that she was gone, he is on the move. Quick, quick, quick. We'd go from Georgia, all the way down to every state across the Northeast and all over, not here, in a quick rush effort to now not be Nicholas James Cassotis. And I submit to you, he knew Heather was still looking for the money. He's an attorney. You think he didn't get proof of $1.6 million paid? He didn't get a single pay stub, a single document, a single anything. Now, to be clear, it is the state's burden to prove our case. But when a defendant chooses to testify, you evaluate their credibility the same way you would any other witness, and the court's going to instruct you how that works. And I submit to you, not a word he said, not a word of that makes any sense. Jim McIntyre with the FBI, 2 years, he didn't think they were going to pay attention to his case at all, but he thinks a 2-year commitment from a FBI agent to become his personal security team, not a penny. Common sense in this courtroom, please. We follow the knife. We talked about it. Then he burned up the car. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Cassotis is an individual that capitalizes on opportunity. He had a check that he couldn't cash to buy a house with Samantha. He didn't have access to any money. He told you that. But he was getting an $860,000 check that poof went up in flames. I submit to you, because he didn't have that money. He was telling Samantha, we're getting a house. But when he had to actually buy it, he didn't have the money. Car goes up in flames. He testified or asked questions about a recall on a police interceptor vehicle, not on his Ford Explorer. A recall that doesn't apply to the vehicle he purchased. And at first the knife was in the car. Then it was, well, I think it might be somewhere else. I mean, you didn't find it there, there's another place. Well, I saw it in Pennsylvania too. And we saw the house. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, she was definitely struck. There was a bloodletting event, meaning she bled at the house in Savannah. We know that. We saw her blood. But I submit to you, her body was put to rest here in Liberty County. And we know that because we saw the evidence. Blood on the wall, blood on the futon, blood on the floor. And then we followed the car, and it was Nicholas Cassotis that happens to be the one driving right past the camera.
Aww, puppy.
Man, unlucky. Submit to you, he didn't bank on that camera. It looks like loads and loads of woods. If you're not from here, that's what it looks like.
His excuse about why he was broke. Stalking. Federal agents doesn't exist.
That pumping station, I submit to you, solved a murder. There's the car. If you look at those photographs, you would think he was only there for an hour, right? It looks like he came and he left. But those roads, they loop around. I submit to you, look at the photographs. Look at the satellite. Look at the maps. Agent Bernie told you that car was pinging there, total. Didn't turn back on until he's leaving the area going back up 95. He had 2 hours in the woods. I submit to you, he dismembered her out there. And then he tried to get rid of the body. And you're going to hear testimony, or rather you heard testimony about all of the items that the indictment references. They reference the totes. They reference the knife, meaning the Milwaukee knife. They reference the deer processing kit. Oh, and now that deer processing kit was for Matthew. He's not a hunter. but it was a gift that was so important that when your wife passes, you didn't make sure that he got it? Does that make any common sense? We followed the phones, and in case you weren't sure, he went right back home. We followed his car back to the house. Y'all listen to the statements from the defendant. I submit to you, it's called consciousness of guilt. When you try to cover something up, you start telling lies. The problem is, and Agent Sands said it, when you tell a lie, it's hard to keep up with them because then there's another hole that you got to plug up and you got to keep telling more lies to cover up the first lies. And Agent Sands said to him, it's like a puzzle. You burned some of the pieces, you threw some of them away, but I submit to you, y'all can still see the picture. He told them she was alive when he knew she was already dead. He told Samantha she was dead before she was dead. He told people she died in different ways. He told Joe West she went in on Saturday, she became septic, she got sepsis, and she died from an infection the next day. That would have been Sunday. He told her parents Thursday. I made a list of some of the things that were inconsistent. Your recollection is what governs. Was it credible? Was it believable? You told me you would know how to evaluate somebody being truthful. Use your common sense. Talked about what Mr. West said, but on December 1st of 2022, he tells her parents that's when she passed. And then he tells some people she was cremated. Actually, he tells law enforcement that, but he doesn't tell the family. He knew and didn't tell them. He told them there was going to be a service. He didn't have any reason to think that date range was not right when Mindy's body was out there. Conveniently, exactly when he was there. That is the most unlucky man on the face of the planet. Or a murderer. Why was the divorce important? The divorce was important because he had to have a reason to be telling this whole Jim story to begin with. Nicholas Cassotis did not want to pay Heather Thomas 1 penny. He did not want to pay her the $1.6 million. And he didn't. And he absconded. And he told some story to the court about how he had $32 million. $32 billion. Dang. That's a lot of money. But now it's Mindy's fault. Oh, it's Mindy's fault that he doesn't have the money. Look at the records, the transcript. He blames Mindy. When there's a problem, well, either Jim did it or now Mindy did it. Mindy met Jim. He never looked at credentials. Apparently, Mr. Cassotis hasn't done anything. Nothing paid, ever. Cameron, nothing paid, ever. Mrs. Koyesnik. Driver's license, photoshopped. There was no Georgia Nicholas Stark driver's license. That, I submit to you, is manipulation. He needed another option. Look at it. It's not even the same font. They got engaged But even worse, I submit to you, if you heard and you listened carefully to Samantha's testimony, she said at the end of November, he had her tires fixed. And then he sent her flowers the next week, maybe the first week of December. When he found out his wife was dead? Really? They were
Right,
remarried.
Casey?
And whenever there's something that he has to be held accountable, Jim told me to do it.
Jim said it. Jim that doesn't exist said
Can't
it.
find a person that doesn't exist, I submit to you. He texted back and forth with Samantha repeatedly. Did Jim tell him to tell what to say in every text?
She said it. He doesn't exist. Does not exist. Does not freaking
I submit to you, there is no Jim.
exist. There's no Jim.
Jim started as a convenient reason to get away from Heather, to not pay the money.
Yep.
And he convinced Mindy. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mindy believed him. So did Cameron Nelson. So did Chris Chaplik. So did Mindy's parents. He was a decorated lieutenant. I forgot what rank he said in the Navy. 10 years almost with the JAG. 2 tours. Of course they believed him. That's that Monday morning quarterback thing. It's easy to look at it now when you see all of this in front
Just
of you
believe him
and
'cause he
say,
was JAG.
who would believe that?
But they did.
People that didn't know all that. People that thought Nick and Mindy were telling them the truth. Mindy believed him. I submit that to you.
I'm sure she
She
did.
didn't want to lose him. There's no ring. There's no Jim. And there was no baby. And he didn't ask about it because he knew that. I submit to you, that's why he stabbed her in the belly. He never once, in 2 hours and approximately 10 minutes in Pennsylvania, ever asked about the baby. If you just found out that your wife died by some other means, because he already knew.
He looks caught,
Never once
defeated.
asked about the condition of her body. I submit to you because he knew. The court's going to instruct you on the charges. I've talked about some of them: malice murder, felony murder. There are additional charges that you're going to hear as well, and those charges include venue. The court's going to instruct you. I talked to you about this early on. Venue is where the body is found in a homicide if we don't know where she took her last breath, if we don't know where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when he dropped that rock in the pond, he made it impossible to know that. Concealing the death of another. I submit to you, you saw all the ways he did that. And in case there was any question, her blood in the totes makes it clear that it was him. He got the car washed the next day. But he didn't do it. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's not wrong about one thing. He didn't use the knife on the bones. Or at least we can't say for sure. Because we don't guess as the state. We ask experts to analyze evidence, and then we submit that evidence to you. Good, bad, or indifferent. You got the whole case. The parts that can prove things, the parts that limit. And Lauren Satcher testified she couldn't, at the outset, she could not have said that the deer processing kit was used on the bones. She knew that. The only thing she could have proven at that point was exclusion. State doesn't make assumptions. We get evidence. And that investigation kept going long after Mr. Cassotis was wrongfully arrested, is what he would submit to you, that they just focused on him. I submit to you that's not true. And the evidence shows that. Then there are the possession of the tools for the commission of the crime. I submit to you that the Ford Explorer was used to drive her body there. Otherwise, it wouldn't need a car wash. I submit to you that the insulation knife, unfortunately, was used on her physical body, not on her bones. He had to gain access to it. I submit to you that the deer processing kit was purchased the day before he drives down to dump her. And he's not a hunter. And for the very first time, we're hearing that he bought a deer processing kit for Matthew. It couldn't be excluded. That's what Lauren Satcher said. The tubs and the shovel. We know the tubs were used. Her blood was in them. The shovel, I submit to you, look at the photograph. And obviously removal of body parts from the scene of the death. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, her body was clearly moved about. She died at some point, and her remains were dispersed. And the tampering, if you read the indictment, it's very clear, it's specific as to what the allegation is. It's the effort to clean up or get rid of biological evidence. Nicholas Cassotis dropped a stone in the pond. And I submit to you, every person in this courtroom is a ripple. I submit to you, Mindy, she deserves your attention. This case is about her. I ask you to go in the back, look at the evidence, and come back with what is the only appropriate outcome. Guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it has been a long day, but before I excuse you for the evening, I want to sort of give you an outline as to what we'll do tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 8:45, around 9 o'clock or thereabouts. I'm going to read to you the law that applies in this case, and you will be duty bound to follow that law when you begin your deliberations. That should take about 30 minutes. So after I give you the charge of the court, then I'm going to let you begin the deliberations. So finally, you will be able to discuss the case and the evidence in this case. So once again, I want to emphasize tonight, please don't pay attention to any news accounts that might be out there. Get a good night's rest, and we'll be able to begin your deliberations tomorrow. So have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.
Okey doke. Well, you're 8 hours and 19 minutes. I have washed my floor, cleaned my dishes, and done a bunch of other stuff. But I am also starving like a hostage and I want to eat. So tomorrow will be a verdict watch on this. I don't think it'll take long, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't think it'd take more than an hour, maybe two. Go over the evidence, look at it. I mean, no, this story is insane. And give a guilty verdict. Yeah, that's the face of defeat. It's the face of knowing you're done. That your shit is so insane, no normal person would throw their common sense out of the window. Apparently, unless you live in Massachusetts. Then, you know, it's okay to throw your common sense out the window and the evidence shows you exactly what happened down to the second. So, but thankfully this case is not in Massachusetts. So, we'll be on verdict watch for it tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to come on a little bit early for a couple other things. So it'll be before 9. Justice for Mindy is right. She didn't deserve this. And the shit that he fed her, that she believed, her family believed, that the friend gave him $200,000 believed, is friggin' insane. Insane. But do me a favor on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Make sure you change the little bell notification to all instead of some. I will definitely see you guys in the morning. If you'd like to donate to the channel, it's very much helpful. If you're catching this on the replay and you're on my replay crew, you can do so as well. I'll read it in the morning. We have Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. The information's on the screen here, and there's a ticker below that. It's also in the description of the video, the front page of the YouTube, and in the chat is a link pinned in there. So even if you're on the replay, you can see the live chat again, and it'll still be pinned there. You can still click on it and use credit or debit. You don't have to have a payment app or anything like that to donate. I love y'all. Love your stinking faces, and I will see you all in the morning. Bye.